Conversations with God, Book 4, Awaken the Species, by Neale Donald Walsch. Narrated by the author, Namuna Cisse and Paul O'Connor. Dedication.
To those who see that neither their life nor their world is as wonderful as it was meant to be, but who know that both can be, and who now choose to make it so.
Author's Note.
I am aware that in the most recent book in the Conversations with God series, Home with God in a Life That Never Ends, written and published 10 years ago to this writing, it was indicated that it would be the final of these dialogues to be published and widely distributed by me. Yet life is an ever-changing mosaic, and given that all of us are one with God, we do have the ability to create what filmmakers would call an alternate ending to any story. Apparently, this is what's happened here. A new decision appears to have been made at a superconscious level, the level at which all souls function. I could have kept this latest dialogue private, but everything within me shouted, "Don't you dare!" With this public distribution of a new word-for-word transcription of my most recent conversation with God, I feel that I'm keeping a promise to God to do whatever I might be able to do to continue to place into the world the most important information I've ever been given. Information that, it has been demonstrated to me, can change in a positive way the daily experience of millions of people around the world. Notwithstanding the fact that all of the world's major religions speak of divine revelation from God to humans as having occurred throughout history, I perfectly well understand if some people feel that such a blessed event would presumably not occur in the life of an utterly imperfect and fault-ridden person, such as myself. I've always said, however, that it's not me, in the singular, who has conversations with God, but all of us, in the plural, all the time. Most people are simply calling it something else. All of us have the ability to access the highest wisdom within us, which we are invited to consider to be God working in and through us. The dialogue itself puts this succinctly in the voice of the divine. I talk to everyone all the time. The question is not, to whom do I talk? The question is, who listens? I therefore invite you to set aside whatever natural skepticism may arise regarding the source of the material found here, and to focus instead on whether or not what has been offered in this process has any value in the living of your individual life, and, more broadly, in the understanding of life itself. The text contains much information about life and death, and the time in between. It's filled with probably more metaphysical data than you may have been exposed to in one place in a very long time. At one point in the dialogue that follows, you may find yourself saying, "Speculation or not, this is utterly fascinating," yet then fairly be asking, what good is knowing all of this? What does it have to do with my life and the improving of it, much less the improving of the lives of all of us on earth? You'll see here that I ask question after question in my effort to render this dialogue meaningful and relevant. What I know is that today, with everything that's going on in the world, people are yearning and searching for a message of hope, faith, healing, and change. I found that this latest conversation with God offered me that, and this is why I let myself publicly share it. The exchange here contains a few tough assessments of where we are today. Yet these are offered not as judgments, but as flashlights, illuminating what we are now being invited to see and empowered to do. I know it sounds trite, but a better tomorrow, for us as individuals and for our civilization, is possible, very, very possible, if we will choose it. As the dialogue here makes clear, we are but one decision away. I hope you'll decide to make that decision after hearing what follows.
Introduction.
I awoke from a sound sleep on August 2nd, 2016. It was the urge that awakened me. I knew it well. I hadn't felt it in nearly 10 years, but I knew it well. I had no idea what time it was, but I thought to myself, if it's 4:23, will I need more of a sign than that? I glanced at the clock on my bedside table. 4:13 a.m. Of course, just enough time to pull myself out of bed for my 4:23 appointment. The first dialogue I ever had with God began at 4:23 in the morning, and every morning for weeks I would be awakened between 4:15 and 4:30 by a deep inward urge, get back to the dialogue. This pattern continued for months, and subsequently for years. I wondered if there was any significance to the timing of it, but ultimately I released any need to know. When the first Conversations with God material, scribbled on yellow legal pads, actually became a published book, I was told in the dialogue that it would, by the way, so I sent it to a publisher on a dare. I thought that maybe something important had taken place here. And when over 1 million people obtained the book, and I saw it being translated into 37 languages, I was shocked into certainty about that. Then it came to pass that requests for me to speak outside the United States began arriving, and I had to find my birth certificate in order to apply for a passport. Well, it was nowhere to be found among my personal papers, of course, so I applied to the records department of the government where I was born, paying the fee and asking to be sent an official copy. I was stunned when I opened the envelope and examined the document. Time of birth? 4:23 a.m. Of course. The fact that this experience of divine connection always seemed to be initiated near the same time every day that I came into the world somehow seemed meaningful to me. At the very least, I could not ignore the perfect symmetry of it. Through the years, then, whenever I found myself suddenly wide awake between 4:15 and 4:30 in the morning, eyes staring at the ceiling, a certain energy coursing through my body, I knew what was going on. I got up immediately, raced to my laptop, and opened myself to whatever wanted to come through. And so it was on this day, August 2nd, 2016. I've just thrown back the covers and pulled myself out of bed. Now, here I am. The only thing is, I didn't think I'd ever be doing this again. Let me explain. All of us are having what I've come to call conversations with God all the time. This was made clear to me on page 5 of the over 3,000 pages of the published CWG dialogues. So my experience was not unique, not uncommon. What was perhaps a bit unusual was that I had made a written record of my innermost encounters, and then sent it to a publisher, who in fact actually printed it and placed it in bookstores. I've come to understand and to experience that I, and all of us, have a deep and personal connection with God all the time, and that we may have an actual communication with the divine, asking for help, guidance, insight, and assistance whenever we wish. That was, in fact, the point of the book. It was placed into the world to open other people everywhere to this experience, to invite them to a new and more personal relationship with God. The feeling that I must have such a dialogue, however, that the time has come for such an interaction, signaled by a deep inner feeling welling within me that cannot be ignored, is something else altogether. I experience this as a feeling that comes over me, and I haven't had that feeling for nearly 10 years. So I've held the idea that I had encountered it for the last time. Oh, I knew I'd be writing again. I'll always be writing something. A column for Huffington Post, a blog for CWG Connect, a Facebook entry, an answer to someone posting a question that asked Neale, even a full-length book exploring in depth the messages I've received. Something, but another on-paper conversation with God? Another back-and-forth dialogue with deity? I thought those days were over. I thought that process was complete. I was wrong.
Chapter 1.
I didn't think I'd ever be doing this again. I thought this process was complete.
There's more to do. One more invitation, dear one.
I've already accepted two, Change the world's mind about God and give people back to themselves. I thought that was it.
I know. It wasn't time yet for the third.
Oh, so now it is.
Now it is.
Okay. What's the third? And by the way, will this be the last invitation?
Yes, this will be the last. And these invitations are, by the way, not just for you. They're for everyone. Although not everyone will accept them. Those who will accept them will self-identify.
I've always understood that the messages were not just for me. About those first two invitations, I've always understood that.
So now comes the third and final invitation, because it's the perfect time for advancement on your planet.
Wow, that really sounds exciting, especially when it feels like it's just the opposite. It seems as though our civilization is moving backward. It feels like we're becoming less civil, less tolerant, less capable of controlling our indulgences. by the way, to say nothing of controlling our anger, less able to access the better angels of our nature.
I'm glad you're seeing this, experiencing this, because if you pay attention to what's happening with you and around you, and do what you feel inwardly called to do in response to it, there's nothing to worry about.
Well, it certainly looks bad to me. But of course, I don't know if I'm just getting in my own way, getting into my judgment about things and can't really see clearly. I mean, there's a lot going on around this planet that I don't think should be happening.
It's not about what should or should not be happening. It's about what is happening, both in your individual and highly personal experience, as well as the experience of the collective called humanity, and how you can change, actually rather dramatically, what you may feel are the worst parts of that. This is the perfect time for you to begin making those alterations, because what's happening now, environmentally, politically, economically, socially, and spiritually, is providing you with conspicuous and unmistakable, incontrovertible, and crystal clear signs on how you can do that. And so, it's time for the third invitation.
Okay, I'm ready. We're all ready. What is it? What is the third invitation?
Awaken the species.
Chapter 2.
Well, that's not too ambitious.
Is there anything too ambitious for God?
I meant for me.
So did I.
I mean, I see what you mean.
Do you? Or have you forgotten who you are?
No. Well, yes, I guess, in the sense that I don't act that way. I mean, I understand intellectually that God resides within me, that I'm an individuation of divinity. I just don't experience it functionally.
You may wish to begin.
It's easier said than done.
As long as you keep saying that, you'll find it to be true. Yet you can't awaken the species until you awaken yourself.
I know. I'm trying as hard as I can.
You may want to try harder. It's the perfect time for advancement.
You're making that point.
Will you try harder then? All of you?
I can't speak for anyone else, but I'm in. Tell me what I can do to awaken more quickly. There's not a person on earth who doesn't want to know how to do that.
The fastest way to awaken more quickly is to be the cause of someone else awakening more quickly.
But how can I be the cause of someone else awakening if I'm not awake?
This is interesting. This is what is called a divine dichotomy, when two apparently contradictory truths exist simultaneously in the same space. The truth is that you are awake. You just don't know that you are. So in that sense, you're not. You're not awake to the fact that you're awake, so it feels as if you're not awake.
Hold it. Can you help me with that? I mean, I feel like we just went around in circles here.
Have you ever heard a noise in the middle of the night and thought it was part of a dream, only to be surprised to find that you're actually awake?
Sure, that's happened to all of us.
There you are.
Okay, let's agree that I'm awake, but just don't know it yet. What could make me realize that I'm awake?
Have you ever been scared awake by a nightmare?
Well, yes, again, we've all had that experience as well.
You're being scared awake right now by some of the conditions on your planet, some of which have become nightmarish. You said yourself it feels like you're going backward.
In my own life sometimes, not just globally.
Observing this is very good. It will cause you to know that you're awake and that this is not just a bad dream. It's a reality that you no longer choose. You're becoming more and more conscious every day of what's going on, and that's going to help you remember who you are and motivate you to begin acting like it. That's all that has to happen here. That's all that's going to be required for all of you who already feel that you are awake to bring an end to every nightmarish condition. You simply need to awaken to the fact that you're already awake and that there's something you can do about what you see happening all around you.
Would you excuse me? I'm just not sure that I'm up to trying to save the world.
This is not about saving the world. This is about your personal spiritual journey. It is about your individual evolution. It can be the most exciting, enthralling time you've experienced since your birth. And the world may indeed change, may indeed be saved by your decision to begin acting as who you really are. But that will not have been the point of it. It is your personal evolution that will be the point and the purpose of every and any change you make in how you move through and experience the world. If it is your desire to demonstrate who you really are, and one way you see yourself doing it is by assisting in ending the suffering of others, bringing healing to the planet, and affecting in a positive way the future of those you love, then you will not feel burdened by an assignment too big, but rather joyously thrilled about the opportunity life has placed before you in this perfect time to advance. The third invitation is to awaken, as part of your process of personal evolution, the many members of your species who are already awake to the fact that they are, and then to inspire them to begin acting like it also, so to model and inspire and awaken behavior for those others who are still asleep. And to do this all because this is what your personal evolution calls you to do.
Thank you. I get it. But there still is this lingering question. If many people are already awake, why aren't they acting like it? Are you telling me that not one of them, not a single one, knows they're awake? They're all still thinking they're just dreaming what sometimes feels like a nightmare called today's news on Earth?
No. Many of them know that what's happening is real, and they are awake to who they are and what it would take for them to awaken the rest of the species.
Okay, then my question still lingers. If there are so many humans who know they're awake, why is the world the way it is? I'm a perfect example. Every day I do something or say something or think something that does not in any way resemble the behavior of someone who is awakened. If I know that I'm awake, as you claim that I do, why do I behave the way I do?
Because being awake and knowing what you know, and having all that you know fully integrated into your life, are two different things. Sometimes, particularly when you're very young or acting immaturely, it's more attractive to you to pretend that you don't know what you know, or just to ignore the fact that you know. And sometimes you simply forget. Did your father ever say to you, "Why would you do such a thing when you know better?"
Did he ever say that? Of course, I heard that 100 times.
Make it 101. Look, yours is a very young species. You are like children. You are the toddlers of the universe. So you go around doing things that you know are not good for you because it seems like more fun in the moment, or you simply forget what you've been told. This is the story of your species' collective experience on Earth. You've let it be your experience as an individual too, even though you know better. You're not just observing non-beneficial behaviors in others, you're actually engaging in such behaviors yourself. But now it will be beneficial for you to set aside your childish behaviors.
I know.
And I know that you know. That's what I've been saying here. Even those who did not know before know now. It's becoming too obvious for even the most immature members of your emerging species to not see it, to not realize it, or to pretend they don't know. Yet you're still not acting as if you know. You're not integrating what you know. So you know, but you're not acting as if you know that you know. You're awake to who you are and to what is true, but your behavior does not reflect this. You continue to act as if you're sleepwalking. Now, if you don't want to walk into a wall or off a cliff, you would do well to wake up to the fact that you're already awake, that you're not dreaming about some of the nightmarish conditions on Earth, and that you're not making it up or imagining that this very day is the perfect time to advance in your evolution.
Okay, I got it. You keep saying it and I got it. I understand. And I'm going to bet that others hearing this right now understand too. This is good news for everyone.
It is. And I am being emphatic. I am repeating myself. This whole dialogue that you felt called to have is about repeating other things I've said to you in other conversations. It's about you hearing it again and now getting all of it. It's about putting everything together as you move toward full integration, then feeling free to accept the third invitation. Feel free to awaken your species, because this really is the perfect time to advance.
Chapter 3.
Hey, I got to ask you a question. Why do you care so much? I thought God doesn't take a position one way or the other on temporal matters. Are you saying that you have a preference here? That you're deeply concerned about how my life and everything else in life on Earth turns out? I mean, if you really are the God of this universe and you do have a preference, how can you not get what you want? I hope these are fair questions, because some people are going to be confused.
Every question is a fair question. Your opportunity, and the opportunity of everyone who self-identifies as one who sees helping others on their evolutionary path as part of their evolutionary journey, is to do what you can to awaken your species, primarily by your behavior. For it is what you do, it is how you are in the world, that will shake people awake, that will startle them into seeing what their own possibilities are. Of lesser importance, but also of value, will be what you say to others. Having the courage to share not widely accepted words and thoughts and ideas that might serve to open a road to greater clarity for many people. Now, to answer the present question, I do not want you to awaken the species any more than I want anything at all. Please be clear. God lives in want of nothing. Anything God wants,
God can have. Yet God does have desires. It is God's desire that fuels the engine of creation. It is divine desire that powers the universe.
Okay, all right, we'll use the word desire then. If God desires humanity to awaken, and I presume this is to preserve and improve its way of life, is there any question that this is going to happen?
God's desire is not that particular outcomes occur, but that the sentient beings in God's universe be fully empowered to create what they choose. If all the sentient beings of the universe had no choice but to do exactly what God orders them to do, you would live in a universe populated by machines, automatons, robots, androids. This would defeat the whole purpose of God having created sentient beings in the first place, which is to allow God to experience itself as what it is, the free will creator of its own experience. It is critical to understand that God is both the creator and the created. There is no separation between the two.
I know this. I'm very clear that there's nothing that is not God.
That's exactly what is true. God experiences the act of creation, therefore, not by requiring all of itself to follow orders, but in exactly the opposite way, by allowing and empowering all of its creations to create whatever they wish. In this, the parts of God demonstrate the fundamental characteristic of the whole, freedom. Absolute freedom to create as only a pure creator could, without limitation or restriction of any kind. This is the power given to all sentient beings. It is the power given to humans. So now do you understand? My desire is not that humanity be fully awakened. My desire is that you always be empowered to have and to create, to express and to experience whatever you wish. If that means being awakened, wonderful. If that means not awakening, fine. I have no preference in the matter, except that your preference be fulfilled.
Oh yeah? Then why is the third invitation extended by you? This is not us coming to you. This feels like you coming to us.
But you are coming to me. You've asked me. You've all asked me for help. Everything that you think and say and pray for tells me that you want your life to change, and you want life on earth to be different. Do you imagine that I don't hear this? What is clear is that the only way your own life and the life of your species is going to change for the better is by awakening. And so, awakening becomes the agenda. Yet this is your agenda, your prayer. This is what you choose. My role is simply to empower you to create what you wish. That is why I've extended to you the third invitation.
Sorry, but it still feels as if an invitation is you reaching out to us.
I'm going to answer that. But first, answer this for me. Because others following this conversation may be wondering, why is all of this so important to you? Why are you spending so much time on who asked who?
Because if all of this is you coming to us, it could feel very much like a command, not an opportunity, like an order, not an invitation. Now, I know that you don't issue orders or give us commandments, But this invitation of yours could seem to some of us like one of those mobster movies where Don Corleone says, I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. Look, I'm not comparing you to a mobster, but I mean, who says no to God?
Plenty of people, actually.
Okay, I shouldn't have asked. But the real question is this an order from God? Are we being commanded here?
No. As you've pointed out, I do not command anything or anyone. I have no need to. Think of it this way. If a friend or loved one knocks on your front door, have you gone to them, or have they come to you?
Well, they've come to me, of course.
And if you open the door and invite them in, is your invitation a command, or a loving response to their having knocked on your door?
Nice analogy. So you're saying we've knocked on your door?
My dear, you're practically breaking it down. You and half the human race. Can you not hear the loudest call of your species? Help us. Somebody, please help us change.
Yes, I can hear that. Arising from within my own heart, I hear it.
And so I have extended the third invitation.
Yes, but there are still those who will say, you're the God here, not us. Instead of inviting humans to awaken their species, why don't you just do it?
Then repeat to them over and over again. God's function is to empower you to make happen what you wish to make happen, not to make it happen for you. My role is to give you the freedom and the means to create your own reality, produce your own future, generate your own outcome. The point is to keep you in the role of creator. I never intended for humans to be simply assembly line workers, putting together what I have designed. My intention from the beginning was to put you at the drafting board, coming up with your own design.
Oh, then you are the assembly line, putting together what we have designed.
My turn to say, nice analogy.
Thank you.
The assembly line provides the means by which the designer's ideas are turned into reality. There are some constraints, however, in this case. I will not assemble the parts to blow up the whole factory. We're speaking metaphorically here, of course.
Of course. So we can end our way of life on Earth.
If that's what you choose.
But we can't disassemble the assembly line. We can affect our own local reality, but we can't affect the ultimate reality.
That's correct. You've got it. You understand.
So, sticking with your metaphor, you're inviting us not to set fire to our own drafting board.
Exactly. And to notice that right now, some of you, a small percentage of you, but enough of you to be dangerous to yourselves, are behaving like children playing with matches.
Uh-oh.
Yes, but that's what makes this the perfect time for advancement.
Because we're starting to feel the heat?
Nice metaphor. So, to stick with it, yes, you're feeling the heat, and you can still take those matches out of their hands.
Chapter 4.
I know it may not seem like it from our actions, but humans actually really do want to survive. That's why we're crying for help. Most humans say that survival is the basic instinct.
Actually, survival is not your basic instinct. If you all followed your basic instinct, the survival of your species would not be in question. It would be guaranteed.
I know.
The basic instinct of humanity is the expression of every human's true identity, which is divinity. In human terms, this translates to pure love, love that knows no condition and expresses itself at any cost. That is the fundamental impulse, which is why humans run into a burning building rather than away from it, if they hear a baby crying. At the highest level, at the instant when the most urgent decision must be made, most people don't stand there weighing the odds of their survival while the baby is crying. They do what is in their true nature to do. In moments such as this, you understand that there is no way you can cease to exist. The spirit of you, the essence of who you are, will live forever and ever. And at the deepest place within, you are clear about this. Survival, therefore, ceases to be the issue. It is not a question of whether you will live, but how you will live, whether it's for another 20 years or another 20 minutes. Now, it's true that you may have a strong desire to continue living in your present physical form for more than 20 more minutes, but your basic instinct to express divinity by becoming the personification of unconditional love outweighs and overrides this desire. Sadly, not every member of your species experiences this level of clarity during life's ordinary moments. The number who do, in fact, is very low. It is easy to get lost in the labyrinth of life. It's only at the most critical times, when the chips are down, that most humans act as if they are out of their mind. Because they are, quite literally. They are following, instead, the impulse of their soul.
And if humans followed the impulse of their soul in every moment, they would create heaven on earth overnight. They could do this by simply seeing every minute of every day as a burning building moment. A moment when we do, in fact, easily and instantly access the better angels of our nature.
This is what all those who have self-identified as choosing to assist in the awakening of your species are going to be doing. They will be following the impulse of their soul in every moment, and they will be encouraging others to do so, even as they seek to model how it is done. But remember that yours is a very young species, and so not many of you understand why you are on Earth, nor embrace the implications of your everlasting life with God. If humans imagine there to be any kind of everlasting life at all, most believe it to be some form of eternal reward or punishment, viewing the kingdom of God as a meritocracy. Thus they have created a reward or punishment world, reflecting in physical reality an utterly inaccurate understanding of ultimate reality.
Yes, I know. We've talked about these false notions before in previous exchanges.
Now let's get back to the point made earlier, which is that most of you would like your species to continue to exist in its present physical form. You want your children and your children's children to have the same opportunity you have had, the opportunity to experience this wonderful physical planet,
this special and beautiful environment, and this particular expression of life. Yet here's the irony. Even as you tell yourself that you want your species to continue and to improve its way of life, many of you do things that are making it very difficult.
Not on purpose, though, not on purpose.
No, not on purpose. But that's the point. Your species is not on purpose in the matter of how you are living your collective lives. Many of you say one thing and do another. And this is the most important matter facing the human race if you truly want to take advantage of this being the perfect time for advancement within your species, allowing it to continue to exist in a wonderful and pleasant version of physicality.
And we're asking for a little help here right now, because our version of physicality is not so wonderful, not so pleasant for too many members of our species. I mean, most of the systems we put into place to create a better life for all of us on this planet have not produced those results. Our political systems, for instance, have produced nothing but continual disagreement and disarray. Our economic systems have produced increasing poverty and massive economic inequality. Our healthcare systems are not doing nearly enough to eliminate inequality of access to modern medicines and healthcare services. Our social systems more and more generate discordance and disparity, to say nothing of frequent injustice. And saddest of all, our spiritual systems have in too many ways and too many places produced bitter righteousness, shocking intolerance, widespread anger, deep-seated hatred, and self-justified violence.
Do you see what I mean when I say that you're already awake? You're observing things clearly here. There are exceptions, of course, but the accuracy of your overall assessment is everywhere in evidence.
Chapter 5.
I don't want to point to nothing but what's wrong, though, so I want to talk about how easy it can be for us to change things with one simple upshift in our collective consciousness.
It will be easy, remarkably easy. Yet you can't change things unless you know what it is you want to change. So some discussion of what's not going well can be very useful, allowing humanity to know where it may wish to make some improvements. This is especially true with people who hold a see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil mentality and don't normally look at these kinds of things.
Yes, but I can see apologists lining up right now to say, hey, wait a minute, we've made huge progress. They will say that we have to look at how far humanity has advanced, and they will be accurate, in asserting that things are not as bad as they used to be.
So what would you say to them?
I would say, but is that it? Is that the most we can say about our global experience? Things are not as bad as they used to be? Can we not at least say also that our species has finally become civilized? Then I'd invite them to be the judge, and I'd point out things that not many people know about, or think about, or want to think about.
Such as?
Such as the fact that over 1.5 billion people in this very moment don't have electricity in the 21st century. Such as the fact that a higher number, over 1.6 billion, don't even have access to clean water. Such as the fact that a higher number still, over 2.5 billion people, don't have toilets. None of this may seem like very much to talk about. I mean, they could be just simply inconveniences, but these conditions have enormous implications. You know that more than 19,000 children die each day on this planet from preventable health issues, such as malaria, diarrhea, and pneumonia? And then there is this problem, which we could solve virtually overnight if we really wanted to. Over 650 children die on this planet every hour of starvation. Starvation. In the meantime, 85 of the world's richest people hold more wealth than 3.5 billion, that's half the world's population, combined. Now, many people insist that there's nothing wrong with this, that this is a statistic that has nothing to do with the earlier ones. So what I would say to those apologists is, what do you think? Is this a civilized species?
And what do you think their response would be?
Well, you know, I've actually had this kind of a conversation, and many people become defensive, especially if they're among the smallest percentage of the world's population holding or controlling the largest percentage of the wealth and resources. They say that those who have are doing their best to get more to those who have not. And many of them, to be fair, if not most of them, have done their best. It's not the individuals who are the problem. It's the institutions of society. It's how the system is set up. It's the economic structures and constructions.
Yours is a young species, still trying to find its way.
Well, the result of that is that there are many people who describe our species as civilized in spite of the fact that we're still building and actually threatening the use of weapons of mass destruction in a global community that has found it impossible to create a way to simply get along. And I keep wondering, is this civilized? And there are many who describe our species as civilized in spite of the fact that we're still killing human beings intentionally as a means of teaching human beings that killing human beings intentionally is not okay. And we fail to see the contradiction. And I keep wondering, does this make sense? And there are many who describe our species as civilized in spite of the fact that we're still claiming that a loving God does not want people who cherish each other to marry each other if they are the same sex as each other, even if they are not of the same sex, but of different races or religions or tribes or cultures. And I keep wondering, is this our definition of love? And there are many who describe our species as civilized in spite of the fact that we're still brutally killing and eating the flesh of other living creatures, pretending that those creatures are not sufficiently self-aware to experience suffering in the way that they are raised and how they are slaughtered, or that it doesn't matter, even if they do experience suffering, because guess what? Humans have dominion over them, and we get to do with them as we want, when we want, how we want. And I keep wondering, is this how we define the human species as humane? There are many who describe our species as civilized, in spite of the fact that we're still smoking and ingesting known carcinogens, ignoring how huge numbers of us are suffering from what we're doing to ourselves, and that we're still abusing alcohol and drugs, pretending that these are substances we can handle, all the while that we're not handling them at all. But seeing that these things alter our very personality, in fact, the root of our being. And I keep wondering, is this the measure of our intelligence?
These conditions presenting themselves in such an unavoidably visible, dramatically obvious way are what make this the perfect time for advancement. 50 years ago, even 20 years ago, before the vast expansion of the internet and the explosively global reach of social media, those conditions existed with far fewer people noticing them.
I see what you mean. I see what you're saying. the time is right for humanity to really be able to do something about all of this now, because now everybody can know, everyone, not just a few people here and there in activist organizations or academic institutions or government offices, but everyone, all of us can be aware of what the problems are and how widespread they are. Can you imagine 1.6 billion people not even having access to clean water in the first quarter of the 21st century? On a planet whose inhabitants consider themselves to be evolved?
So you're seeing that you can't solve problems you don't know about, and that knowing about them and talking more and more about them is something you can celebrate, because it creates the perfect climate within which conditions are finally addressed and solutions can be created.
Exactly. Or to put this another way, necessity is the mother of invention. I hate to be so trite, but necessity is the mother of invention. You see, I have enormous hope that the human venture will become one of the most successful and joyous expressions of life in the cosmos. I'm clear that we are but one decision away from creating this.
And what is this one decision?
That'll have to wait till the next chapter.
Chapter 6.
I believe that we can change the global experience of our entire species by making the decision to open-mindedly, genuinely, and unrestrictedly explore, and then open-heartedly, joyously, and unreservedly accept the reality of who we really are.
Wonderfully put. And this will be an enormously impactful decision as it relates to your individual evolutionary process. Remember, what we're discussing here is not just changing world conditions, but changing the conditions in everyone's personal life and everyone's day-to-day experience. In fact, as noted before, this is where everything starts. This is where it begins. The third invitation is about how one's individual life is going, the way it is feeling, and what it is presenting as its next manifestation. You can be a transformed self if you accept the invitation to awaken the species, because it is just as I said at the outset. The fastest way to awaken the self is to awaken another. When you start focusing on this, you will realize that you already are awake, and this will make all the difference. It will change the way you think, the way you speak, the way you act, and the way you choose to be in every moment and situation. That, in turn, will affect both what is drawn to you in your life and how you experience whatever comes your way.
Now the only question is whether humanity will make that one decision. But I do believe it can be done. It's not a pipe dream. I mean, it's not completely out of reach, totally out of reach, and utterly out of the question.
It absolutely is not. It is, though, going to invite and require a major shift in individual and group consciousness, a quantum expansion of humanity's perspective and perception, a towering and joyful rise in awareness.
But to re-emphasize, it is possible, or you would not be saying that this is the perfect time for advancement.
Not only is it possible, it is happening now. You wouldn't be having this conversation, and no one would be following it, if such a shift in consciousness wasn't right now evident and occurring. The next step is for more and more humans to awaken.
I understand. I understand the third invitation. I totally get it now. And so does everyone else who's tracking this. I suspect there will be many people self-selecting to move their own personal evolution forward by humbly lending their energies to the awakening of the species in whatever small way they can through working on their own awakening.
And to help all of you accomplish this, you are invited to turn to higher aspects of the one reality of which you are an integral part.
Whoa, wait a minute, hold it. I was just totally getting everything you said here, and now you've lost me.
You are encouraged to notice that you are not alone as you face the challenges now confronting your species.
Yes, I know that nearly everybody on Earth is concerned about this. There aren't very many people on this planet who aren't worried about the future and trying each in their own way to do something about creating a better tomorrow. The challenge here is that we've tried so many things, and we haven't yet found the answer. We haven't yet, as I've said, found a way to simply get along. We can't even stop killing each other. We can't even find a way to do that.
So maybe it's time to get help from those who have found a way.
As I just said, practically everybody on Earth has tried, and so far failed.
Then turn to those who are not on Earth.
I'm sorry?
Perhaps it's time to get help from those who are not on Earth, who know all about life on Earth, but are not from Earth.
Chapter 7.
Whoa, wait a minute. What kind of a door have you just opened here?
A door that has always been open. You simply haven't
Walked through it yet.
Are we talking about beings from outer space?
Do you think there are such beings?
Well, yes, I do. You even told me there were. We had a long discussion about them from chapter 16 to the end of Conversations with God, Book 3.
And what did I say there?
You said that there were many advanced civilizations in the universe. Not dozens, not hundreds, but thousands. You spoke extensively about what you called highly evolved beings, for which we actually created an acronym, HEBS, H-E-B-S. And you described most of the underpinnings of life in highly evolved societies.
Remember that you said this, because it's going to play a role in where we go later in this dialogue.
Okay, I will. And what I wanted to say now is that none of what was shared previously about advanced civilizations elsewhere seemed outside the realm of possibility to me. I mean, none of it seemed far-fetched. We are in, after all, a huge universe. What does seem far-fetched is the idea that we are the only sentient beings in it. Chances of that are 1 in a centillion.
Actually, there's no chance of that at all. Of course there are other sentient beings in the universe. They're all over the place.
And these beings are ready to help us? Is that what you're saying now?
I'm saying that you need not think that you are alone in accepting the invitation to awaken your species.
Well, we don't. We don't think we're alone. You said yourself that we've turned to you. We've knocked on your door. We've turned to God. Shouldn't that be enough? We turn to God, and you tell us to turn to other life forms in the universe?
Divinity comes in
many shapes. The form that you take is one of them. So if you want to experience that God is helping you, look to yourselves and your own highest wisdom. But then don't hesitate to look as well to all of the manifestations of divinity available to assist you. Don't look right past or right through those who may be opening the door in response to your knock.
You really are talking about beings from off this planet, aren't you?
I am.
I'm sure that many humans may think that our help will come from the heavens, but not from other life forms in the heavens.
It would be short-sighted to ignore or deny that possibility.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight, because I don't want there to be any confusion over here. You're saying that other life forms in the universe are choosing to help us?
Some, yes. Not all other life forms, but some. Not all other life forms are benevolent.
Well, that's a bit scary.
Why? Even humans are not all benevolent. Many of you are not even helping yourselves and are actually hurting each other.
Yes, but we're a very young species, and you've agreed that many humans are acting like children. You've said that many of the other species in the universe, however, all those sentient beings elsewhere, are far more advanced than we are.
That does not mean that they would in every case be helpful to you. Some of them are violent.
Advanced life forms from elsewhere in the universe are violent?
Some of them, yes.
If they're so advanced, how can they still be violent?
There's a difference between being highly advanced and being highly evolved. If people from 2,000 years ago could leapfrog time and appear on your planet right now, do you think they would say that today's inhabitants of Earth are advanced?
I imagine they would, yes.
And yet, are today's inhabitants of Earth not violent?
Yes, sadly we are.
So technological advancement does not necessarily mean advancement morally, ethically, consciously, or spiritually. Is that what you're saying?
Point made.
Do not assume, then, that all other life forms in the universe have chosen to be of help as you seek to awaken humanity. Advanced civilizations do not automatically equate to highly evolved civilizations.
Would we even be able to know the difference? For that matter, are we even able to know that there are highly evolved beings choosing to help us? I mean, you're saying that here, but is it possible for those of us on Earth to know this in our experience without totally freaking out? And even more important, how are these highly evolved beings helping us? What are they, hovering around us, literally or metaphorically, watching over us to make sure we don't hurt ourselves too badly? Or actually visiting us, maybe working with us in a physical way right here on Earth by planting ideas in our heads from afar?
Good, keep going. These are not unimportant questions.
And the answers?
The answer to all of the above is yes.
Okay, I need you to elaborate. Would you care to expand on that?
We'll have to take your questions one at a time.
Whatever works.
You will know the difference between other life forms who are helpful and may not be helpful by feeling the vibration.
Oh boy, wow, what a New Age answer. Excuse me, I'm sorry, but I can already hear tons of people saying, what a sappy New Age answer. Feel the vibe, man.
Have you ever walked into a room, a bar, or a restaurant, and decided within seconds that you didn't want to be there, turned right around and walked back out? Have you ever put on a shirt or a blouse as you dressed to go somewhere, then took it off immediately, knowing that it was not the right one? Have you ever met a person and felt an inner awareness that you really are not supposed to have much to do with them? Or looked at from the other side, have you ever experienced love at first sight?
Sure. Most of us have had at least one of those experiences.
And did you think of them as sappy New Age experiences, or just part of life?
Thanks. I got it. So if we can feel the vibration of restaurants, blouses, and people, we can feel the vibration of other life forms. And we would know immediately which ones feel good to us and helpful and which ones do not.
Yes. If you're paying attention to what you're sensing, you'll be able to make sense of it all. People who don't use the powerful senses that are built into all human beings, what you might call your common sense, may get all mixed up, and in frustration they may call what they are experiencing nonsense.
That's a very clever play on words, but
it wasn't a play on words. It was the use of words quite accurately to get across an important message. It may not serve humanity to dismiss what's being said here out of hand.
Okay, but how would we even know there are such highly evolved beings helping us?
Don't worry, you'll know. You won't be able to miss it. You might call it something else, but you won't be able to miss it.
But if we call it something else, we wouldn't know what it is.
It's not necessary to know what something is in order to benefit from it.
Have we already received such help? You said we won't be able to miss it. That puts it in the future tense. Are we just now starting to get this help?
You were just now becoming more aware of it.
But it's been there all along?
For what humans would call a very long time, yes.
So how helpful has it been if it's gotten us to this?
Your species has actually come to this at exactly the perfect time and in the perfect way. You've reached this choice point and gained the ability to see it as exactly that, very quickly in cosmic terms, and the conditions and circumstances that you abnegate are, in fact, ideal, in that they are now sufficiently startling to make your future options unmistakably clear. So highly evolved beings have worked very fast, actually, and very efficiently, measured by the clock of the universe.
Chapter 8.
Okay, this is getting very interesting, and I have to say I totally get that highly evolved beings could be watching over us. There have been enough UFO sightings over these past years.
These past years? You mean these past centuries?
Okay, these past centuries. To make it, one would think, incontrovertible that we're being observed, but helped? Stopped from hurting ourselves? How is that done? Planting ideas in our heads from afar? Okay, I can maybe even accept that. I could even hold that as a possibility, but actually visiting us? We're getting into some pretty way out territory here.
Talk about a play on words.
Well, I didn't mean that deliberately any more than you did before, but I have to say, I never thought my conversation with God would carry me here. I never thought I'd be getting into this.
Remember when you said we spent a significant portion of Conversations with God, Book 3, talking about highly evolved beings?
Yes, but not about them choosing to help us.
No, but about the fact that they exist, for sure.
Hypothetical existence and here and now assistance, including visiting us, are two different things, if you don't mind my saying so. Two different things, dramatically different.
Agreed. Embracing this possibility is all part of the third invitation.
I thought the invitation was to awaken our species, not to be introduced to a new species. And are you now saying that to awaken the species, I have to embrace a belief that other life forms, I guess most people would not call them Hebs, as we referred to highly evolved beings in Book 3, but we just call them extraterrestrials. Are you saying that I have to embrace a belief that extraterrestrials...
Yeah, let's just continue to call them highly evolved beings, or Hebs for short.
Are you saying then that an awakened species is choosing to help us, is visiting us?
You don't have to embrace anything. You can move forward with your mission to awaken your species without adopting any belief that another species exists, much less the idea that there are Hebs choosing to help those on Earth.
But you just said embracing this is all part of the third invitation.
It's part of the invitation. It's not required to accept the invitation.
You want to unpack that for me?
Well, let's go back to the front door analogy. If you knock on my door, and I open it and invite you in, and if I say, "How timely, I've just put on some hors d'oeuvres," that doesn't mean you may not accept the invitation unless you consume the specialty items on the tray.
Got it. I can come to the party without having to swallow what may not be my cup of tea, to mix metaphors.
You can indeed.
I can accept the invitation to help awaken our species without having to believe that other species are choosing to help us or are visiting us.
Yes. One decision does not hinge on the other.
And that feels better. That feels like I've got a little more freedom here.
Freedom is something you will always have. That's my promise to you. That's my eternal commitment.
I know, and I thank you. You know, you've said that over and over, and I've been accepting that as your greatest gift to us. So now let's just say that I'm at least willing to explore these ideas that you've brought into our conversation. As a possibility, I mean. Let's just say I'm willing to explore them as a possibility. What I really want to get to now is how I can help in awakening our species, and what an awakened humanity would look like, and how it would create and experience life.
I described that in detail, in great detail, in what you have called Book 3 of your conversation with me.
Yes, I know you did, and I'd love to have a look at that again, though. I've already forgotten most of what was said there. It's amazing to me how we forget what would be really valuable for us to remember.
Yes, that is part of the human experience for sure. But repetition can help that. So we are going to summarize much of that again here, as well as repeating a few salient points from several of our other past conversations.
Okay, by me. I can use the brush-up for sure. But right now I can't ignore the elephant in the room. I just can't pretend you didn't say what you just said right here. You didn't just say that Hebs exist in the universe. You said that they're choosing to offer to help us directly, and that they are even visiting us. As I observed earlier, those are two dramatically different pieces of information.
We can explore both. The second exploration will serve the first. It would be beneficial for many facets of life to be explored by you during this wonderful moment in the evolution of your species, with nothing assumed and nothing eliminated from consideration. Always keep your mind open. In all things, always keep your mind open. Everything is possible, especially things you know nothing about. You wouldn't decide that something you know nothing about is impossible, would you?
Many humans manage to do that, actually, much of the time.
Yeah, but you and others like you have been different. You've kept an open mind. You're sitting here right now, engaged in what others would call, what many others would call, an impossibility, a delusion, even a blasphemy. You're having a conversation with God, and you're thinking nothing of it.
Why should I? It was you who told me in prior conversations, speaking of our previous exchanges, to at least consider the possibility that there may be something I don't fully understand about life and about God, the understanding of which would change everything. So I've applied that to my experience. I'm very clear now that all of us are totally capable of accessing the highest source of wisdom within us, which I call God, when we need or wish to. We've all been doing it for years, since we were born. Every single person is having a conversation with God all the time. Many just don't know it. Or they're calling it something else. That is at least my understanding. That's my observation, and that's my experience.
So, you can accept that God is communicating with you, but you're not so sure about highly evolved beings helping you.
Ah, good one. Good point. I guess the second idea seems just a little more science fiction-esque, if you please, than the first idea, so it's one step removed from something I can easily and non-hesitatingly accept. I mean, even organizations like religion, for instance, speak of revelations, moments of wonderful clarity, insights presumably coming from God. But I don't hear much talk from pulpits about highly evolved beings offering us guidance. So it's a startling idea, and not one that's easy to step into without the slightest hesitation.
Yet you'll find this as well in that part of our previous dialogue and that you called Book 3.
Really? I forgot about that.
There, I said, when all in your race are led to mastery and achieve it, then your race as a whole, for your race is a whole, will move easily through time and space. You will have mastered the laws of physics as you understood them, and you will seek to assist those belonging to other races and other civilizations in coming to mastery as well. And you replied, even as those of other races and other civilizations are doing so now with us? To which I answered, exactly, precisely. So it shouldn't be a surprise to see this come up in our present exchange.
You know, I've actually forgotten that you said that before.
My messages to you have been consistent through the years. What has not been consistent is
your remembrance of them.
Chapter 9.
I'll be the first to acknowledge that remembering all that I know and all the messages that I've received from all the wonderful sources of wisdom in my life has not been my high card, not my most highly developed attribute. It is with me, as my father used to say, so old so soon, so smart so late. That said, I want to offer whatever energy I can to the global effort to awaken our species, so I'm very happy to have been stimulated to enter into this present conversation. But you know what? I'd like to think that I've added to that global effort already in my life. I mean, I've written a lot of books, and many people have, just by the way they interact with others, done equally wonderful things in their life. So maybe I don't have to accept the third invitation. Maybe I already did that long ago.
Many of you have done, yes, some of the things that a person who has received and accepted and acted on this invitation might do. But most of you have not done so intentionally. You've all done them graciously and generously and genuinely, but not with a specific intention behind them. And intention is everything. It sets the energetic signature for events that follow. You can get in your car and drive down the road and be doing everything that a good driver would do, but if you haven't set your intention about where you're going, you'll find yourself getting nowhere.
Yes, I've had the experience.
But now, if you're saying that from this day forward your intention in everything you think, say, and do is to awaken your species, all as a part of a self-expression that moves you forward on your own evolutionary journey, then you're going to see a different level of outcome. This is what the third invitation is all about, and it is extended to everyone, not just to you. The conversation we are now having is for everyone who accidentally finds their way to it. You know who you are, because here you are. The awakening of others will not happen by chance or as a nice but not specifically focused on result, but as an intended effect of the personal evolution of all those who self-select to accept the invitation that has been extended here. A part of how you will all do this is by allowing your personal growth and your struggles to achieve it to be on display, to be modeled publicly.
Ah, that's a big one. That's a huge thing to contemplate.
Yet, should you agree within to do it, you will have expanded the evolutionary impact of your day-to-day journey and moment-to-moment choices from little you to big you, from local you to universal you, from the singular you to the collective you. By all of you allowing your personal evolutionary process to be observed by others, it can become a means by which the evolutionary process of all humanity is advanced. And what a perfect time for advancement this is.
But how could anyone even attempt to do this kind of thing without being tempted to feel, I don't know, what's the word here, grandiose? I don't want to start deluding myself into thinking that I'm the hope of our species, and I wouldn't want to inadvertently take someone else down that road either. Wouldn't I run the risk of inadvertently placing myself into an artificially elevated mental state where I could only be described as manic or even deranged, thinking that I have this mission placed before me and that I am one of those who is going to carry it out?
Let's be clear. This is not about walking around declaring yourself to be the model of perfection and the example of evolutionary excellence. This is about simply not hiding your personal choices, but presenting yourself authentically to the world with regard to both your struggles and your progress as you seek to fully awaken. If you really, genuinely, and humbly notice within that your personal interior process is not focused on anyone else, and certainly not on saving the world, but is only intended to move forward as best you can your own individual and personal evolution, and if you quietly share this with anyone who asks about your change of behavior because others will notice it, you will not take yourself to a place you've described. And if you really, genuinely, and humbly accept what you have called your own so-called imperfections, I see you as perfect just as you are, but we'll discuss that later. And you view yourself and declare yourself to be a person whose evolution is in progress and not anywhere near complete, you will also avoid the place you've described. If you are clear that the purpose of your decision to accept the invitation to help awaken your species is not to set you up as some sort of leader, but to simply and humbly share that it is you who have been led by a deep guidance from within, and now see that there is another way to be human, a way that humbly seeks to be more beneficial to yourself and others, you will never self-aggrandize.
Well, I certainly have enough imperfections to stop myself from imagining that I'm some sort of spiritual leader. I mean, anyone who knows me will tell you that. Ask my family.
If you remain clear about that, you have nothing to worry about.
Yes, but on the other hand, what I don't want to do, and what I don't want anyone else to do, is to start to feel so bad about ourselves, so imperfect and so unevolved, that we don't see ourselves as worthy of even trying to awaken, much less accept that we are awake, to say nothing of helping others to awaken.
If you will allow yourself to see what you and others would call imperfections as part of what's perfect about all of you, and by the way, see everyone else's imperfections in the same way, you will create a wonderful balance that will serve you and everyone else whose lives you touch. That balance will allow all of you who accept the third invitation to love yourselves just as you are, even as you humbly and genuinely seek to grow and further evolve every day. It will allow you also to give others permission to do the same. You are a beautiful being, growing and evolving. As I've said many times before in our other conversations, if you saw you as God sees you, you would smile a lot.
I'm so comforted. Every time I hear you say that, it makes me feel so good. Thank you for saying that to me again.
You're welcome.
Now what I would really like to do is to take that close-up glance at what living as an awakened species would look like. I'd really like to know how humans can create and experience life in a new way on Earth. I want to go over again what you said in our previous conversations about how advanced beings from other species, from outer space, live.
I will be happy to, but first you must understand that I'm not talking about beings from outer space as you have defined it.
What do you mean? As I have defined it. Outer space is outer space. It's part of the cosmos that exists off this planet. It's the rest of the universe. That's how I define it. How do you define it?
Well, I'm going to quote your metaphysical master, William Shakespeare, here.
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Which means?
Which means there are more things in what you call outer space than are dreamt of in your cosmology. When you refer to beings from outer space, you are referring to that part of the universe of which you are aware. Yet the universe is much larger and far more interdimensional than you may think. Entities from the limited aspect of all that exists that you call outer space are currently manifesting as physical entities just as you are. And like humans, not all beings from outer space are peaceful, as I have already noted. Some are, and some are not. Even those who are peaceful nevertheless occasionally behave violently, just as humans who see themselves as peaceful sometimes behave violently.
To put it mildly, many humans kill other humans.
Exactly. So when I refer to beings who are choosing to help you, and when I describe the new way humanity could choose to live based on how this awakened species lives, I am referring to entities who are not from the celestial realm in which beings experience themselves as only or primarily physical.
Okay, you've got my attention.
I am referring to life forms existing in another dimension.
A dimension where the entities are not physical?
A dimension where they need not be. A dimension where they can be if they wish to be, if they choose to take on what you would call a physical form. But where doing so is not required for them to have the experience for which all of life was created.
Chapter 10.
I'm intrigued by this, but I really want to have that review of what an awakened species, what an awakened humanity could look like in terms of how it would create life on Earth. And we keep getting into these other areas.
I'm going to invite you to trust that it could be of benefit to explore these other areas first. It could be a means of helping you to understand where highly evolved beings in the universe are coming from as they continue to create an experience that your species on Earth may choose to explore more deeply and maybe even emulate.
Well, that places this diversion into a different context. Okay, all right, fair enough. Then I'll ask this question. If the entities you refer to do not need to adopt a physical body, why would they ever bother doing so? God knows, you should excuse the expression, but God knows I would never do it if I didn't have to.
Actually, you would and have. Do you think you are in physical form now because you have to be? Let me assure you that you are in physical form now because you choose to be. This piece of information alone can change your whole way of being.
Why in the world would I choose this? And if I could be free from all the unpleasant experiences of being in the body, why in the world would I choose not to do so?
You would choose not to do so if it served your purpose not to do so, and if you knew that you could be free from unpleasant experiences even while you are in a body.
I can?
Yes. And that's something that will become clear to you as this conversation continues. For right now, simply be aware that it is this which you do not know, which you do not remember, and that is why you cannot imagine choosing to be in a body if you do not have to be. And you do not have to be. You choose to be in physicality only when it serves your purpose, and right now it does, or you wouldn't be here. This is something that every highly evolved being knows, and that you do not. The problem is that you do not know what your purpose is. The vast majority of human beings do not remember. And so it seems to you as if you are in physical form against your will. This affects your entire experience of being human. You think that you are not only in your body against your will, but that the things that you are observing and confronting while you are in your body are happening against your will. This has enormous effect on the way you treat yourself and the way you are with others. Helping human beings change the way they are with themselves and with each other, and thus change the future of life on Earth, is the reason all of you have been extended the third invitation. When you have awakened yourself, you will know, at last, what your purpose is, what your reason for being alive is, what the reason for all of life is. Then you can decide to express and experience that. And this will help and encourage others around you to work on themselves in the same way. If you couldn't understand all of this, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Nor would those who are following it right now be following it.
A point you made before.
A point I made before. Those who have committed to their own full awakening and to helping their dear fellow travelers on the planet do the same have already self-identified. They know, as you know and have said, that humanity is, in fact, one decision away from changing its future for the better forever, through the process of each person evolving to the next level by embracing and demonstrating who they really are.
And this is what Hebs are doing right now, in helping us to achieve that awakening, and by taking on a physical form in order to do it, they are expressing and experiencing who they really are? Is that what I am to get from all of this?
Yes. That is precisely the reason that the beings I am referring to would choose to take on a physical form. A difference between your species and theirs is that they are moving back and forth between physical and metaphysical states at will, whereas most of you imagine that you are doing so in a way that has nothing to do with your will. That's why I've allowed you to get into all of this here. Changing this thought that you are moving between the physical and the metaphysical against your will is going to be a big part of your personal transformation. You now describe your movement from the physical to the metaphysical with the term death, and you have it in your mind that this is the worst thing that could ever happen to you. Yet this event is merely one step in your ongoing evolutionary process.
We actually fear the process by which we continue to evolve. We profoundly fear disembodiment, what we call death, and thus seek to avoid it at all cost.
Literally, at all cost, including the abandoning of your consciousness, of what you know to be so, and of your deepest inner awareness. In this, you fail to recognize that you are already awake. You abandon yourself in order to save yourself.
Oh, man.
This is the irony of the behavior of every very young sentient species. It is the supreme irony of your present human experience. Yet you are starting to understand now. You are beginning to awaken, and you are ready to accept the invitation to awaken others. But you cannot awaken others unless you know what you are awakening to. That is the purpose of this diversion. It is to let you know that you are awakening to the awareness that you are in your present body deliberately, not as a trial and a tribulation, not as something from which you can't wait to escape, but as a way to experience and demonstrate what only physical life on earth can offer you the greatest opportunity to express.
Well, let me explain why this whole experience here very often does seem like a trial and a tribulation. If I'm understanding all of this correctly, these hebs you keep talking about are moving between the physical and metaphysical states instantly. They embody and disembody on the spot, when and as they choose. We humans, on the other hand, seem to be required to go through a period of time in the physical. For some it may be very short, maybe even just a moment, while for others it may be many years, but time passes. What's more, on every occasion when humans move from the metaphysical back into the physical, they have to start life over. They have to embody as babies and learn the basics of being in a body all over again. I don't hear you saying that this is required of highly evolved beings from another dimension. You're saying that they can change from one form of expression to another spontaneously and move from the non-physical to the physical as fully developed beings, not as beings at the beginning of a physical life cycle. Do I have all of this right? Because if so, it would be a major plus for sure. I mean, we're at a huge disadvantage here, having to start over every time we want to physicalize, and having to confront all of the difficulties and obstacles, overcoming all the challenges of years of day-to-day life.
Actually, you're under no disadvantage at all. You're doing exactly what you want to do. It would be beneficial for you to understand that you are physicalizing for a different reason than Hebs. You are physicalizing because you want the experience of growing from embryo to infancy to childhood to adolescence to adulthood to old age. And you want it more than once. You've come back into the realm of the physical over and over again in order to embrace the fullness of this experience, because you seek to understand all of it thoroughly and completely, thus to both create and experience who you are from every angle, through every lens, in every circumstance and situation. As you move through this process of self-creation, you have been all of it in your lifetimes, the victim and the villain, the strong and the weak, the oppressed and the oppressor, the so-called right and the so-called wrong, the so-called good one and the so-called evil one.
Whoa, wait a minute. I thought there was no such thing as right and wrong. I thought that none of us were good or bad in God's eyes.
Your thought is accurate. These are labels that you have given to certain behaviors, not that God has applied. God loves you and adores you and embraces you through all your processes of becoming, of growing, of self-realization. I desire for you to decide who you choose to be and how you wish to experience that, so that you might know who you really are, not through having been told or assigned or ordered, but rather through having created yourself in that way, given all the options, offered all the choices, presented with every possibility. Now you have known the power and the glory of being divine through the freedom and the will to be divine. This is divinity expressed, not simply bestowed. This is godliness experienced, and that has been my purpose in creating life itself. And so, you have been the here and the there of it, the up and the down of it, the left and the right of it, the big and the small of it, the fast and the slow of it, the shallow and the deep of it, the light and the dark of it, and yes, the young and the old of it. You're using physicality to know and experience all of it, every conceivable expression, by producing a contextual field within which you may choose who and how you wish to be. This contextual field is the greatest blessing of your life in this dimension, because in the absence of that which you are not, that which you are is not. That is, it is not experienceable. In the absence of dark, light is not. In the absence of small, big is not. In the absence of fast, slow is not. And in the absence of what you have called bad, what you have called good is not. Therefore, judge not, and neither condemn, but be a light unto the darkness, that you might announce and declare, express and fulfill, know and experience who you really are, and that all others whose lives you touch might know who they really are as well by the power of your example. Is this not what all masters have done?
You know, you've said these words to me many times before. Still, within this present context, they make even more sense to me, ring even more true. But why wouldn't this be true also for highly evolved beings?
As just noted, highly evolved beings do not embody for this reason. They have already experienced physicality fully. They have done so to completion. So they do not start over in each embodiment, unless it serves them to do so in a particular physicalization.
What does that mean?
If a highly evolved being enters into physical form in its dimension, it is because that Heb wishes to recreate and re-experience something that cannot be created or experienced in the metaphysical state. Starting over from an initial embodiment state is rarely required in order to do this. If a highly evolved being enters into physical form not in its dimension, it is because that Heb wishes to offer assistance to sentient beings in the realm of the physical in the understanding, expressing, and full experiencing of themselves as who they really are. Hebs may then choose to start over in a life cycle as they physicalize.
But why would Hebs even choose to offer assistance to sentient beings in a dimension other than their own?
So they may continue to express and fulfill, know and experience who they really are at the next level, and the next, and the next, and the next. Hebs are choosing to experience and express themselves not as the seeker, but as the answer. The whole universe, the entire cosmos in each of its dimensions, is filled with sentient beings, each imbued with the exact same desire, the desire to express and experience their true nature and their true identity. This involves a process of first moving through and knowing every aspect of being physical, then moving through and knowing every aspect of being metaphysical, then integrating both. And here is the great secret that highly evolved beings are focusing their energies on sharing. Full integration can occur at any moment. The process can be condensed. An entire civilization can begin living as an awakened species whenever it wishes.
Chapter 11.
Okay, it's time to know how to do that. I'm grateful for having been given the opportunity to get to a place where my mind can at least feel more clear about how all this could have happened. But I'm really ready to move forward now. If we're being invited to awaken the species, I want to know to what. What is the way of being to which we might invite everyone to awaken? Are we supposed to simply embrace and adopt the principles and practices, understandings and behaviors of a totally different civilization living in a totally different dimension? Can't we achieve a better life as individuals and a better tomorrow as a global collective using the highest values of humanity?
You certainly can. But it may be helpful and beneficial to you to look in terms of different energies, not different civilizations. This whole question of what makes life work wonderfully, joyously, and masterfully is not a matter of local customs. It is a matter of universal truth regarding life's fundamental energy. There is only one energy or essence in the cosmos, and that is what you have called in human language, love. The ideas that highly evolved beings have sought to place before humanity are simply thoughts about how to live and love in a way that is more beneficial to your species and will give each individual a chance to advance in their personal evolution more quickly. Hebs don't assert that their way of living is right for humans. They simply offer you the opportunity to decide for yourself. This is their way of helping you, even as you may seek to help others to awaken. So it may be of benefit to take a look at these ideas, see if or where you may find a contrast with human behaviors, and decide if you choose to try some new ways of being human.
Well, I agree, and I already know that there will be some contrast. So how about you tell me what the biggest differences are? I mean, let's cut to the chase here.
The most striking and significant difference is that highly evolved beings are utterly and completely, absolutely and entirely without violence of any kind. They do not engage in physical violence. They do not project verbal violence. They do not even momentarily entertain violence in their thoughts. They do not call violence self-defense. They do not call it entertainment, and they certainly do not call it sport. They simply cannot justify or support the inflicting of physical or emotional pain, not even the slightest discomfort, on any other entity.
Well, is there a formula by which they have been able to achieve this? I mean, what do they know that we don't know that opens the way for them to be like that?
All violence has disappeared from their culture because all anger has disappeared from their reality.
And that is because...
It is because they live in the knowing that they have nothing to lose by being good and kind and caring and compassionate and unselfish and giving and accepting and unconditionally loving in every instance of every moment of every circumstance or situation. They know they cannot lose their life for any reason or in any way, nor can they lose anything else of value to them because nothing else is of value to them other than life itself, their own existence, which they understand is what provides them with the opportunity for the only experience they desire.
Which is?
The experience of their divinity.
So these beings can't be killed? I mean, not even by an outward circumstance, having nothing to do with being violent with each other, like maybe a black hole, just to make something up here, a black hole swallowing their civilization's home?
There is no outward circumstance within the physical universe that could cause them to equate the changing of their manifested form to losing their life or ending their existence.
Wow, so I get it. In other words, moving from the physical into the non-physical isn't seen by them as the end of anything.
That's exactly right. They know that they will always exist and never cease to be, no matter what happens to their physically manifested forms. That includes a black hole swallowing any planet on which they may happen to be embodying.
So when you don't fear losing your life ever, you have no reason to ever become violent. But what about losing something or not being able to get something that you really desire?
You have already been told by masters on your planet that desire that you feel must be satiated is the cause of all suffering, and suffering is the cause of all violence. Eliminate suffering, and violence goes away, evaporates, dissolves, disappears.
So if you're fully awakened, if you're a highly evolved being, you escape all desire?
You escape the incapacitation of desires. You escape the ruination of being ruled by your desires. When you know that your life will never end, you know that anything you wish to experience, you have an eternity to create, or to recreate if you've had it once and wish to experience it again. There's a saying in the cosmos, eternal life brings eternal peace. If, on the other hand, you imagine that you have a limited time in which to experience what you desire to experience, you will give up your peace to acquire it, or to hold on to it if and when you do acquire it.
Oh boy, that's the story of humanity in 50 words or less, for sure. So life for highly evolved beings from another dimension is felt as an eternal reality.
It is an eternal reality. Life is an eternal experience for all sentient beings. But few sentient beings who think of themselves and express themselves primarily as a physical body experience their eternality as a felt reality. They experience their physicality as their felt reality, and they imagine that when their physicality is over, their existence has come to an end. At best, they hold the idea of eternal life as a concept, a theory, a doctrine or belief, as something that might be, but about which they are not sure. Because the fully awakened entities I have been talking about exist and have their being in another dimension, they are certain that life is eternal.
Well, sure they are, because it's easy for them. I mean, they're experiencing it, not just thinking about it or praying about it or hoping about it, and they have been experiencing it since forever.
So have you. The difference is they know it and you don't. They remember it.
Can we remember it? How can all of us remember it?
What do you think you're doing here?
Chapter 12.
Nonviolence is a striking contrast between Hebs and humans, and I understand that their awareness of life as an eternal experience can certainly create a context within which violence could be seen as unnecessary. Might there, however, be a more practical means of reducing or even eliminating violence from the human experience? We've tried for several millennia to convince members of our species that their life is eternal. But even with this idea having been accepted by many, it doesn't seem to have reduced violence in any significant way.
There is a practical way to eliminate violence. Simply move away from humanity's present deep belief in separation.
Yes. See, now that I get immediately. And I don't have to be helped by highly evolved beings from another dimension to do so. All I have to do is look around me. I observe that right now most people who believe in God, and that is by far the largest number of people on the planet, still embrace a separation theology. Their way of looking at God is that humans are over here and God is over there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this wouldn't matter a lot if it began and ended there, but the problem with a separation theology is that it produces a separation cosmology. That is a way of looking at all of life, which says that everything is separate from everything else. And that wouldn't be so bad if it was just a point of view, but the problem is that a separation cosmology produces a separation psychology. That is a psychological viewpoint which says that I am over here and everyone else is over there. Not just God, but every other human being. And this would also be something we could live with if that were the beginning and the end of it, if that were all there was. But the problem is that a separation psychology produces a separation sociology. That is a way of socializing with each other, which encourages everyone within human society to act as if separate entities are serving their own separate interests. Now we've entered into some truly dangerous territory, because a separation sociology inevitably produces a separation pathology, pathological behaviors of self-destruction, engaged in individually and collectively, and producing suffering, conflict, violence, and death by our own hands, evidenced everywhere on our planet throughout human history. So it seems to me that only when our separation theology is replaced by a oneness theology will our pathology be healed. A oneness theology would recognize that we have been differentiated from God, but not separated from God, even as the fingers of our hand are differentiated but not separated from each other, but connected by the hand itself and by the hand to the entire body, even as we are differentiated but not separated, connected by being parts of the body of God.
You have put this all perfectly. This is shared with great clarity.
Well, it all came from you, of course, and now we are being encouraged once again, as we have been in every one of our prior conversations with God exchanges with you, to understand that all of life is one thing.
Yes, this is what highly evolved beings from the other dimension not only understand, but experience. They not only know that life is eternal, they know that there is no separation in the universe of anything from anything. This awareness is a pillar of their way of life. It is the foundation of their civilization.
For us, then, this would be the first step that will be taken when we become an awakened species. And we haven't even taken that first step after all these years, all these millennia on our planet.
It is the most important step you could take right now. Do not discourage yourself with what you haven't done.
Encourage yourself with what you will do.
I sure hope that we do, because I can see that embracing this idea as a functional reality would be the beginning of the end of how things are on our planet right now. It would be the start of a new creation, a new tomorrow. It could become the new cultural story of humanity. You know, I want to run out and tell everybody, oneness is not a characteristic of life. Life is a characteristic of oneness.
That would be a very powerful message to share, and powerfully put.
Yes. And this is what we have not understood about our existence on earth, the understanding of which would change everything. Life is the expression of oneness itself. God is the expression of life itself. God and life are one. We do not and cannot stand outside of it. Therefore, we are a part of God. It is a circle. It can't be broken.
Your understanding of this is identical to that of highly evolved beings from another dimension. And you are not the only one on earth who is clear about this. All it takes now is for all of those who are equally clear to self-identify, then to commit to joining in a global undertaking to awaken the species.
But not to do so in such a grandiose way that it defeats their purpose, because no one will listen to them.
It is good that you keep returning to this. It would indeed defeat your purpose if you set yourself apart as those who know, and decide that it is your job to tell others what they don't know. Your mission would be to tell others that they do know, and they simply may not know that they know. This is a gentle sharing, a gentle awakening, not such a startling jolt that all anyone wants to do is go back to sleep.
Okay, so I see this single change is but another articulation of the one decision I spoke of earlier. It could quickly bring about a new way of living on Earth. That excites me. The possibilities that arise from this excite me. I'm still trying, though, to get a sense of more than just one or two ways that our daily experience here would change as a practical matter if we moved through everyday life in a way that these Hebs have been encouraging us to do.
I can give you a list of them.
Please do.
Chapter 13.
You may want to memorize this, or at least put it in a place where you will see it often. Number 1. An awakened species sees the unity of all life and lives into it. Humans in an unawakened state often deny it or ignore it. Number 2. An awakened species tells the truth, always. Humans in an unawakened state too often lie, to themselves as well as others. Number 3. An awakened species says one thing and will do what they say. Humans in an unawakened state often say one thing and do another. Number 4. An awakened species, having seen and acknowledged what is so, will always do what works. Humans in an unawakened state often do the opposite. Number 5. An awakened species does not embrace a principle in its civilization that correlates with the concepts that humans refer to as justice and punishment. Number 6. An awakened species does not embrace a principle in its civilization that correlates with the concept that humans refer to as insufficiency. Number 7. An awakened species does not embrace a principle in its civilization that correlates with the concept that humans refer to as ownership. Number 8. An awakened species shares everything with everyone all the time. Humans in an unawakened state often do not, only sharing with others in limited circumstances. Number 9. An awakened species creates a balance between technology and cosmology, between machines and nature. Humans in an unawakened state often do not. Number 10. An awakened species would never, under any circumstances, terminate the current physical expression of another sentient being unless asked directly by that other being to do so. Humans in an unawakened state often kill other humans without that other human requesting them to. Number 11. An awakened species would never do anything that could potentially damage or harm the physical environment that supports the members of the species when they are physicalized. Humans in an unawakened state often do so. Number 12. An awakened species never poisons itself. Humans in an unawakened state often do so. Number 13. An awakened species never competes. Humans in an unawakened state are often in competition with each other. Number 14. An awakened species is clear that it needs nothing. Humans in an unawakened state often create a need-based experience. Number 15. An awakened species experiences and expresses unconditional love for everyone. Humans in an unawakened state often cannot imagine even a deity who does this, much less do it themselves. Number 16. An awakened species has harnessed the power of metaphysics. Humans in an unawakened state often largely ignore it. There are more differences, of course, but those are some of the chief characteristics of an awakened species, and the major differences between such a species and humanity in its present unawakened state.
Gosh, part of me feels that this list is an indictment of our whole species. Our whole way of life.
Is it an indictment of a 3-year-old to observe that adults understand things she does not? Celebrate that you know what you know. Celebrate that you clearly see the difference between your behaviors and behaviors that you may decide are more beneficial. Celebrate the growth of knowing this, even as you celebrate the early steps of every child.
Thanks for reminding me. You keep making this point. We really are a very young species. Perhaps we should drive that point home in specific terms so that it can become real in people's minds. A lot of folks like to think of humans as highly evolved. In fact, humanity has just emerged from its infancy on this planet. In their book, New World, New Mind, Robert Ornstein and Paul Ehrlich place this in perspective in one mind-boggling paragraph. Listen to this. Suppose Earth's history were charted on a single year's calendar, with midnight January 1st representing the origin of the Earth and midnight December 31st the present. Then one day of Earth's year would represent 12 million years of actual history. On that scale, the first form of life, a simple bacterium, would arise somewhere in February. More complex life forms, however, come much later. The first fishes appear around November 20th. The dinosaurs arrive around December 10th and disappear on Christmas Day. The first of our ancestors recognizable as human would not show up until the afternoon of December 31st. Homo sapiens, our species, would emerge at around 11:45 p.m. And all that has happened in recorded history would occur in the final minute of the year.
That puts things into perspective beautifully, and it creates a context within which it can now be understood why, in human societies, most people deny much of what they see. They even deny their personal feelings, and eventually their own truth.
Yes, but what's been said here now and repeatedly about how early in our development we are as a species gives me great hope. As I said once before, I'm seeing wonderful, wonderful days ahead, both for us individually and for humanity collectively as we mature and grow into our potential.
That is the great opportunity that awaits you. It is just over the horizon.
Yes, this is the perfect time for advancement. But do we have to wait? I think I already know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask anyway. Do we have to wait until the whole human race or the majority of our species awakens with us before any of us can experience living as a highly evolved being? Because it could take a long, long time until most humans get to that place.
You're right. You do already know the answer to this. Not only do you not have to wait, you are not supposed to wait. History is now watching to see who on earth will choose to self-select as being committed to modeling those behaviors and by their words and actions join in a global movement to awaken their species. Who on earth will celebrate fully their true nature, and who will joyously co-create the wonderful days that lie ahead when they do so.
Chapter 14.
I'm won over. I see now how much of this information about Hebs can be useful and can help us as we work toward awakening ourselves, or as you put it, to allow ourselves to know that we already are awake, and to help awaken the species. I feel I want to go out now and share many of these principles, which, as you've pointed out, are not otherworldly, but simply grander notions of how to love. First, I want to practice living them. Then I want to share them with others. And I would love it if you would first offer a short commentary, exploring some of the points on that list, that list we went over a while ago, so that I can know what this is all about, what it can look like in real terms as I seek to live them, and then I want to share them in real life.
I will be happy to. Let's start at the top of the list.
All right.
Number 1, an awakened species sees the unity of all life and lives into it. Humans in an unawakened state often deny it or ignore it. Highly evolved beings never question that all things are one thing. They know experientially that there is only one thing. and all things are part of the one thing there is. Because they exist in another dimension, they can actually see this visually, not just conceptually. They are able to view the submolecular structure of all things. They observe that there is only one energy in the universe, one source or force, and that this source or force simply mixes up the foundational elements of which it is comprised, adding some and subtracting others, then alters the vibrational frequency of those variously combined elements to generate differing expressions of the essential essence.
I've called these differing expressions singularizations of the singularity.
Which is a great name for them.
Thank you.
Because that is exactly what they are. All things in existence are created through this alchemy, which produces the recipe for the universal soup. The elements are attracted to each other through the conscious choice-making of each element, impacted as they are by the combined energy of the essential essence comprising what we will call your soul.
Wait a minute. Consciousness exists at the elemental level?
Well, of course. What you call the elemental level is consciousness. It is consciousness in action. Every cell of your body acts with intelligence. You can't so much as cut your little finger without creating a cellular rush to the site of the injury to repair the damage. You think the cells of your body don't know what they are doing and why? And I tell you, every element of the universe is imbued with this foundational intelligence.
Oh, my God.
Precisely.
Can they talk to each other? Oh, okay, I know talk is a funny word to use here, but I'm actually asking, can the cells of the body communicate element to element?
Of course they can. What do you think thought is?
Thought? Are cells communicating with one another?
That is exactly what they are. Do you know how brain cells work?
Well, yes, but when you talk about the brain, you're talking about neurons and peptides and somas and dendrites and all that stuff. The cells throughout your body are not like the cells of the brain.
They aren't? Who told you that? Let me repeat. Every ounce of life is imbued with foundational intelligence. Every cell, every particle, every submolecular element in the universe.
Well, then there must be a way that I can get all the cells of my body to do whatever I communicate to them that I want them to do, like heal me from an illness, for instance.
You're right if you are suggesting that the energy of your thoughts has an influence over the cells of your body.
You know, I remember learning of Émile Coué, a French psychologist and pharmacist. He introduced in the early part of the 20th century a process of psychotherapy with a foundation in optimistic and conscious autosuggestion. That's what he called it, autosuggestion. As an experiment, he invited people who were ill to repeat at least 20 times a day, especially in the morning and retiring, a simple mantra. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better.
And his results?
A remarkable percentage of his patients actually got better.
Of course.
My heavens, can it then be possible to get most of the cells of the body to choose the same thing most of the time?
This is the same question you are asking yourselves right now regarding the rest of the people on the planet.
It is. It's the exact same question.
And the answer is, it is possible, through alignment. The choice to act co-jointly, in unison and in harmony with each other, is made by elements of life when there is alignment on purpose within the sector or area where those elements exist. The cells of your body will act in unison and in harmony with each other when there is alignment with the soul on the direction each moment in your life will take from a cellular level, based on the soul's agenda in that femtosecond.
Oh, wait a minute. I have to look that one up. A femtosecond? It's 1 quadrillionth or 1 millionth of a billionth of a second.
Exactly. And your soul is the source of the energy of the essential essence that resides in you.
In other words, the soul is God in us.
It is indeed. Not just in thought, not just in word, but in deed. The soul is the expression, now individualized, of the being that is God. It is God being manifested.
In our case, on earth, the soul is God being a human, and a human is a soul being God.
Exactly, precisely, absolutely, positively, manifestly. You have said it perfectly.
Wow, this is really getting us more deeply into metaphysics than I ever thought I'd go. But, I got to ask, I have to know, are you telling me that every submolecular particle of every expression of life in the universe has to be how do I put it, talked into something in order to get it to do it? Are you saying that the tiniest particle of energy has the consciousness to make decisions by evaluating choices arising out of alternatives placed before it? Man, this is too much. Forget about the rest of the people on the planet. How do I even get all the parts of me to agree on the same thing?
That's the question, isn't it? That's the biggest question of all time. But it's actually easier than you think.
Well, Monsieur Coué says it's actually as easy as I think.
And that is the biggest secret of life. When you understand this, you've moved to a place of mastery.
Okay, so tell me how it works. I want to know how it all functions metaphysically. I've been told 1,000 times about the power of our thoughts. But how does this work? What makes this work metaphysically?
You told me, and I know, that you have an insatiable mind. But do you really want to get into the alchemy of the universe?
Chapter 15.
Well, I really hadn't planned this conversation. I'm just noticing that it's going where it's going. I don't want to put off for too long the rest of our deeper exploration of that list you gave us, but this is too fascinating for me to pass up. Can we just look at this briefly?
Okay, then. Obviously, this could fill an entire book, but here is Metaphysics 101. A short course in ultimate reality.
As we've noted a while back in this conversation, all elements of life are imbued with what you would call, in your language, intelligence, or awareness of its inherent function. This awareness fills each element to its maximum capacity. That is, every element is imbued with divine intelligence, utterly full out from border to border. Indeed, it would not be incorrect to say that the element itself is this intelligence in particle form.
So each element of life, down to the tiniest submolecular particle, is part of the mind of God.
With your sense of poetry, that would be how you would put it, and I have no reason to argue with you. Now, the elements of the essential essence are attracted to each other by an aspect or characteristic that you would call, in human terms, common function. That is, they are all trying to do something, and it is the same thing. They are all in action, forever moving, continuously vibrating, but not without purpose. Their purpose is simply to be. They realize that life is movement. If movement ever stops, that which you call life would not exist.
Life equals motion equals life.
Yes. Now, as to what each element wants to be, that doesn't matter. The individual element does not have a preference in the matter. It simply wants to exist. Its desire is to be. What is called alignment, then, and the subsequent joint or unified action to which you refer, is created by the vibrational influence of any force larger than an individual element. It is this way throughout all of nature. The larger the force, the more pull it has on every smaller element within its impact area. So, every element within an impact area will fall into alignment with the larger force that is pulling on it.
Wow, no one has ever said this to me this way before. Why can't this be explained in this simple way to every child?
It can. And in the civilizations of Hebs, it is. This awareness is shared with every emerging entity, each of whom is told about the oneness of life and the circle of life. So, if you as creative beings wish all the elements of life down into the tiniest particle to move in a particular direction, you must create alignment using the force of combined energy focused in a particular way. And thought is that force.
But then what creates that focus? How do we cause energy, that is, thought, to be focused in a particular way?
Desire. Desire exists in the soul. It is the soul defined in one word. The soul is the local expression of God's desire, which is to experience itself. Desire is the creator of intention. Intention is the creator of thought. Thought is the creator of action. Action is the creator of outcome.
Wow.
Not all thought, however, is created by the intention arising out of the soul's desire. Thought can also, in a sense, have a mind of its own. That is, the energy impulse that produces a thought can arise out of the body's desire. This produces a different kind of action, which can generate a totally different outcome than the soul had in mind. The soul put its intended outcome in your mind, but your body made you go out of your mind for a moment. This is what happens when you think you are a body as opposed to knowing that you are a soul.
I get it, but, most of us only hope that we have a soul, or maybe some of us believe that we have a soul, but we don't know for sure. But we are sure that we have a body, so this is what most of us think of ourselves as.
Once again, you're putting this all together beautifully.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's the way to put the puzzle pieces into place. Now, every element of the essential essence from the individual soul to every individual energy unit in the body and in the universe is imbued with desire, which is a particular form or expression of energy in direct proportion of its size. The smallest elements have the smallest desire. Larger elements, which are created by the smallest elements being drawn to them, coalescing and thus producing them, have greater desire. The amount of desire existing within any given element of life will be found to exist in direct proportion to that element's size. Think of desire as the spark plug in the engine of life.
So if what we call God is everything that is, well, that would make God's desire the biggest desire of all.
Correct. Again, very insightful. And God's desire is that every sentient being, that is, every element of life large enough and sophisticated or complex enough to reflect self-awareness, has the ability to create its own reality, using free will and conscious choice. This is an alchemic way of saying that the foundational elements of life, the tiny individual particles of the essential essence, have no preference in the matter of how the combination of elements align. Your soul, which is a collection of such particles, does have an intention. Your soul is the local presence of the divine intention, which is to express divinity in every moment as every sentient being defines it. This being has the freedom to create whatever it chooses, which is godliness in its grandest demonstration. Or to put this all still another way, you all have free will. You will note that I've been saying to you from the very first conversation we ever had that with regard to how your life is lived, God has no preference in the matter. My only desire is that your preference be empowered. Therefore, that which matters, that is, that which you cause to turn from pure energy into solid matter, is up to you, individually and collectively. In making this choice, you can either listen to your body, to your mind, or to your soul. And that is Metaphysics 101, a short course in ultimate reality.
Chapter 16.
Golly, there are so many implications to all of this. I could talk with you about it forever. But I do want to look at some of the other items on that list that we went over a while back so that we can know what we're talking about as we seek to rouse ourselves from our long sleep.
And from your more recent experience of being awake but not knowing it or not acting like it.
Yes. And as we then humbly hope to awaken others. So let's move on now to item 2, may we?
Yes, we may. Number 2. An awakened species tells the truth, always. Humans in an unawakened state too often lie, to themselves as well as others. For instance, you would have a hard time convincing a highly evolved being that the constant stream of sounds and images you place before your offspring in their youngest years has absolutely no effect on their ideas about life, and therefore nothing to do with how your next generation creates its daily experience. You, on the other hand, can't admit that the increasing violence in your society arises, at least in part, from the continual onslaught of such images, because if you did, you would have to do something about it. And you think there's nothing you can do about it, so it's better to ignore it.
Yes. We've talked several times now about television programs and movies and video games and internet sites, even children's toys, for gosh sakes, that depict and even encourage our offspring to use forms of play that involve enactments of violence. I mean, violence at every turn.
And yet you imagine yourselves to be, or worse yet, allow yourselves to be, powerless to do anything about any of this.
Some of us do the same thing with tobacco, for instance, or a constant diet of unhealthy food, or lack of exercise, or the societal values that drive our human experience toward constant conflict.
This business of looking straight at self-damaging behaviors and doing nothing about them is the mark of sentient beings who do not care enough about themselves or do not understand enough about themselves to do enough for themselves to stop the harm they are doing to themselves.
You know, you might expect a 4-year-old child to act like this, but not his 40-year-old parents. So we have to grow up a little bit and see the truth, then speak the truth about what we see.
That would be a good start, yes.
And Hebs never hide from, always see, and unfailingly tell the truth.
Yes, an awakened species is incapable of lying, given its combined intention. Its members have learned that self-deceit and deceit of others is utterly non-productive, moving them away from rather than toward their jointly held desires and intentions. It would be virtually impossible for a Heb to communicate an untruth in any event, because its individual vibration would alter in such a way as to make it apparent that what the entity was communicating was not in sync with what it knows and understands.
It's like when we blush. I mean, some of us anyway, if we try to lie.
Very much like that, yes, only on a higher level. The whole entity itself would shake and vibrate at such a variant speed that the truth would literally be shaken out of it. So there would be no point in trying to lie to begin with. Notice that when humans do have jointly held desires and intentions, they do not lie to each other. Lying is an announcement that you want something other than the person you are lying to. This may seem obvious to you, but what may not be so obvious is how to eliminate this. The end of deceit will come with the end of separation. When your culture and your civilization decides that there really is only one of you in a multiplicity of forms, and therefore only one desire, there will thereafter be only one intention.
And that desire will be?
To reach completion in the expression in every moment of what every living entity desires.
Which is?
Once again, as mentioned before, the experience of itself as the only thing it really is. Divinity. Or, to use the word in your language that was mentioned before, love. The energy that you call love. The unity of the universe is God's expression of divine love for all of life in all of its forms.
Chapter 17.
I'd love to hear your commentary on item number 3.
Number 3. An awakened species says one thing and will do what they say. Humans in an unawakened state often say one thing and do another. Human beings also don't always say what they think. For highly evolved beings, not to communicate what they're holding in thought, which is different, by the way, than outright lying, would be seen as a behavior without benefit. What good is holding a thought if it is not expressed? And for Hebs not to follow through on what they say to each other or to themselves that they will do would be viewed as equally without benefit.
But what if the thought I'm holding is not very nice?
Why would you hold a thought that's not very nice? Stop that. Sometimes you'll have a thought that runs through your mind, but you don't have to hold it there.
What if I can't help it?
I beg your pardon. You imagine that you can't help what you're holding on to? No wonder your species is in such trouble.
Yes, I know. And I have changed a lot of the ways that I think, but still, not every thought that runs through my mind, that runs through my head, is worth sharing with another.
Then don't. Only share the thoughts that you hold on to. By the way, you do know, don't you, that every thought you hold on to is a prayer?
Oh, no pressure.
Actually, there is none for highly evolved beings. All they do is immediately change their mind if they experience a thought moving through their mind that they don't wish to manifest. If they have any fleeting negative idea at all, they don't give it a second thought. After a while of doing this, they've trained their mind never to consider for more than a nanosecond any thoughts that they do not wish to see begin to take shape in their reality. They just don't hold on to them. They let them go immediately and move to a new and more positive thought. You might call this a new thought movement, and you could join in groups that choose to engage in this very practice.
Yes, you said that to me before.
And I'll do so again, no doubt, if it serves the moment at hand.
Okay.
So keep new thoughts moving through your mind if a passing thought is anything but positive. Then, when the thought you are holding is positive, yes, of course, feel free to share it with anyone who it might concern or who might have a reason to be interested. As for saying one thing and doing what you say, let your word be your bond. And if you don't think you'll be likely or able to do what you're now thinking of saying, don't say it.
Wow, just as simple as that, huh?
If, on the other hand, you meant it when you said what you would do, but find later that you really can't because something has happened that has intervened, then go to anyone and everyone to whom you said this thing and clear it up with them. Tell them the truth. Humbly and gently explain why you won't be able to do what you said. Tell the truth to everyone about everything. That's how Hebs live.
You know, I'm seeing that these first few items are related at some level. For instance, item number 4 ties right into this.
Yes. Item 4 says, an awakened species, having seen and acknowledged what is so, will always do what works. Humans in an unawakened state often do the opposite.
This feels a lot like items 1, 2, and 3, only from a different angle. Can you give me some examples of how item 4 relates to everyday life on Earth so I can get closer to the impact of all of this?
Certainly, and because these first few items are related, you have already made note of some of this. But let's bring it all together here.
Okay.
If your objective is to live a life of peace, joy, and love, violence does not work. This has already been demonstrated. If your objective is to live a life of good health and great longevity, consuming dead flesh daily, smoking known carcinogens continuously, and drinking gallons of nerve-deadening, brain-frying liquids like alcohol regularly does not work. This has already been demonstrated. If your objective is to raise offspring free of violence and rage, placing them directly in front of vivid depictions of violence and rage during their most impressionable years does not work. This has already been demonstrated. If your objective is to care for Earth and wisely husband her resources, acting as if those resources are limitless, does not work. This has already been demonstrated. If your objective is to discover and cultivate a relationship with a loving deity so that religion can make a difference in the affairs of humans, then teaching of a God of righteousness, punishment, and terrible retribution does not work. This has already been demonstrated. Do you need any more examples?
No, I get the picture. I like the way all of these things tie together. You know, I mean, one thing just naturally leads to another. It would be a lot easier for humans to stop saying one thing and doing another if they fixed the first tendencies, namely their tendency to see everything and everyone as separate, not unified, then their tendency to not see what is so, but to ignore it, and finally their tendency to not tell the truth to everyone about everything. Then they would drop their tendency to say one thing and do another and get on with implementing what works, having seen and finally told the whole truth about what is so.
Wonderfully put. Wonderfully summarized. You're really stringing all of this together.
Well, thanks to the clarity with which it's being articulated here, yes. So I really don't need item number 4 explained any further, thank you. I get that highly evolved beings from the other dimension see and say what is so, and because they're hiding nothing and hiding from nothing, they do only what works to move forward their unified and identical agenda.
Humans will do the same thing when the species is fully awakened. It can also be one of their stepping stones for getting there.
I'm so glad to hear that. That gives me hope, assuming that this awakening is really going to take place.
You can be among those to help make it happen. That's what the third invitation is all about. And now humanity has the tools with which to create this awakening, and the will. Now you have nearly instant worldwide communication, and a continually increasing portion of the total population that is self-selecting in their commitment to the process. As you put earlier, you're just one decision away.
Chapter 18.
Okay, then, on to items 5, 6, and 7. These all relate to parts of the human cultural story that are fairly deeply ingrained in our societies everywhere on Earth.
Okay, let's recap them. Item 5 says, an awakened species does not embrace a principle in its civilization that correlates with the concepts that humans refer to as justice, and punishment. Item 6 says, an awakened species does not embrace a principle in its civilization that correlates with the concept that humans refer to as insufficiency. Item 7 says, an awakened species does not embrace a principle in its civilization that correlates with the concept that humans refer to as ownership.
Wow, those are really sweeping statements. I mean, how does any collective, even if it's a gathering or a grouping of highly evolved beings from another dimension, live without some sort of code of conduct that regulates its behavior? And how do the members of such a collective live ever without experiencing that there's not enough, especially if they never have anything they call their own? I don't get it.
Let's look at the second part of that question first.
All right.
There is always enough of anything you think you need to survive when you know that you can't not survive. In other words, when survival isn't the question, the idea of sufficiency or insufficiency ceases to have any significant meaning. The most important question in anyone's experience, then, is not whether they survive, but how. Guaranteed eternal existence results in sharing completely and fully all that exists with all who exist, and the mutual conserving of any element or item that might be in less than endless supply in any particular setting, situation, or circumstance in the realm of the physical. The result of this is that insufficiency is unheard of, as whatever in the physical environment may not be in endless supply is either easily done without or substituted for with the creation of an equally useful and beneficial replacement.
Well, it's all very nice that there are places in the universe where nothing essential ever runs out. But here on Earth, we're not that lucky.
Oh, actually, you are. There is no essential element that you need that you should run out of on your planet.
Really? Well, what about something as simple as water? As I mentioned earlier, a huge percentage of humans to this very day have no access to clean water.
That is not a problem of lack of water, but lack of will. There are not enough people among your species who care about making clean water available to those who have no immediate access to it. If there were, this would not be a problem.
You're right, of course. The World Resources Institute reports that on its website that, armed with the right information, countries facing extremely high stress can implement management and conservation strategies to secure their water supplies. Unfortunately, a country at the bottom of the economic scale may not have that capacity, so it would be up to the richer nations of the world to help make this happen.
Yes, it's simply a matter of civilization sharing. I assure you, there needs to be no place on Earth where people cannot have access to clean, pure water, and whatever else is needed to make life work, if the people of Earth simply cared enough about each other. But it must be remembered that, as you pointed out earlier, we are talking about a species which lets over 650 of its own children die of starvation every hour.
Yeah, we are a primitive species for sure. Our actions, or lack of actions, demonstrate that.
Primitive or not, Earth's people shouldn't die from insufficient food, for goodness sake. Of all things, on a planet where you will scrape off enough food from the plates of diners tonight in restaurants from Paris to Los Angeles to Tokyo that will be needed to feed a small village in some areas of your world for a week. No child needs to starve to death.
I know. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, to quote more statistics, estimates food waste in the United States to be about 30 to 40% of the total food supply. An estimated 133 billion pounds of food from stores, restaurants, and homes were wasted in 2010, according to official government statistics.
We're talking here about situations that would never, ever occur in the civilization of highly evolved beings. And that's the answer to your question about how it would be possible for there never to be not enough experienced by beings from other dimensions. There is always enough for a species that shares. As for wondering how Hebs can coexist without a code of conduct that regulates their behavior, it is clear that the degree to which a species is living in an awakened state is reflected by the degree to which that species self-regulates. The code of conduct of highly evolved beings from the other dimension is elegantly simple. Do not have a thought regarding anyone. Do not say a word regarding anyone. And do not do a thing regarding anyone that you would not want thought, said, or done regarding you.
Here we go again. Sounds like someone on Earth said that once before, a very long time ago.
Actually, every religion on your planet teaches some version of what you've called the Golden Rule. The difference between human cultures and the civilizations of highly evolved beings is that Hebs actually apply the law of reciprocity in their lives, rather than just giving it lip service.
Yes, but what happens in those civilizations if or when someone does do something to another that they would not like if it were done to them? What happens when someone commits, and I'm sure you're going to tell me there's no such word in this language, but I'm going to use the word anyway, when someone commits a crime?
You're right. There's no such thing as crime and punishment in the culture of highly evolved beings from the other dimension. No one commits a crime because everyone understands that they are all one, and that an offense against another entity is an offense against the self. So there is no need for what you call justice. The concept of justice is more deeply understood as what you would call right action.
In human society, there is crime, of course, and justice is not always done in every case when a crime is committed. But the majority in our society at least tell themselves they can have the comfort of knowing that there will be justice in the hereafter, judgment and everlasting punishment.
You're going to have to make up your mind here. Do you want an unconditionally loving God, or a judging, condemning, punishing God?
I know. It's all very confusing. We're all very complex. We don't want your judgments, but we do. We don't want your punishments, yet we feel lost without them. And when you say, as you've done consistently in every conversation we've ever had, I will never punish you, we can't believe that. And some of us almost become angry about it. Because if you're not going to judge and punish us, what will keep us walking the straight and narrow? And if there's no justice in heaven, who will undo all the injustice on earth?
Why are you counting on heaven to correct what you call injustice? Does not the refreshing, cleansing rain fall from the heavens?
Yes.
And I tell you this, the rain falls on the just and the unjust alike.
But what about vengeance is mine, saith the Lord?
Oh, I never said that. One of you made that up, and the rest of you believed it. Justice is not something you experience after you act a certain way, but because you act a certain way. Justice is an act, not punishment for an act. An awakened species understands this.
You know, I'm seeing something here I've never seen before. I'm seeing that the problem with our society is that we seek justice after an injustice has occurred, rather than doing justice in every single case through the choices and actions of every single human being in the first place.
Right on the head. You've hit the nail right on the head. Justice is an action, not a reaction.
When everyone in our society acts justly, as every entity in an awakened species does, we'll have no need for judgment and punishment as part of our civilization's constructions.
You will not.
But will such a thing ever be possible? I mean, will there ever be a time when everyone acts justly?
There will, when everyone awakens.
Will everyone awaken?
You're deciding that right now.
We've had parts of this present exchange in one of our previous conversations, in those exact words. Portions of what's just been said here are a verbatim transcript of a back-and-forth exchange we've had before, and I'm glad we're repeating it here like a memorized passage from a wonderful play or a favorite poem.
I join in your being glad.
Well, this present colloquy is really giving me a chance to synthesize much of what you've previously told me, combining it into I guess I would call it a coherent whole.
It was intended to. Part of the third invitation is about full integration.
Chapter 19.
Well, that takes care of the concepts of insufficiency, justice, and punishment mentioned in items 5 and 6. Now, what about item 7, ownership? Are we really to own nothing?
You may do whatever you wish, but in the civilizations of Hebs,
There is no such thing as ownership.
What's so bad about having something to call your own? I mean, gee whiz, is every single thing we're doing on this planet wrong?
There is no such thing as right or wrong. There's only what works and what does not work given...
I know, given what it is you're trying to do.
Yes. I keep repeating myself because you keep repeating yourself. You keep falling back on human concepts that have no meaning for an awakened species, like right and wrong.
Okay, but what's so non-functional about having something to call your own? It seems to work just fine for most people.
You mean for most people who own most of the stuff?
You know, even most people who do not own most of the stuff want to own more.
Of course they do, because many of the people who do own most of the stuff are largely keeping it for themselves. The economic system you've put into place virtually guarantees that. There are exceptions, of course, but they are exceptions, not the rule. Surely you see this. You said yourself when we first began talking here that 85 of the world's richest people hold more wealth than 3.5 billion, half of your planet's population combined.
Yes, and of course I do see that, but I want to speak sometimes in this dialogue in the voice of James Thurber's Everyman. Most people, all of these inequities aside, would not want to give up the idea of ever owning anything, of ever being able to call anything their own. How do members of an awakened species do it?
They understand that since they are all one, everything that exists belongs to everyone that exists.
But how would that function as a practical matter? Everyone in the world can't just till the soil or plant the seeds or harvest the crop or earn the income off of every farm on the planet. Every person can't just walk into every other person's house as if they were their own, as if they were, in their own, and just hang out there. First of all, there wouldn't be a place big enough, and even if there were, there would be no privacy. Is there to be no privacy? Is everything to be shared, including husbands, wives, children, all possessions of any kind? How can that work?
In the civilization of an awakened species, the idea of ownership is replaced by the concept of stewardship. Entities mutually agree on who shall have stewardship of what, who shall partner with whom, who shall raise offspring, and who shall perform what functions in the physical world. No one takes anything or anyone that is being cared for by someone else through a stewardship or partnership agreement. Those who create offspring do not imagine that they own their offspring, and those who partner with others do not imagine that they own their partners. And those who accept stewardship of anything else that is physical, be it land or some particular physical item, do not imagine that they own that item. They are merely loving and caring for these other entities and these other items. No one imagines, for instance, that because they are stewards of a particular parcel of the planet on which they have embodied, they own the minerals and water and whatever else is under that parcel, down to the center of the planet. Nor does anyone imagine that they own the air or the sky above a particular parcel as high as the sky can go. So there are no arguments about how high is up and how far down is down and who owns the rights to whatever is up and down there. Such discussions would seem pointless and totally out of keeping among beings who understand that they are all one, and that no single entity or group of entities can possibly own a chunk of a planet, much less what's high above and far beneath it.
Yes, we have arguments between governments and individuals all the time over air rights and water rights and mineral rights on our planet.
Yes, you do. So where does ownership begin and end?
But if people don't own anything, how could they make a profit from anything? And if they can't make a profit, how can they earn a living?
Highly evolved beings have redefined the concept that you capture in your word profit. They do not consider it profitable if they benefit at the expense of another. They do not consider it acceptable if they win while another loses, and they especially do not consider it honorable if their winning causes another to lose. In their civilization, no one benefits unless everyone benefits.
What a great idea, but you know what? It seems to be a very difficult idea for most human beings to embrace, which brings us to item 8 on the list.
Item number 8 says, an awakened species shares everything with everyone all the time. Humans in an unawakened state often do not, only sharing with others in limited circumstances.
That's because to many people on this planet, that seems simply impractical. Unworkable.
Nonsense. You make it work all the time. You experience this right now in your own limited way, in your families, for instance. You would never consider walking down the street in a rainstorm and holding an umbrella over your head alone, saying to your partner or your children, "Too bad you don't have an umbrella too, but them's the breaks." You would never think of eating all the apple pie by yourself without sharing with your partner or your children, saying, too bad there isn't enough for all of us, but I'm sure going to enjoy mine.
Yeah, I've actually been tempted to do that.
I've just used lighthearted examples, but you understand perfectly well the concept of refusing to profit or benefit if you're the only one who is profiting or benefiting, when it's your own family or loved ones who are suffering because you're not sharing. The only difference between you and Hebs is that Hebs consider everyone to be their family and loved ones. The solution to so many of Earth's problems is obvious.
Yeah, it is. Then why don't we just embrace that solution? What stops us as a society from seeing the obviousness of that and sharing everything with everyone?
The reason that you don't behave this way on Earth is that you don't think there is enough for everyone. And so you have to make sure that you get yours. It is the idea of scarcity that stifles the idea of full and complete sharing.
But there is more than enough for everyone. With food, water, energy, and nearly everything we say we need to stay alive, we have a problem of distribution, not a problem of insufficiency.
That is largely true. You can share freely and lavishly all the gifts, talents, skills, knowledge, and abundance that life has given you, and watch life circulate back to you everything you require to stay alive. You will surprise yourself with the knowing and change your value system because of the knowing that you actually require much less than you may have thought to stay intact in a particular form as a body, and nothing at all to stay alive as a soul, given that staying alive is something you will always do and cannot not do. It is merely a matter of what form your existence will take. That is, of course, the question you answer with every choice, decision, and action in your entire life. What form shall my existence take? What your planet could benefit from right now are a few more humans willing to demonstrate and model a new form that humanity could take, based on their belief in sufficiency and sharing, and in this way helping to awaken the species. These models will have to self-select, however, because no one is going to appoint or anoint them. Hence, the third invitation.
But as I said earlier, how would we earn a living if everybody shared everything with everyone and every definition of profit had to include benefit for everyone?
The experience of living is not something that one should have to earn. Life is a gift given to all of you. And it is not something you should have to make yourself worthy of every day of your existence. A system could easily be devised by any civilization that would allow society to fulfill individual and group needs without the members of that society having to sell their soul and abandon their dreams in order to survive.
Boy, I hear that. There must be a way to create a social system in which everyone contributes more or less equal energy and everyone benefits more or less equally, with no one having to live, a bare-bones existence, or no one having to let go of any hope to do something that they really love in this life in order to stay alive. Until our whole society changes, it's not going to be easy to create this, I guess.
Actually, your whole society will change when the majority sees how easy it really is for those of you who chose to lead the way. I said earlier that the object of self-selecting to help awaken the species was not to declare yourself to be a leader, but rather one who has been led by a deep inner knowing to another way to be human. Remember always that a leader is not one who says, "Follow me." A leader is one who says, "I'll go first." You can't change overnight the way your earthly societies function, but you can individually demonstrate and model the foundational qualities of an awakened species immediately by going first.
Chapter 20.
Well, this has been very helpful. And you know what? On reviewing items 9 through 16 on that list that you read before, I think I pretty well understand most of those remaining.
Quickly summarize them for me then. Let's see, here they are again. Number 9, an awakened species creates a balance between technology and cosmology, between machines and nature. Humans in an unawakened state often do not. Number 10, an awakened species would never, under any circumstances, terminate the current physical expression of another sentient being unless asked directly by that other being to do so. Humans in an unawakened state often kill other humans without that other human requesting them to. Number 11. An unawakened species would never do anything that could potentially damage or harm the physical environment which supports the members of the species when they are physicalized. Humans in an unawakened state often do so. Number 12. An awakened species never poisons itself. Humans in an unawakened state often do so. Number 13. An awakened species never competes. Humans in an unawakened state are often in competition with each other. Number 14. An awakened species is clear that it needs nothing. Humans in an unawakened state often create a need-based experience. Number 15. An awakened species experiences and expresses unconditional love for everyone. Humans in an unawakened state often cannot imagine even a deity who does this, much less do it themselves. Number 16. An awakened species has harnessed the power of metaphysics. Humans in an unawakened state often largely ignore it.
Well, thank you for that summary, that reminder of the last of the items on that list. And I'm clear that if we're to adopt the behaviors of an awakened species, we'll have to bring our cosmology, and by that I mean our philosophies, our beliefs, our understandings about the world and our decisions about who we are. We have to bring all of that up to speed with our technology, our weaponry, our genetic altering of crops, our cloning of mammals, and by the way, soon humans, our life extension medicine, all of that stuff. If we don't bring that all up to speed with our technology, we'll be dealing with ethical, moral, and spiritual dilemmas that our old beliefs have left us not nearly ready to resolve. I'm clear that if we are awakened, we would stop damaging our environment at every turn, stop poisoning ourselves with the things we eat and drink and smoke and breathe and inject and listen to and watch, and stop our endless and often ruthless competitions for everything: money, power, fame, love, attention, sex, everything. I'm clear that when we live as an awakened species, we will transform what we've imagined to be our needs into preferences, and we will truly, and at last, love everyone without condition, even as we embrace and accept a God who does the same with us.
You do understand. There's no need for us to go more deeply into any of this, then.
The only two items I feel I need to look at more closely, final two items, are number 10 and number 16. Item 10 says that members of an awakened species would never, under any circumstances, terminate the current physical expression of another sentient being without that other being requesting it. Humans, of course, kill other human beings every minute of every day somewhere on this planet. That last part can't be denied, but let's be fair. Let's be fair. Much of the killing on Earth has been done in self-defense.
All attack is called a defense in primitive cultures. Yet even as what you term defense, a highly evolved being would never terminate the physical expression of another sentient being without that being have asked it to do so.
You mean we don't have a right to defend ourselves? Wow. Excuse me, but that expectation is so high that no one on this planet could possibly buy into it. Even our religions, even our laws tell us that self-defense can justify killing. Are you saying that we don't have the right to protect ourselves, even if we have to kill someone else in order to do it?
You have the right to do anything you wish. What you are invited to remember is that every act is an act of self-definition. If you wish to define yourselves as a species that kills its own kind in order for some of its kind to survive, you may do so, and no one will stop you. But the day may come when you will choose to stop yourself, if only out of seeing that in your frenzy to protect your species, you have nearly destroyed it.
But does that mean that when we are awakened, we will let anyone do anything to us and not even defend ourselves?
When your species awakens, it will not create scenarios in which its members have to defend themselves against each other. When you awaken, you will lay down your arms, all of you at once, and eschew forever the ways and the means of destroying each other. Your competitions for everything will end, and you will find ways to share everything that there is to share, including all the world's resources and all the amazing miracles of science, technology, and medicine that you have brought about. For an awakened species, this will seem like a patently obvious and unquestionably appropriate thing to do. You will have no reason to defend yourself because no one will ever again have any reason to attack you. physically, emotionally, financially, or in any way whatsoever.
But what if we were attacked by some renegade individual who had not yet awakened? That 1 in 1,000 or 1 in a million person who's mentally unstable.
You would simply lay down your body and peacefully exit the realm of the physical, knowing that your death would not be an end to anything, except more violence.
Wow, exactly as Obi-Wan Kenobi did when threatened face-to-face by Darth Vader in one of those Star Wars movies.
Yes, exactly like that. Your science fiction depictions have more than once placed before humankind wonderfully illuminated ideas. That character in that movie did that, of course, because he knew he couldn't die. He knew that the villain couldn't possibly do anything to him that would terminate his existence.
Okay, but what if we were all attacked, all at once, by entities other than our own species? I mean, it was you who said earlier that there are advanced beings from other planets in the realm of the physical who are violent. Don't we have to worry about them coming to Earth one day and destroying us?
No. Violent sentient beings from other galaxies will not be allowed to destroy your civilization. The highly evolved beings existing in another dimension would make that impossible.
Why? Why would they step in and do that?
Because it serves their purpose to express and experience their true identity by doing so. They have understandings and objectives different from beings who experience themselves primarily as physical entities living in a physical dimension.
Yet they will let an entire civilization dismantle life as it has known it on its own planet. I mean, they're letting us do this right now.
That is an act of a civilization's conscious choice of its collective will. It is not an act that violates the collective conscious will of another civilization on another planet. Even on Earth you make this difference. It is the difference between someone choosing to end their own life of their own free will or someone choosing to end the life of another against the other's will. On a galactic scale, the first would be compassionately allowed by Hebs, while the second would be stopped.
You once told me that no one dies at a time or in a way that is not of their choosing.
That is correct. I said that to you in our last conversation.
Yes. I turned that last conversation, that last dialogue, into a book titled Home with God in a Life That Never Ends. I don't want to get too commercial here, but I want people who are interested to be able to find it.
I understand that this idea is one of the most difficult and challenging of the revelations you have been given, but this does not make it any less true. Life's mysteries are impossible to resolve within the limitations of the human mind and the incomplete data held by any just emerging species. I can only assure you that at the level of the soul, the events to which you refer are experienced as being in alignment with the spiritual agenda of the soul itself.
Yet individuals are murdered, killed against their will all the time on Earth. And from what you seem to be saying, on other planets as well, where entities are violent.
Individual superconscious will cannot and will not ever be violated in this regard. Thus, when you choose to do the thing that you call die, which you do at a superconscious level, that is, the level of the soul, not at a conscious level, i.e. the level of the mind, you will move from the physical to the metaphysical voluntarily. When you don't choose to do so, you will not.
Chapter 21.
I think that deserves and requires more explanation, a closer exploration. And I'd like to move now to item 16 and come back to that later if I can, because there seems to be something really important for us to look at in this final item on the list. And the two may bear some relationship to each other. So item 16 is what I want to look at right now. It tells us that an awakened species has harnessed the power of metaphysics. Humans in an unawakened state often largely ignore it. To what are we referring here?
What is being said in this item is that the scope and breadth of universal wisdom and creative metaphysical power is largely unused by humanity.
I'm going to ask you again here what I have asked before. Can you give me an example?
Yes. You said yourself a little while ago that a man named Émile Coué proved the effectiveness of autosuggestion in the early part of the 20th century.
Well, he proved it to his satisfaction anyway.
You don't believe his results?
Well, I believe them, yes, but not everyone might agree.
The question here is, since you yourself say you believe in this process, do you use it? Have you used it as a tool in dealing with your own physical ailments?
Well, not regularly, no. Wait. I have to be truthful here.
That would be good.
I've never used it, to be honest. I mean, I believe that the energetic power of the mind can affect the energetic signature of cells within the body. We've talked about this exact possibilities, but no, I've never used the Coué method to address any of my physical ailments or conditions.
Case closed.
I guess our human society is just not ready on a grand scale to grapple with metaphysics, to deal with what some have called alchemy, or to rigorously apply what so many have called the power of positive thinking. Some individuals have done it, and some spiritual groups, relatively small as a proportion of the whole of humanity, have done it. But I'm seeing what you're saying now. As a civilization, we have not come anywhere near harnessing the power of metaphysics.
No, the human race has not. It is, however, becoming more and more aware of it, and is moving step by step in that direction.
Yes, there was a movie and a book out a few years ago called The Secret, which talked all about the power that lies within us to create our own reality. And as an illustration of this, the movie showed a man finding a car the car of his dreams, actually, in the driveway, or a woman suddenly noticing a diamond necklace adorning her bodice, even a 9-year-old boy rejoicing over the shiny new bicycle just outside the back door. But I can see that these are just first baby steps. I couldn't help but wonder, if The Secret was so powerful, why wasn't it being used to create, say, world peace? This idea wasn't even mentioned in the movie as a possible application, pretty much letting us know where the members of our species place world peace on the scale of importance vis-a-vis new cars, diamond necklaces, and shiny new bikes, or at least where the movie's producers assumed we placed it.
You could, of course, create world peace using basic metaphysics.
Yes, my wonderful friend John Hagelin has traveled the globe making that exact point. He's a renowned quantum physicist. He's a scientist and a public policy expert, educator, and author. And Dr. John Hagelin offers us this from his online writings. I'm going to quote his writings right now. Most people, he says, don't know how deeply their own consciousness is connected to the collective fate of the planet, or how they can use a powerful, scientifically tested technology of consciousness to help create world peace on Earth virtually overnight. More than 50 demonstration projects and 23 studies published in leading peer-reviewed journals have shown that this new consciousness-based approach to world peace neutralizes the ethnic, political, and religious tensions in society that give rise to crime, violence, terrorism, and war. The approach has been tested on the local, state, national, and international levels, and it's worked every time, resulting in highly significant drops in negative social trends and improvement in positive trends. Large groups of peace-creating experts practicing these technologies of consciousness together dive deep within themselves to the most fundamental levels of mind and matter, which physics calls the unified field. From that level of life, they create a tidal wave of harmony and coherence that can permanently alter society for the better, as the research confirms. And this consciousness-based approach is holistic, easy to implement, non-invasive, and cost-effective. That's the end of the quote from Dr. Hagelin's website. You can go to that website, by the way, at www.permanentpeace.org. www.permanentpeace.org if you want more information. So the question is, what would it take for us to use this, can I call it, spiritual technology?
What do you think?
Nothing more than an awakening. Even just a beginning awareness of these things could get things started on a larger scale. I was struck by one of the video programs that John Hagelin made about all of this, which ends with this quote: "There's far more evidence that group meditation can turn off war like a light switch than there is evidence that aspirin reduces headache pain."
There you have it. Tell everyone you know, and have them tell everyone they know. Metaphysics works. It's the linchpin of the universe, and highly evolved beings know this.
Chapter 22.
Okay, thank you. That completes the overview of that list, and I found it very, very, very instructive. I do think, as I said, that our exploration of item number 10, however, and the observation about death there, does deserve some further expansion.
Item 10 again.
Thank you.
An awakened species would never, under any circumstances, terminate the current physical expression of another sentient being unless asked directly by that other being to do so. Humans in an unawakened state often kill other humans without that other human requesting them to.
And this is not a subject I feel we can go over lightly. And I understand now how, if we can much better use the power of metaphysics to deal with illness and other events, this could have a relationship to my own death. But were you telling me that if I am murdered or killed in an accident by a reckless driver, whatever, that I've died because I chose to? Why would any soul choose to die?
The answer is as varied as there are souls in the universe. But you can be assured that each death serves the purpose of every soul in that moment, or it would not occur.
What about those of us left behind, mourning the lost? Did they take that into account?
They surely did. They have taken everything into account. And they do their very best to ease your pain of loss by helping you understand and experience that they have actually not died, but simply celebrated their continuation day.
What do you mean, experience? We can experience that they're still alive?
Many people already know what I mean. If anyone close has celebrated their continuation day, vast anecdotal evidence reveals that those who have passed on have found ways to make it clear to their surviving loved ones that they are still alive.
Gosh, this dialogue is getting more and more out there.
Actually, it's getting more and more in there. It's moving more and more into what you already know, deep within, but just may not have been able to fully or openly embrace, given the current cultural story of your very young species.
Putting this all together, then, I guess it wouldn't matter if aliens from other planets attacked us. If we didn't choose to die, we wouldn't and couldn't.
No. You would create a manner and a means by which that would not be possible, such as, for instance, something or someone intervening.
Ah, I see. The intervention of highly evolved beings from another dimension, for instance.
For instance. And this energy signature of what the soul chooses, or what you would call the superconscious will, works for you individually as well. If, as an individual, you have not chosen at a superconscious level to leave your physical form, you will not, even in the most treacherous or life-threatening circumstances. You may have what others will call a near miss, or a miraculous recovery, or an incredible escape, but you will not die. The collective superconscious will, that is, the demonstrated will of everyone in the collective, is the single and only influence affecting the embodying or disembodying of the collective, and the individual superconscious will is the single and only influence affecting the embodying or disembodying of individuals. This is how the energy of life works. It is the demonstrated collective superconscious will that it does not choose for the collective to be annihilated en masse or destroyed as a civilization.
I hate to argue with you here, but whole groups of people have died on this planet, and it's happened more than once. Are you saying that it's perfectly okay that this has happened because everyone in those groups wanted to die?
I am not saying that it is okay that it happened the way or at the time that it did. The choice to experience any event as okay or not okay is a choice for every person who is affected in any way by any event to make. I will never tell a person that their choice is right or wrong. Their choice is their choice, and it is not for me to judge.
You don't judge anything, actually, do you?
No. I know that in human terms there may be many things that would understandably be defined by humans as not okay, and to call them anything else might even be considered unhealthy and cruel within the context of normal and appropriate human behavior. It is by this device that you establish the fundamental values of your civilization, even if you do not all live by them. But I don't make these assessments or evaluations because to do so would be to rob you of your freedom to create your own reality. What I'm saying here is that no human being's experience of what your species calls death can occur in violation of that person's individual superconscious will. And no civilization's experience of what your species calls total destruction can occur in violation of that civilization's collective superconscious will.
You've made this point now repeatedly, but again, not to be argumentative, but doesn't saying such a thing give permission, in a sense, to those who would go on a rampage and kill others individually, or God help us en masse, to serve their own twisted purpose?
No. It gives comfort to those who would see others as having been victimized in such a situation. It allows those who have been left behind to find the peace of healing, knowing that their loved one is celebrating their continuation day, and has done so with full awareness of the choice they have made, and even with full understanding and compassion for those who collaborated in creating the event that produced their departure. As well, it may even actually stop someone who may feel no guilt about planning such a rampage, and then becomes aware of the information here, because it could rob the potential perpetrator of the satisfaction of doing what they think is damaging to another, dissolving much of what might have been their motivation.
I would never have thought of that.
And there is this. Persons who would go ahead and kill others anyway, individually or in a group, do not seek or need permission from something or someone outside of themselves to do so. They will have justified their actions on a basis entirely different from anything said here.
Yes, but what if what they hear here could help them feel okay about it?
They already feel okay about it, or they wouldn't do it.
You know, I can see how what's been said here might not fit into the overall understanding of many. I mean, what's been laid out here may very well not mesh for the majority of people.
So long as anyone experiences reality as a victim-villain scenario, it will not. But there are no victims and no villains in the world, or anywhere in the universe. There are only sentient beings physically and metaphysically evolving and helping each other evolve. It is, as I have said to you previously, I have sent you nothing but angels. If you felt that you would significantly shorten the evolutionary process of an entire species, that is, of billions, by allowing yourself to exit your physical body at a certain time, in a certain way, would you do it? Don't think about your answer at the level of mind. Think about it at the level of soul.
When I think about it at the level of soul, I realize that my existence cannot be threatened, and my life cannot and will not end. So to simply change the form of my existence from the physical to the metaphysical, especially knowing that I can change it back whenever I wish, and that by doing that billions would move forward in their evolutionary process, that would make it a very easy decision. I would see it as what I called earlier a burning building moment, when you rush in and save the baby and your own physical survival is not even part of your thought process, not part of the equation. I would make whatever choice brings the greatest benefit to the largest number of my fellow sentient beings.
Of course you would, because that's who you are. I want to tell you again that love is who you all are. It is because of this that you would actually forgive the person or group appearing to be the cause of your death, because you would realize that at the conscious level they did not even know what they were doing. Then, when you move to total awareness in the realm of pure being, if it does not happen before, you would abandon any need to forgive them, because forgiveness would be replaced with understanding. You would comprehend completely how a sentient being could or would do such a thing.
You have told me in the past that understanding replaces forgiveness in the mind of the Master.
And so it does. All of these things would be experienced by you precisely because you are made up of the energy you call love, personified and magnified in the free will choices and decisions that you make, the understandings that you embrace, and the expressions of self that you place into the ongoing and simultaneous creation within the ultimate reality. You do not have to wait until you find yourself in the realm of pure being. This awareness may be embraced by you at any time. The continued expansion of your awareness is what evolution is all about.
Chapter 23.
In the book, When Everything Changes, Change Everything, there was mention of the realm of pure being. Is that what you're referring to here?
It is indeed.
Yes, I remember now. The realm of pure being was said to be one of the three aspects of the kingdom of God. The other two were, the realm of the spiritual and the realm of the physical.
Have I not told you that...
In my kingdom there are many mansions?
You have, and you've said so explicitly. And you're saying so now, that even earth is part of the kingdom of heaven?
Not even earth, but the entire realm of the physical is part of the kingdom. As I noted earlier, highly evolved beings are able to move easily and effortlessly between being embodied or not embodied in their dimension, and they do spend time in the realm of the physical, which is in your dimension, when it serves their purpose. As we also noted earlier, you do the same, moving effortlessly too between realms. But when you spend more than just a brief time in a metaphysical state, you call your movements lifetimes.
Let me ask you a question. Can humans move into a metaphysical state when we are not between lifetimes? In other words, when we are still living on Earth?
You can and do. You do it in certain kinds of what you call dreams. You do it in what you have termed out-of-body experiences. You do it in what we have already described here as near-death encounters. There are certain of those of you who have been known to do it in meditation. And some who you have called the masters among you, both now and through the ages, have embodied and disembodied and embodied again during what you define as a single lifetime. So during a particular journey through a particular life, you can and do experience being metaphysical. But this is not a usual or everyday experience for you.
That's why you keep using that specific combination of words, beings living primarily in the physical realm, to describe humans.
And other entities, whom you have called beings from outer space, who exist on other planets in the realm of the physical.
Thank you. I understand your use of the term clearly now. One last thing, then, in this whole thought system. You've used another interesting term, superconscious will, several times in this dialogue. Can you explain that usage?
Yes. As I shared in detail in the conversation that became your book, Friendship with God, all sentient beings experience consciousness at 4 levels: the subconscious, the conscious, the superconscious, and the supraconscious. Energies of creation are emitted by every entity from one of these 4 levels. Given that yours is a very young species, many human beings act without full awareness of how they are doing what they are doing. They produce their creations, and thus their experience, from a particular level of consciousness from which they are viewing life and making decisions, but they may not be doing so with full awareness of or absolute intention regarding which level they are operating from.
You know, it would help me a lot to have an illustration of this because you lost me around that last term.
Well then, here are some classic examples.
Thank you.
One I offered earlier is of a person healing a wound. That person is creating from a subconscious level, sending, for example, white blood cells to the site of a small cut. And that person most often has come from this level of consciousness without even thinking about it. They may or may not have a full awareness of what they are doing and how they are creating. A person rushing to the airport is creating from the conscious level, and that person most often has come from this level of consciousness because they are thinking about it. They usually have a full awareness of what they are doing and how they are creating. A person pushing someone out of the way of an oncoming bus and risking their life in doing it is creating from the superconscious level, and that person has come from this level of consciousness after thinking about it, but putting the data together so rapidly that it appears they did not think about it. They always have a full awareness of what they are doing and how they are creating. A person choosing to awaken themselves and their species by being a demonstration and a model of their true identity is creating from the supraconscious level, and that person has come from that level of consciousness intentionally, with total awareness of what they are doing and how they are creating. Sentient beings are demonstrating absolute, complete, and full awareness of who they are and how life works when they deliberately and intentionally choose ahead of time a particular state of consciousness from which to express and experience any thought, word, or action. Sentient beings are demonstrating a lower level of awareness when they express and experience a thought, word, or action from a state of consciousness they have not deliberately and intentionally selected. Many sentient beings vacillate between levels of awareness, thus altering significantly the quality and effectiveness of their thoughts, words, and actions across the moments of their life. Masters are beings who do not vacillate between levels of awareness, but consistently select, with deliberateness and clear intention, the specific state of consciousness from which they wish their thoughts, words, and actions to emerge.
You couldn't have put it any better. I understand this perfectly.
Excellent.
What I don't understand is how to reach a level of mastery How to stop the endless vacillation of my awareness.
That's what you've come to me for.
You can show me how?
I can, and I have been all along. You may not have been paying close attention. Now you are. You're awakening to the fact that you're awake already. This is not a small thing. This is the beginning of the beginning, so to speak. Now watch your awareness expand in the days just ahead. You'll feel this expansion even as you continue experiencing and remembering this dialogue.
Now I understand why highly evolved beings from the other dimension will not allow us to be destroyed by any attack from other beings in the realm of the physical. Hebs always act in accordance with the collective superconscious will of the civilization whose members experience themselves as primarily physical beings.
That is correct. You do now understand.
So we're protected on Earth from the violence of interstellar species.
You are safe from all but one.
Oh my gosh, which one?
Earthlings, you are not yet safe from yourself.
Chapter 24.
That was cute. That was very cute.
I wasn't being cute. I was being accurate.
But is it not the collective superconscious will of humanity not to be destroyed?
It is.
Then how can humanity be a threat to itself?
Humanity cannot and will not be threatened as a collective. It will always exist because it is the superconscious will of humanity to do so. The question is not whether the collective called humanity will exist, but how it will exist. What shall be the quality of life of human beings? You are deciding that now, right now on your planet. Much will depend on whether the largest number of you awaken. Those of you who self-identify as having accepted the third invitation can and will play a major role in the outcome that is produced on your planet.
All that you've just said opens up many areas, so many areas for further discussion. I don't know exactly how to continue here. I really don't want to get too far afield with this dialogue. I want it to be relevant.
You can't be too far afield or irrelevant no matter what you ask. All the topics are the same topic looked at from different angles. The topic is life, what is true about it, and how you can live that truth.
Okay, then I'll just roll on here, because this relates to me as I'm living my human life and to all of us who have found ourselves following this conversation and who may choose to self-select to do what might be done to assist in the awakening of the species.
Good.
You've described how highly evolved beings from another dimension move from that physical to the metaphysical and back again at will. Then you said we all do the same.
That's correct.
Well, not many human beings experience that they do the same. We're born, or as you put it, embody, when we do. We don't experience having any control over that. And we die when we die. We have no control over that either.
That would be incorrect.
Okay, it's true that some people die by their own hands, so they did exert control over when they died, but they certainly had no control over when they were born.
You will continue to imagine that all of this is true about both what you call your birth and your death, so long as you think of yourself as a body.
Well, you've told me before, actually, that I'm not a body. You've said that I have a body, but that who I am is not a body.
I am happy that you have remembered this. It is the most important single piece of information you could ever receive about yourself, and that you could ever share with anyone. Each entity in the other dimension thinks of itself as an emanation of the essential essence, or using the word that we've employed so far throughout this dialogue, and one that you may be more able to relate to, a soul. And so you see that you are not far afield in exploring this. In fact, this is central to the larger discussion about what it would look like for humans to model their life on the lives of highly evolved beings. So use what we're looking at now to create a larger context for what's already been shared here about the possibilities for humanity's tomorrow.
Perfect. All right. I can see the connection. You want me to understand that it's because they know themselves to be what we call souls that highly evolved beings from another dimension experience that they can embody at will, that they will never die, that their purpose and only desire is to express and experience divinity, that there's nothing they need, nothing they own, nothing over which they have stewardship that they will not share, nothing they will not do for those they love, and no one they do not love.
What a wonderful summary. You've really pulled this all together now. Good for you.
And good for all those who will self-select as helpers in choosing to do whatever they may be able to do to help themselves and help others in the awakening process.
Yes.
I know that the more I can understand about being a soul with a body and not a body with a soul, the more I can live the life that all sentient beings are invited to live, by simply knowing and embracing their true identity. Now, it's all very well and good to explore a list of differences between an awakened species which fully accepts its true identity and most humans, but I can see how people could have a difficult time accepting any of what's being explored here. And by the way, this is important if I and others are to awaken the species. If no more information is offered about these Hebs, as we've been calling them, who they are and how they are helping us. You said that they sometimes take physical form outside of their own dimension in order to help species throughout the realm of the physical.
That's correct.
So if and when highly evolved beings take a physical form when not in their dimension, how do they avoid being noticed?
Sometimes they are noticed and want to be. They may take on a form that is normal for them in their own dimension, but very much not normal in the environment they are visiting, thereby allowing themselves to be noticed. They would do this if their intention is to let those living outside of their dimension know that A, they exist, B, they are present, and C, they mean no harm and have only come to help. If a highly evolved being feels that being seen in its own physical form would shock or dismay or ignite unnecessary defenses, thereby working against its very reason for moving from the metaphysical to the physical in a location outside of its dimension in the first place, which is to help, not frighten, it will take on the form of the beings it seeks to assist, and will do so in a way that allows it to meld into another civilization without making its presence disruptive, dismaying, disturbing, startling, or alarming in any way.
How will it accomplish that?
It will embody at the earliest possible moment in the life cycle of the beings it seeks to help, moving through the same developmental passage of every entity in that civilization.
Ah, I get it. In this way, a Heb doesn't just suddenly show up somewhere, having to explain itself at every turn to every native of the local civilization.
Exactly. By taking on the form of a newly born or newly emergent native of the host planet, a complete history and record of the Heb's presence in the local population is created. Hence, there is no disruption generated by its arrival in the civilization's environment. And there is a second, no less important reason for emerging in a civilization at the onset of the life cycle of all native entities in that civilization. The Heb is assured that it understands the local history and habits, beliefs and behaviors thoroughly and experientially.
So as far as anyone in that host civilization is concerned, the Heb is just one of the gang. It doesn't stand out because of any physical difference. It doesn't scare the locals.
That is correct.
Okay, so here comes the big question. Are you saying that a member of this awakened species, if it seeks to help us, can take on human form?
It can indeed. Highly evolved beings have the ability to do so.
Have they done so? Tell it to me straight. Have they?
On rare occasion, yes.
So it's true that there are, to co-opt a popular phrase, aliens among us. Not just aliens in the universe, but aliens among us.
And not in the sense that I know you mean, no. You shouldn't get the impression that thousands, hundreds, or even dozens of sentient beings from another dimension are walking the streets and sitting next to you in restaurants, or standing alongside you in supermarket checkout lines. In that sense, there are not and have not been aliens among you.
Well, what are you saying then?
I'm saying that on rare occasion across human history, there has been a time when a highly evolved being has taken human form as a means of physically delivering, and more important, visibly modeling, a particular message that could have been lost in the maelstrom of human affairs had it not been placed before your species for its consideration in the most direct way. This may happen on your timescale once in 1,000 years or more. It has been an infrequent and isolated occurrence. The far more usual method of seeking to assist the civilization on Earth, or any planet, is through the gentle sending of healing and supportive energy in the form of comfort, insights, concepts, and ideas for humanity to consider living by. This is done through a process of what you might call inspiration. No being or entity energetically enters anyone's mind in a personally intrusive way. That would break an unwritten code or guidelines surrounding the process. which does not allow any entity to violate the private space of any sentient being's thoughts. Hebs simply place ideas into the space of life, and these ideas resonate with beings in the physical realm who are projecting a similar energetic signature. It is the energetic resonance that draws those ideas to them. They will then often actually say, "I just got an idea." And they did. That is exactly what happened, and a perfect way to describe it.
So if they don't ever energetically enter a human being's mind, how exactly do Hebs get their ideas and suggestions noticed, much less listened to or embraced?
By simply dropping them into the slipstream of what your Carl Jung called the collective unconscious. Humans who resonate with these ideas then find themselves magnetized by their vibrational match. Everything, of course, is energy, vibrating at a particular frequency. Every sentient being in the universe is attracted to vibrational energy matches. It is by this means that sentient beings find themselves inspired. Now, by far the largest number of ideas come to humans from their own observations and inventiveness, so the concepts and insights of Hebs represent only a small percentage of these. Those concepts and insights are in the energy flow, however, and have been known to come to the conscious awareness of persons who find an attraction to them. Often these are humans who've placed themselves in certain idea-oriented occupations. The result? Far-reaching, uplifting, and what have been called revolutionary ideas frequently show up in books, films, television programs, videos, magazines, newspapers, select social media, and other avenues that extend to the masses.
I can see that happening on a regular basis. I don't know exactly which ideas are coming from where, but I have certainly seen a lot of movies, books, online articles, and other messages dealing with a better way for humans to interact, offering elements of a wonderfully altered cultural story for our species and presenting daring new scenarios for improving our collective future. Now you've got me wondering, is this very experience that I'm having right now part of that process? Have all of my conversations with God actually been conversations with highly evolved beings?
No. This conversation is not being sourced by the highly evolved beings to which I have been referring, if that's what you're asking. This dialogue is part of a larger process through which divinity is being expressed across the cosmos. Every sentient being in the universe has the ability to communicate directly with the divine. It is not, and never has been, necessary to go through an intermediary, a highly evolved being, or anyone else. All human beings are having conversations with me all the time. They are simply not announcing it, or they are calling it something else, usually for fear of being ridiculed or marginalized. Hebs are simply more aware of their eternal connection with original source, would never deny that they are expressions of it, experience that they are in constant communication with the essential essence that you call God, and find both joy and fulfillment in passing on what they have come to understand and experience as a result of their eternal connection and continual unity with me.
And so it has been that Hebs have come to Earth on occasion through the millennia.
Yes, when doing so would offer the very best chance for a message that would be of great benefit to the advancement of your species to be delivered and modeled in such a way that it could not be missed. The message does not have to be accepted, mind you. Nothing is ever required of or forced on anyone by a highly evolved being. But delivering and modeling the message in a way that can't be missed is in every case a Hebs objective.
Chapter 25.
I'd like very much to understand all of this even better. You may think that I have an unquenchable thirst for details, but I find it hard to accept what I can't hold in my mind as comprehensively as possible.
Please don't worry. I have invited you before in previous conversations to set aside any feelings that you should explain yourself or apologize.
Yes, you have, and thank you.
Just be sure, because of the fascination of it, not to make this continuing dialogue so much about the technical details of Hebs that you lose sight of the most important aspect of all that you're being invited to live and to share, which is how all of you can elevate your experience on Earth to that of an awakened species called humanity. You will want to make sure that we talk about how you can fully integrate wonderfully elevated ideas into your daily life, changing your own behaviors in the process. And we want to talk more about love, true love, real love, the foundational energy of the universe, and how you can experience and express that in its purest form.
Thank you. I won't lose that focus. I do want to get back to all of this, to topics of huge importance and relevance to my own personal experience. And it is, in fact, because I know that it is of personal relevance that I've accepted without pause the third invitation. I realize this is going to do me more good than anybody else. But I am, of course, fascinated with what you've been telling me, since you said that those of us who choose to do so don't have to worry about undertaking the mission of awakening the species all alone, that we have help.
You do.
And that this help is coming from highly evolved beings from another dimension.
It is.
So there's no way I'm not going to want to know all I can about that. I'm assuming that how they're trying to help us has been by sharing some of the actions, choices, and decisions that human beings take as we become more fully awakened. So I am so grateful to have reviewed that list and explored some of its implications for humanity. But my mind now is signaling me that before I can even begin to absorb that kind of information, it needs to deal with some very real skepticism about whether so-called highly evolved beings have actually visited us. And if so, how they could have gotten away with it without discombobulating the entire world. If I could get a handle on that, I guess I could get my logical mind out of the way enough to explore how human society could change if we lived as an awakened species.
What do you need to know, then, about all this?
First, I'd like to ask if I clearly understand what I've been told so far.
Ask any question you wish.
Thank you. On those occasions when a highly evolved being has physicalized on Earth, and you said it's been very rare, but it has happened, you explained that it would not just drop in as a human being suddenly showing up, walking around as a fully developed person, but would embody at the beginning of a human life. Is that correct?
That is what is so, yes.
So I have to ask, this is with the awareness of the mother and father of the baby. Do I have this right? If this truly is a highly evolved being, I can't imagine it would embody in any way invasively or intrusively.
You are correct. Both humans begetting this offspring would be gently and lovingly imbued with a deep inner awareness that they have an opportunity to create a child with a very special purpose, and the option is theirs to do so or not.
But you know, even with that having been said, the idea of a couple giving birth to an alien being feels very difficult for me to accept. I'm feeling very challenged by this.
The highly evolved being who became the offspring of humans was not alien in any way, any more than you will be alien when you leave your physical body through the process you call death, then return from the metaphysical for another life in the physical through the process you call birth. A Heb is simply a fully awakened entity who has moved through the same cycle and is doing the same thing, with the difference that such a being has moved from the metaphysical to the physical interdimensionally. On rare occasion, one has taken on physicality in the form called human.
I see.
Nor would you be an alien in any other form in the physical universe that you might choose to assume. You would be one of them in any civilization in the realm of the physical in which you may decide to take physical form.
I'm sorry? You just lost me again.
You may choose to physicalize in any form that you choose anywhere in the universe. Did you know that?
No. No, I didn't know that. I probably ran across the idea somewhere in some reading I've done or some story I've heard, but I did not know it was true.
It is.
Are you saying that I can choose to reincarnate somewhere else other than on Earth?
You have that option, yes.
Why would I do that?
As part of your soul's journey, as part of its mission to experience every aspect of itself that it knows itself to be. For the very same reason your soul may have left other civilizations to embody on Earth.
Whoa, wait a minute. Are you telling me that I might be an alien here?
No. You would be no more an alien, having been born here, than a highly evolved being who came to Earth would be. That is the point. You would simply have come here to experience every aspect of life that existence on Earth can provide, while a highly evolved being from another dimension would have come here to assist you.
Have I actually ever done any of this? I know you're saying that it's possible for a soul to do so, but has my particular soul ever incarnated somewhere else in the cosmos?
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever gazed up at the night sky and felt as if you were looking homeward?
Yes. Yes, I actually have. That's an interesting question you asked. And I have to admit, I've actually felt homesick sometimes, with my attention drawn like a magnet to a particular sector.
Do you think you would feel that way about somewhere you've never been?
My goodness, this conversation is taking me to a whole new slew of unexpected places.
If you want the expected, you probably should not be having a conversation with God.
No, probably not. So you're saying that souls have their choice between lifetimes of where to become physical?
The whole experience of all souls is about choice, always and forever. Choice, choice, choice. Free choice. The choice of divine beings. Being divine.
Oh man, this is so, I don't know, incredible is the word my mind comes up with. I'm fighting not to say impossible to believe.
Why are you so amazed? Is it not written, "Ye are gods"?
Yes, but who believes that stuff? Who takes it literally?
What was the point of the message if you were going to toss it aside?
I'm hearing that, but there's so much in so many holy scriptures, and not every word of it is true. Let's be fair here. There have been some misinterpretations, some misunderstandings of the original, shall I say, revelations. So we have to pick and choose, and it's not easy knowing which to hold close and truly believe.
Yes, that's why once in every great while, a highly evolved being from another dimension will embody in human form to deliver and model in human form the grandest truths, making it more possible for your emerging species to sort this all out. When a Heb becomes human in form, it will absorb, embrace, and embody all aspects of humanness, down to the smallest detail and cellular characteristic. It is therefore not alien, but entirely human, yet with characteristics of thought and temperament, awareness and understanding that its knowing and experience brings it.
And so this soul could really be called a highly evolved human.
That is exactly so. Hebs, like you, are souls, manifesting divinity in physical form. They are souls who have chosen to move from the metaphysical to the physical in your dimension in order that they may have the experience of their divinity by assisting other souls in remembering their own.
That's a wonderful clarification, a perfect exegesis.
Chapter 26.
And so a highly evolved being lives through the developmental years like any other member of our species, then begins to do the work of helping the species awaken when it grows into adulthood.
Sometimes even before then.
It begins helping when it's a child?
Sometimes, yes.
Well, how does it not stand out?
Actually, it does. It is almost always called a standout, and it may have surprised others with what it seemed to know and what it said. But the Heb's only objective was to leave information here in a way that articulated higher ideals for the consideration of a still developing culture.
But how did a highly evolved being do that? How did it leave this information? Tell me, how were we helped when a Heb came to Earth?
The Heb spoke to people, sometimes its elders, later in life its peers, and offered things that perked up ears and that have been remembered, in some cases, for centuries. It also modeled by its behavior how an awakened species could live. This was its most significant contribution to the culture, its chief means of message delivery. Some highly evolved beings left writings, adding ideas to the culture in many forms, from novels to poetry to dramatized entertainments in which they placed enormous truths.
Such as? I'm ready to start hearing now about how our awakened species thinks. I'm hoping for some examples now.
Here are some. Eliminate the concept of ever being offended, much less seeking revenge.
Whoa.
Offer only high blessings to one who hurts you.
Woe again.
And do away with defense of any kind.
You know, those are really pretty, how to put this, advanced ideas. Any human being saying such things would probably be written off as standing way outside the mainstream, not taken really very seriously.
Don't be too sure. Such ideas have been placed in your culture and have not been written off, but actually honored. It was the man called Buddha who told his monks that even if bandits on the road attacked or robbed them, quote, "Whoever of you harbors ill will at heart would not be upholding my teaching. Monks, even in such a situation you should train yourselves thus. Neither shall our minds be affected by this, nor for this matter shall we give vent to evil words, but we shall remain full of concern and pity, with a mind of love, and we shall not give in to hatred. On the contrary, we shall live projecting thoughts of universal love to those very persons, making them as well as the whole world the object of our thoughts of universal love, thoughts that have grown great, exalted, and measureless. We shall dwell radiating these thoughts which are void of hostility and ill will. It is in this way, monks, that you should train yourselves." And wasn't it a man named Jesus who said, "Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you"? And did he not also say, "If a man slaps you on the right cheek, turn and offer him your left"?
Are you saying that Buddha and Jesus were highly evolved beings from another dimension?
I am saying that these are ideas not widely accepted or practiced in humanity's culture at the time.
Or even today?
Or even today. Those who spoke them were inspired.
So were they Hebs or were they not?
It will serve no useful purpose here to singly identify any and every individual within humanity's history who received their inspiration from an entity who birthed as a highly evolved being embodying on your planet, or who, in fact, was one.
You know, I'm asking because, given the information in this dialogue, some might think that you're inferring that the great teachers and philosophers and messengers of our past, from Lao Tzu to Socrates, Buddha to Jesus, from Hildegard of Bingen to Julian of Norwich 200 years later, and other models and teachers, both before and after these men and women, that you might be saying that these teachers were highly evolved beings from another dimension. Is that what you're inferring?
You see how this has already become a distraction from their message? It is almost as if the wonder and the glory of their modeling, the insight and the wisdom of their message should somehow be considered in a different way because their sharing of it may have been inspired by a highly evolved being, or because they themselves may have been such a being, come from another dimension and born to humanity to assist the species. Yet why should the origin of any message or modeling have more importance than the content? The effect of Hebs having offered inspirational assistance in your evolutionary process was not intended to cause you to question your past, but to inspire you to create a glorious future. Truth is truth, no matter what the source.
Okay, then, leaving the question of our distant past aside, let me just ask you this. Are such beings embodied on our planet today? I mean, right now?
It would likewise serve no useful purpose to follow that line of inquiry. If I said yes, you would want to know immediately the identity of that entity. If I said no, not at this time in your history, you would then ask me to identify who was the most recent one in your past. In all cases, to identify anyone among you, past or present, as a member of an awakened species from another dimension could in some people's minds invalidate some very important messages that humans have at least partially embraced. Or, in the reverse, could inordinately elevate every word they spoke or wrote, turning them into the next thing you choose to believe in, instead of yourself.
Now that hit home.
It was meant to. There would be no point in highly evolved beings seeking to help humanity if all they did was cause humanity to start seeking help from them. The idea is for human beings to gain an awareness of who they are, not to substitute for that an awareness of who someone else is.
Yes, our religions have already done that. We don't need the process repeated.
You do not. The purpose of the entire mission in which Hebs seek to assist humanity is not to replace humanity's magnificence with their own, but to enhance humanity's magnificence with a well-chosen word or idea here or there, offered to your species for its consideration. Therefore it has been said, and I offer a gentler version here, if you see the Buddha walking down the street, run away from him.
You know, I never did understand that saying.
If he looks like a Buddha, walks like a Buddha, talks like a Buddha, and acts like a Buddha, he must not be a Buddha, but a fake, simply seeking your attention and adulation. Because a true Buddha would want nothing from you, least of all recognition of his greatness, and desire only your own self-realization.
Wow, I see that. I totally get that, and this is a second wonderful answer to my question a while back about myself and about others who may self-select to help awaken the species, being tempted to show up in grandiose form. Even if ego tempted one to do that, a deeper awareness would make it clear that it would defeat the whole purpose of accepting the third invitation.
It would indeed. And for the same reason, identifying any highly evolved being visiting Earth in the past or in the present would defeat the whole purpose of that rare visitation.
I get it, and I won't press for that information. Although I have to say, you certainly roused my curiosity.
Of far more benefit to you will be to satisfy your curiosity about when your entire population on Earth will decide to live as a truly awakened species. That's what Hebs would encourage you to be curious about.
Chapter 27.
Is it possible for me to understand? I mean, in layman's terms, the metaphysics of all that we've been discussing?
Yes, it is. The question is whether you have the patience for it and the interest in it. It can be helpful to you in expanding your understanding of yourself, your multidimensional universe, and even God. But it could feel a bit like a postgraduate class here for a moment.
Go. I'm all ears.
Simply consider this. Life everywhere is composed of far more space than matter. This is easily observable with either a microscope or a telescope. Not surprisingly, the universe and a grain of sand look exactly the same, depending on the degree of the sand's magnification. The macrocosm and the microcosm are essentially identical. Now, when pure energy, the primal expression of life that we will call the essential essence, coagulates, it transforms into what would be called, in human terms, matter. Because these coagulations are vibrating or vacillating at a significant speed, the particles constantly move. They not only vibrate or rotate in place, they also move through space propelled by the energy of their spin, not unlike a top moving across a table as it spins. These countless particles can move so fast in relative terms that they appear to be neither here nor there, but everywhere at once, thus creating the illusion of solidity, or what you would call that which is physical. You can watch the blades of a fan or the spokes of a bicycle wheel producing exactly the same illusion, the illusion of solidity.
I got it. So you're saying that by simply reducing the vibratory frequency or speed of their essential essence, highly evolved beings from another dimension desolidify or disembody.
That's right. All they have done is dramatically slow the spin of their energy particles, thus expanding the time it takes for those particles to get from one point to another in their vibratory pattern. You suddenly see the space between the particles, even as you would see the space between the spokes of a bicycle wheel if the power that's spinning it is turned down. By the way, take a look at the universe or any of its galaxies from a great enough distance, and all you will see is a big wheel.
Whoa.
Now, should the space between the spokes of a bicycle wheel be sufficiently enormous, as it would feel to you if you were the size of a microbe and your perspective was therefore myopic, all you would see for a very long time, until the next spoke of the wheel came by, is empty space. In effect, while you are waiting and watching for the next spoke, the solidity will appear to have disappeared. What you do not know is that it was never there to begin with. It was merely the speed of the spokes moving past your line of sight that created the illusion of solidity. When a highly evolved being dephysicalizes, the time between the Hebs energy cycles is so long in relative terms that the space between its vacillations is, also in relative terms, enormous, and what once appeared to others as a solid physical form no longer has that appearance. The entity seems to have disappeared, as it cannot be seen in its entirety unless viewed from a huge, to you unfathomable, distance. The formula is simple. Time plus space equals appearance. If you could stand back far enough from the entire universe and the universe of universes, you would see the body of God.
So what physicists are now conjecturing about is true? There's more than one universe?
Yes, the cosmos is a multiverse, not a universe.
So to use a well-worn turn of phrase, we don't know the half of it.
To be more accurate and perhaps coin a new phrase, you don't know the 100th of it. But highly evolved beings from another dimension understand the metaphysics of existence perfectly, and therefore are clear that they neither exist nor cease to exist simply because of the frequency rate of their energetic vibration. They merely appear to be or not to be physical.
To be or not to be? That is the question.
Precisely. Hebs know that they exist always and forever as vibratory individuations of the essential essence, and that all they are doing is regulating the fluctuations of their energy, altering their vacillations to become seen or not seen, visible or not visible, what you would call physical or non-physical, as it suits their purpose.
How simple. They never really disembody or embody, they simply always are. They always are both. And they fill more or less space, in a sense, expanding or contracting themselves by merely altering the speed of their energetic vibration. How simple. Mm-hmm. And God is so huge. I mean, you're so big because of your energetic vibration that you can't be seen at all. That doesn't mean that you're not there. It just means you're so expanded that the space between your energy particles makes you invisible.
Brilliant. You got it.
Whoa.
A metaphysical explanation of God.
Yippee.
You and everything are the energy particles of God. And the huge space between the giant spinning particles of the cosmos is mirrored in the huge space in relative terms between the particles of which you are comprised. You do understand, yes, that if you look at your own body underneath enormous magnification, what you will see is exactly what you see when you look up at the night sky. You would see that both you and the cosmos are 99% space. Do you imagine the similarity to be a coincidence? If you took the air out of every person on Earth and left only their energy particles, the entire human race would fit into a child's marble.
What?
It's true.
This is mind-boggling.
And very helpful to understand. Most humans think of themselves as what they see and experience when their energy particles are moving at top speed. You think you are a body rather than a soul creating a body through a simple metaphysical manipulation. When a person's energy particles are moving at top speed, you say that person is living. And when their energy is moving at a very slow speed, you say they have died. Yet, death does not exist. You never cease to be, you simply change form. Actually, when you die, you become more expansive.
So I never dephysicalize. I mean, I'm always a conglomeration of energy particles, and I never cease to be that. That's what you mean when you say that death does not exist. Whether I'm physical or metaphysical is simply a matter of how expanded is the time that it takes for the particles I am to spin, of how far apart on the space-time continuum my particles are. And this is simply a function of the speed at which they rotate and thus move around each other.
You see? You asked if you could understand in layman's terms all of this, and I said yes, and you have.
But my whole body continues to exist in physicality when the soul departs. It's either buried or cremated or in some other way disposed of, but it doesn't just disappear. My body just doesn't go away.
No, it simply ceases to exist in its present physical form. Eventually, it dissipates.
But it seems to me that it's more integrated with the planet. In that case, my so-called dead body eventually decomposes and becomes part of the larger composition of the earth in which it's buried. Or if it was cremated, changes form instantly into the dust of which the earth and the cosmos is made, but it doesn't disintegrate.
That is correct. The body that you have does not disintegrate. It reintegrates. It eventually becomes so fully integrated with the physicality around it that it, ironically, seems to disappear. It actually has not disappeared at all, but taken on a new appearance. It now appears to be melded into or one with the stuff of which everything is made.
Ah, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Exactly. And the particles are then gathered by the soul that inhabited that body and reunited with the mind and the spirit to become, once again, the three-part self. This is the resurrection of the body of which much has been written.
But that doesn't happen instantly as it does with Hebs. That's my point. This process takes time.
If you look at it within the framework of that illusion, yes. But looked at from another vantage point, the viewpoint of the soul when in metaphysical form, it's happening all at once. The energetic expressions that you call your body and your mind travel with the soul, indeed are parts of the soul, through all eternity. What your mind, in its limited understanding, calls body and mind are merely aspects of the soul's energy, vibrating at frequencies that cause them to be experienced and expressed in particular ways. You are a three-part being, body, mind, and spirit, and you never ever are anything less or anything else. As you move from the metaphysical to the physical and back again, you simply disintegrate and reintegrate these aspects of who you are. To help you understand how such a thing is possible, think of what you call white light. This is actually a combination of lights of different wavelengths in the electromagnetic spectrum. If you send white light through a dispersive prism, you will see its spectral colors, which are its constituent parts. Now think of movement into physicality as movement through a dispersive prism in ultimate reality. When the soul passes through the prism into physicality, it breaks into its constituent parts, body, mind, and spirit. When it passes back through the prism the other way, or as humans put it, when you pass away, the soul becomes one element again. That one element is you.
Chapter 28.
I find myself wanting to insist that all of these things, all of this process that you've just explained so well to me, requires time and space for it to take place. And you keep saying that there's no such thing as time and space. I'm trying to reconcile this.
I see that you really want to get into the cosmology of life deeply.
Sorry. It's as I've said before. I guess I just can't understand or accept any of this unless I can accept and understand all of it.
That's okay. That's good. Keep being skeptical. You're doing it on behalf of many of your brothers and sisters. This is about awakening the species. While I've explained much of this to you before, some may be coming to this for the first time, and others, like you, may have stored in the farthest reaches of their mind and forgotten what I've said to you before. So let's get into it at least briefly here, and if you want more detail, you can go back into our previous dialogues and reread them.
Okay, because what I'm getting into now is that process by which both humans and even highly evolved beings in another dimension evolve, experiencing themselves at higher and higher levels. That seems to require time. So yes, I do need a refresher on this, and I think it will help me as a practical matter in the living of my own life.
It can and will, yes.
So are you saying that even Hebs live within what you describe as the illusion of time?
They do indeed. The difference is they know it is an illusion. And so they focus on the illusion intermittently, as described a bit earlier, allowing them to use it for the purpose at hand.
This is beginning to get past me a bit. I'm starting to go under here. I mean, this feels like I'm over my head.
Let's use an example that can get you out of deep water. Think of a DVD of your favorite movie. The whole story is there on the disc, is it not?
Yes.
But you don't watch it all at once. You focus the laser on the data one bit at a time, then the next, then the next, then the next, making it seem very much as if the data is presenting itself sequentially, even though you know better. You know it's present all at once. All the data is there, all the time. You're simply not looking at it all at once. This allows your mind to interpret and integrate the data of the whole bit by bit, thus making sequential living possible.
You know, you've given me this illustration before, and I've forgotten all about it. Thanks for bringing it up to my awareness again. What a great analogy. I think I'm above water again.
Good. So you are beginning to understand the illusion. But most humans do not know that time and space are illusory, and thus imagine that they are constricted by them and must obey the laws of time and space. It is like anything in life, really. When you know the rules, you can disobey them, or you can use them to produce whatever effect you wish. This is what I do on a grand scale, of course, and this is what any being who acts like God does as well.
So are you suggesting, seriously, that we ignore the laws of time and space? Isn't that rather like suggesting to a person who entertains delusions of grandeur to go ahead and jump out of an airplane without a parachute because he can just ignore the laws of gravity and can fly?
I'm not suggesting that you ignore any of the laws of the universe as you understand them. I'm suggesting that you use them.
But how do we use them? How? How would the average person even know that they are illusions? They sure seem real enough to us.
They're supposed to. That's the whole point of them. They were created to produce a contextual field within which you could express and experience yourself at the highest level, and then the next highest level, and the next, and so on through all of your life, and all of your lives.
But my two questions still stand. How do we use these illusions? And, excuse me, but how can we even know they are illusions? Personally, I love the DVD analogy, but is there any way that this can be proven?
You best use the illusions by understanding and realizing that time and space are not what they seem, and that you can react and respond to them in a variety of ways to produce a variety of experiences. For instance, have you ever noticed that time flies while you're having fun? Conversely, have you ever noticed that 3 weeks can seem like 3 months when you're waiting for something special or important?
Yes, and I've noticed that nothing makes me more productive than the last minute.
That's right. You can accomplish more in 4 hours than you might normally do in 2 days when it's the last 4 hours you have. Now, here is how understanding this can become practical. You can accomplish more in conserving Earth's resources, protecting its environment, improving human conditions on the planet, and experiencing your own personal transformation in the next 10 days than you did in the previous 100. And in the next 10 years than you did in the previous century, if you choose to. The first step in making this possible would be to accept that time is an illusion, and not let yourself be limited or discouraged by how little time it seems you have, or allow yourself to become apathetic because of how much time you think you have. Let the assessment of your abilities and the setting of your goals have nothing to do with time. Free yourself from those artificial constraints. You really can, as your old saying goes, begin doing right now what you have been putting off until tomorrow. As for proof, in terms of physics and not simply DVD analogies, that time, as you understand it, is an illusion. You are aware, are you not, that if you were to take a ride in a spacecraft and travel far enough, fast enough, away from Earth, and if you could turn around and look back at Earth and gaze upon your brother, you would not see what is happening in his now, but in his past. Yes?
Then I could actually see myself taking off.
That is correct. If you could travel far away fast enough, you could turn back and peer into your own past.
But that would mean that I would exist in 2 places at once.
Have you not ever talked to your future self? Similarly, if you began a journey from a position in deep, deep space when it was a certain time on Earth, and if you were able to take a snapshot of what was happening on Earth as you were racing there, what you would see at the same instant that your brother was experiencing his now on Earth would be your brother's future.
I don't think I ever understood that. How can I know this is true?
Study the work of Albert Einstein. Ask any physicist. They will tell you that there is a direct link between motion through space and passage of time.
Is this what the so-called space-time continuum is all about?
It is exactly that. Space and time are not 2 different things, but one unified element of the cosmos, 2 aspects of a single reality. In that single reality, there is no such thing as past, present, and future. There is only how you're looking at the all of it. There is only the single golden moment of now, experienced from different places in the space-time continuum.
You've told me before that everything that's ever happened is happening now and ever will happen is happening right now. So this is what you meant.
It is.
Our experience of time is created by our place in space. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Then how can we ever change things? If everything has already happened, we couldn't change our future even if we wanted to.
You could change the future that you and all those living now experience. There is not just one future that exists, but every possible future that you could create. Think of it as a game of computer chess. Every conceivable outcome of every conceivable move is already on the pre-programmed disk. You are determining how the game proceeds by the moves you make, But you could put the same disk into the computer tomorrow and play the game from scratch with different moves, and the program would respond in a totally different way, producing an entirely different future with an entirely different outcome. In the computer chess game, all of the possible futures already exist, and you are deciding which of those outcomes you will experience based on the moves that you make.
Well, there's another wonderful analogy. Even my limited mind can now begin to conceive of reality in a new way.
You and those who will live after you can and will change the future. You are merely selecting the future that you choose based on the moves that you make, affecting all those living with and after them, and on through the ages. When I said that everything that ever happened, that is happening now, and that ever will happen is happening right now, I meant everything in the biggest sense of the word. This includes every possibility and every outcome and every future you could imagine, and some of which you have not even begun to conceive.
So the future is assured. We know that it exists in some form or another depending on what moves we make.
The future is assured, but which future you experience is up to you. We are not talking predestination here. There is no one single future into which you have no choice but to step. There is the future that you are creating and experiencing based on the choices and actions you take.
You have so often said there's more going on here than meets the eye. And you weren't kidding. You meant that literally.
I did indeed. And now you have grown in your perception to the place where you can understand how I could mean it literally. So if you care about what your future will be like on Earth, you will begin creating that particular future by affecting and changing conditions now. Life will never end, because life has no beginning and no end. But you will only experience in your present state of consciousness one life at a time. What your present lifeline brings you, and all those who are traveling alongside you through the space-time continuum, depends on you and on them.
Well, you're making me think about all of this, I can tell you that. And I remember now that much of this is found in the transcript of Home with God. I looked it up, and I can see that there you told us clearly. And I'm going to quote you from that book. Quote, there's nothing mysterious about the universe once you look right into it, once you see it multidimensionally. This is not easy for you because you have placed yourself with a body inside of time and space, seeing, perceiving, and moving in the limited directions of which the body is capable. Yet your body is not who you are, but something that you have.
Yes, and that is not all of what is being shared here that has been given to you by me before. But now, in this present conversation, you are pulling much of it together in one place, capturing and re-energizing the main thrust of our previous exchanges. You and others can use this summary here as a quick reference, a solid reminder, and a powerful tool for any person who has self-selected to awaken to the fact that they are awakened, and to humbly commit to assist in whatever way they may be able in the awakening of others.
Chapter 29.
Let me get back for just a bit to those other advanced, but not necessarily evolved entities who live on other planets in the cosmos. You said that some of them have continued to be violent, even as the young species of Earth is violent, even though they have advanced hugely in their technologies. So I have to ask, why were such sentient beings allowed to get so far along in the development of their civilization in the first place before being helped? Why weren't they approached by highly evolved beings from another dimension when they were as young as Earthlings are now, so they could have healed or transformed their immature, violent behavior?
They were, dear one. They were.
And it didn't help? I don't get this. If you're God, and if these Hebs, what shall I call them, these emissaries, are one of many forms of divinity expressing and experiencing who they really are by helping other life forms to evolve, how could such an effort not have produced a shift of consciousness of those otherwise advanced entities, such that violence would have been simply abandoned?
Every being in the universe, and by extension every civilization, has free choice, remember? The fundamental characteristic of all sentient life forms is freedom. Freedom to create any reality they choose. Many of the civilizations that are now older did not choose when they were as young as Earth's civilization is to awaken to their true identity.
But I thought that God couldn't fail. I mean, at anything. The idea that failure exists is one of the 10 illusions of humans. So how is it that the attempt of highly evolved beings from another dimension did not inspire advanced but not fully evolved beings living on other planets in the realm of the physical to awaken to their divinity as a matter of their own free will?
None of their efforts were without benefit. They did inspire many individual entities, but the civilization as a whole continued to choose another path. Yet, to answer your question about God failing, know that all sentient beings in the universe ultimately freely choose to embrace their divinity.
They do?
Yes. The question is not whether they will freely make this choice, but whether they will do so before or after, or because they've caused so much damage to their civilization and the planet on which they thrived that life as they had known it was altered forever. In many ways, the whole idea is to bring an end to life as they have known it, but exchanging it, of course, for a new and more joyous way of life, birthed by a new and transformed way of being.
So it's not a question of whether highly evolved beings in another dimension awaken those other species, but when.
You could frame it that way, yes.
What does that mean?
That means, within the framework of your present understanding of time, you could put it that way.
Ah, yes, we just looked at all of this. So at some level, it's already happened.
And as we've noted, nothing occurs in sequence. Everything is occurring simultaneously. Your individual experience of this reality makes it appear to you to be sequential, yet reality exists in its totality simultaneously. Life is, therefore, what you could call sequentaneous.
Well, if the future, it's a great word, by the way, sequentaneous. I like that. But if the future has already happened, then you, as God, must know already everything that's happened. So just tell us now what the outcome is, and we can be done with all this worrying and wondering and fretting and trying.
I won't be doing that.
Why? Why? What, because it's all a big secret and we're not supposed to be letting the cat out of the bag?
No, because every conceivable outcome has already occurred, and the one that you and those of you in this life will experience is the one that you will choose. And I will not do anything to preempt that choice, or the making of it by you. I will always leave you at choice in the matter. This is true godliness. This is the truest experience of divinity. And this is the experience I desire for you.
Okay, I'm going to accept that and let it go. So for now, can we talk within the context of a sequential reality, the reality that I'm experiencing in my life?
We can, and we are.
Good. Within that framework, I'm now understanding that highly evolved beings have chosen to help Earthlings to awaken to who we really are. I understand as well that we have a choice to awaken before we damage our civilization and our planet such that life as we know it is disassembled and disappears. I assume that if we do not awaken now, during this early stage in our cosmic development, we could wind up living in this lifetime essentially as many other older species in the physical realm do, becoming more and more violent even as we become more and more advanced.
Those last 13 words are a description of how things are going on your planet now.
Yes, we are becoming more and more violent even as we become more and more advanced. That's the sadness of it. As we develop our technologies and our weapons of mass destruction even further, we could become so violent that we could completely self-annihilate.
No, not completely. The superconscious will of your species will not allow it. No species ever totally, utterly, and completely self-annihilates. You may even have to find a way to migrate to another inhabitable location in the cosmos, with but a handful of humans, but the species will never totally self-annihilate. You have come very close, though. Human civilization has already gotten very close.
Are we talking Lemuria here, or Atlantis?
We are.
So we have our work cut out for us here. We may not completely disappear as a species, but we can do plenty of damage if that's what we choose.
That is correct. Currently, that's not what most of humanity is choosing. Yet many sentient beings do things that bear no relationship to what they choose. Remember our children with matches analogy?
Yes.
Very young children who light matches and start a fire that burns the house down did not choose to do that. That can be the outcome of what they did, but it is not what they chose. And the only reason the house burned down is because the fire department didn't arrive on time. In your case, in the case of your civilization, the fire department has arrived. That's what the third invitation is all about. You are the fire department. You and others like you on Earth who are going to self-identify as being committed to assist in the awakening of the species.
If that's the case, I need to ask now that we turn this conversation into a look at something more personal. Remember when you said, I want to be careful not to focus so much on the fascinating aspects of all of this that we've been discussing, that I lose my focus on what's important for me to get out of this on a personal level to assist my own further awakening?
Yes.
And you actually mentioned then the topic of full integration, which is exactly what I feel called to talk with you about now. And I think that others who have self-identified may have the same question that I do, or the same issue, if it's not unkind to them to put it that way.
Go ahead. I'm here.
Chapter 30.
How do they integrate all of this? We've been given some great insights here about how humans could live if we were an awakened species. But the question now is, how do we make this work in everyday life? If I'm the fire department, I need to change my own behaviors before I can begin to think of producing some kind of change on the planet. Gandhi had it right. I need to be the change I wish to see. But I've not been able to do that to my satisfaction. I'm finding that information is one thing, integration is another. The great sadness of my life is that I haven't been able to fully integrate all that I have come to know and understand as a result of our conversations. I haven't been able to make it a consistent part of my life. I mean my daily interactions, not just my daily thoughts. And here's what I don't want to do. I don't want to share with others messages that cannot be actually lived and demonstrated. I'm not interested in pie-in-the-sky, impractical, unworkable, or non-achievable evolutionary goals.
These goals are achievable, I promise you. Regular, normal human beings have lived their lives in the ways that have been described here.
Well, that may be so, and I'm very glad to hear that, but I can tell you that in my own experience, this has been a huge challenge. I hear you say that I am love, for example, and that we are all love, that love is what we're made of, it's who we are. Well, you know what? I think I'm a loving person. I want to be a loving person. I try to be a loving person. But far too often I say something or do something or am something that's just plain and simply not very loving. Either I'm not loving the earth, or I'm not loving myself, or saddest of all for me, I'm acting in a way that's not very loving toward another. I want to get above that. I want to move past it. I want to go beyond it. I'm entering the first third of the 7th decade of my life on Earth, and I'm really wanting to see more progress. How long, oh God, how long is this going to take?
You're being very hard on yourself. Many who know you would say you're a very loving person, and so is everyone who has been drawn to this conversation or has found themselves following this dialogue by chance. It is true indeed of everyone on Earth. You are, all of you, my wonderful children, growing and becoming more and more of your true divine self every day. It is as I told you
in our very first conversation. You are goodness and mercy and compassion and understanding. You are peace and joy and light. You are forgiveness and patience, strength and courage, a helper in a time of need, a comforter in a time of sorrow, a healer in a time of injury, a teacher in times of confusion. You are the deepest wisdom and the highest truth, the greatest peace and the grandest love. You are these things. And in moments of your life, you have known yourself as these things. Choose now to know yourself as these things always.
I'm really trying. We all are. I just don't seem to have found the formula here. I don't seem to have found a way to consistently be who I want to be, who I know I am, when daily life presents itself. Can you help me? I feel like I'm floundering here.
You might begin by letting this very conversation be of lasting benefit. Listen to it often. Pay attention to the lists of 16 ways in which an awakened species behaves. Place particular focus in your personal life on items 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 14, 15, and 16.
Thank you. Thank you. I will do that. I'll take those numbers down, and I will do exactly that. But is there anything else you can tell me? Any other idea you might offer?
Yes. Number 1, see your whole life as the process, not just a small period within that whole. So do not seek to complete the integration of all that you have come to understand within the next year or month or week or day. Let your process take the time it will take.
Well, that's not what I would call excitingly motivating to a person who's impatient.
Impatience can be not so beneficial if you let it stop you from acknowledging how far you have come and how fast you have done so, and letting that inspire you about your tomorrows.
In other words, be kind to myself.
In other words, be kind to yourself. Notice where you've been earlier in your life, where you were just a few years ago, and where you are now. Your progress has been exponential. You've not been moving forward at a 1, 2, 3, 4 rate. You've been moving forward at a 2, 4, 8, 16, 32 rate. This is true of all those who are following the conversation here. It is, in fact, why and how they have come to do so. They are not following this exchange by chance. They have brought themselves to this experience. All of you are now stepping into the perfect time for advancement. It's going to be easier as you move forward. The biggest part of the mountain, the toughest climb, is behind you.
Thank you. Thank you for telling us that. But could you give me any practical tools, any methods or approaches that I could use to more fully integrate all that I know to be true? I'm searching for congruence here. I don't want to just talk a good game. I want to walk the talk.
And you don't think that you do?
Every so often, maybe every once in a while when I'm in a really good space. But I want to do it every day. I yearn to do it all the time.
You are doing it all the time, don't you see? Your struggle is part of the process. It's part of doing it all the time. If you weren't walking the talk all the time, you wouldn't pay 10 seconds worth of attention to any of this. The whole world is going through an evolutionary shift right now, and you're not immune to that. You're part of it. You're actually part of that which is creating it. All of you who are engaged here right now have self-selected to be part of that. So have patience with yourself and have patience with the process. You're all going exactly where you all seek to go, and you're all getting there, and you are, each of you, sweetly and gently taking others there with you as they see the changes in you and feel inspired to create changes in themselves. If they saw you showing up all at once as the perfect example of an awakened one, they might admire you, but they would never see themselves there. Don't you see then that you are going through your struggles on their behalf? Do you see that it serves them for you to be doing so? Do not ask then for your struggles to end. Ask them to be even more evidenced, and then more visibly and successfully overcome, and in this way all of you will awaken a species that is wondering if such a process is possible, and see in you that it is.
You have a way of making everyone feel better.
Well, if I can't, who can?
Cute. You can really be cute, you know that?
So I've been told.
No, but really, couldn't you give us some tools here, some methods we could use to at least keep this process of our personal evolution moving forward?
You do know that there is no right way to the mountaintop.
Yes, I know that. You made that clear many times. But surely you can offer us some options, some things we might consider.
With that caveat, here are 5 then. First, share your process. As spoken of in an earlier part of our exchange here, and referred to again just a moment ago, share openly and authentically with those whose lives you touch both your struggles and your progress on the path to full awakening. The choice to do so is both empowering and emancipating, unshackling in an amazing way the will within to express the divinity that is yours, and liberating in others their own desire and ability to also do so. Second, create a reason. The challenges of the path you have chosen may, on more than one day, hardly seem worth confronting unless you accord them greater meaning than the simple triumph over them. The question must be asked, why? Then your answer must be given. I tell you this, your path is not without purpose in the heavens. For every soul which would grow to know in its experience what it has always understood in its awareness serves not only its own agenda, but the superconscious will of the collective, advancing the evolution of a species even as its individual progress is attained. for it shall leave in the wake of its advancement the ladders and the stepping stones by which those who follow may do so ever more rapidly. Third, express gratitude. This is the most powerful tool you could be given. Gratitude can be a selected energy and not merely an autonomic response. When one actively chooses to be grateful for everything presenting itself in one's life, and I do mean everything, it sets up an energetic signature that washes over and impacts the energy of whatever is now arising. This can transmogrify, defined as to transform, especially in a surprising or magical manner, the presentation itself, to say nothing of one's entire life. Fourth, choose a state of being. Do this in advance of anything you know you are going to think, say, or do. Life has very little to do with what you are doing, and very much to do with what you are being while you are doing it. The surprising thing about this is that through your pure intention, beingness is transformed from a reaction to a creation. It is no longer something that arises out of an experience, but something that you put into an experience. And one final tool for integration. Go with the soul. Most often, you respond to whatever is happening in your life, whether it is an illness, a disappointment, a happy surprise, whatever it might be, from the logic center in your mind. You analyze the data that your mind holds regarding the experience at hand, and that is the place from which your reaction emerges. It is possible for you to cultivate the ability to respond from the wisdom center in your soul. Here, the data regarding the experience at hand is unlimited and expansive, and includes considerations and understandings that may not have been even conceived of in the mind. The soul is the place within which everything you know is already integrated, and simply awaits the outward expression of that. So take a moment whenever anything is confronting you, something that you call good news or something that you call bad news, and instruct your mind to let you act as if you are out of your mind. Then, notice your response emerge without thinking, producing a spontaneous demonstration of your soul's wisdom and awareness.
Chapter 31.
I love this. I love this. Now we're talking. Now I've got some equipment with which to finish climbing that mountain. This is great. And you know what? I actually came up with my own version of that last tool myself.
Really? All by yourself?
Well, it seemed like it was all by myself.
Yes, well, it's supposed to. Go ahead.
Are you saying that...
No, go ahead. Tell me what you came up with all by yourself.
Well, I guess I understood intuitively that there was one way that I could bring to my everyday life the experience of what I already know to be true. So I came up with, a few years ago, what I've come to call the magic inquiry. I use it to make an instant assessment of whether what I just did, am now doing, or am about to do is, well, here's that word again, congruent with my deepest desire. Before I sit down to watch a movie, for instance, or walk into a social situation, or prepare a meal, or have a conversation with a beloved other, or do anything at all that I have judged to be of here and now importance, I quietly ask myself, and what does this have to do with the agenda of my soul?
That's a great question that can open anyone to a powerful inner exploration.
Well, for me, the answer has almost always become clear immediately, because I know that the agenda of the soul is to express and experience divinity within me, through me, and as me. This instantly creates a context within which I can then create and experience the event at hand, or choose to eliminate it altogether from my doingness activity. The reason I've taken to calling this the magic inquiry is that it almost always works like magic, snapping my attention to exactly what is going on in the present moment like no other device I've ever found.
Or been given.
And I'm going to let that sit there. I'm just going to let that just sit right there.
A good idea. Another good idea that's just come to you.
You're being cute again. You're doing it again. I like that. I like that about you. So let me just ask you, what good idea I might just be given about this? How can I decide ahead of time what I'm going to be doing before I think something? I mean, your fourth suggestion a minute ago to choose a state of being ahead of time, including how you're going to be when you're thinking of something, isn't that asking a bit much? I can decide what I'm going to be before I say something. I get that. I can decide what I'm going to be before I do something. I get that too, but I don't know what I'm going to think until I think it. Am I making any sense here?
You are if you imagine that your thoughts are, most of the time, original. But the fact is, the vast majority of your thoughts are thoughts you have had before. This is because most of the events in your life are events that have happened before, in terms of type. More often than not, when an event of a certain type occurs, you immediately think what you thought previously about such an event. Very few of your thoughts are original, because very few of your experiences are original. Your life is on repeat most of the time. Since you know this is true, you can decide ahead of time what you are going to think the next time an event of any real consequence and any degree of predictability takes place. The master is the one who knows and chooses the way she is going to be in her thinking. Is he going to be calm? Is she going to be understanding? Is he going to be loving and accepting? Is she going to be accommodating and peaceful the next time such an event occurs in his life?
I got it, and I think that at some level I always understood that. This may be why I came up with a second tool on my own. That's a good one. Am I ever on my own?
No.
No. So here's a second tool that came through me then. I'll call this tool the 4 fundamental questions of life. 1. Who am I? 2. Where am I? 3. Why am I where I am? And 4. What do I intend to do about that? I find that when I ask these questions of myself and answer them anew in each moment they're asked, I move almost immediately to a place of being. I hate to use that word because it's so overused and now almost trite, but I'm going to say it anyway, a place of being centered. I feel centered within myself and not nearly so intermingled with the mini-dramas and mini-dilemmas of life.
You're in this world, but not of it.
Exactly.
Those are 2 very good tools. They can really help you look at how you are using your time and what you are being while using it.
And now I have even more tools. All of us here can be on our way if we use even 1 or 2 of these ideas.
You can indeed. And of course, you're already on your way. But I understand your use of the phrase. I want to remind you that all of you are already awake. You merely need to begin acting like it. These tools can help.
This whole dialogue can help. The things we've been reminded of in the conversation with you can be immensely helpful. There can be enormous power in knowing and embracing some of the ideas found in this wonderful dialogue. Ideas like, you are not your body. Survival is not your basic instinct. The expression of divinity is. See the other as yourself. Life is eternal. And because you cannot lose your life, ever, you have nothing to lose by being compassionate, caring, and comforting in every circumstance, and on and on and on and on, all those wonderful messages. I'm going to conclude that if I simply used the tools I've been given in this life, if I found it possible to act more and more of the time as if I was already awake, I could feel free even while I'm in this body. You told me earlier that you would explore that with me. Am I reaching the right conclusion here?
You are. Freedom is not getting what you want. It is wanting what you get.
I've heard that before.
You've heard almost everything here before. You will feel joyous and free when you simply apply in your life what you already know. And, to offer one more repetition, the fastest way to apply it in your life is to assist someone else in applying it in theirs.
I see the circle. I see the whole circumferential process. And I feel helped and heard here. Thank you. I feel heard and really helped. And I think that's all any of us needs to feel to be willing to move on. So having said that, there's one last thing. This is something that I absolutely have to ask you because, sorry, I have to say this. It's something that's really bothering me about the exchange we've had here.
What's that?
What about heaven? What about coming home to you? This dialogue seems to have reduced dying to nothing more than a process of moving from one state of being, physical, to another state of being, metaphysical. That may be useful and even fascinating at some level, but whatever happened to coming home to God?
Chapter 32.
Ever since the transcript of Home with God was published, I've been longing for your embrace, for you to hug me back into your heart. I was so looking forward to coming home to you, to being with you and with all those I've loved when I did what I call die. Are you telling me now that death is simply life going on endlessly, with me switching back and forth from one form of existence to another form of existence throughout eternity?
I can understand how that could seem unappealing. But what's been said here about entities embodying and disembodying does not include the middle chapter of the story.
Didn't you think it should?
Yes, and I wasn't going to let you walk away from here without going over that.
How nice.
But I know how impatient you are, and we were moving deep into metaphysical explorations of the difference between highly evolved beings and human beings, particularly as it relates to physicalizing and dephysicalizing at will. And you wanted to cover that thoroughly, so we did. Now that this has all been explained, we can double back to what happens at the moment that you call death. If you hadn't asked the question, I would have brought it up.
You wait for me to ask a question before you tell me what you think it would be of enormous benefit for me to hear? That's interesting. What if I didn't ask the right questions?
Well, actually, I inspire your questions. I've been doing it from the beginning, and you listen closely to your inspirations and act on them. So the chances of you not asking the question were pretty slim.
I get it. Well, I'm glad you inspired it, because some of those who are moving through this dialogue with us may not have read Home with God, and even those who have may be wondering, as I was myself just now, where our wonderful, warm meet-up with you is going to be, our experience of coming home again, how that all fits into all of this. And I realize, of course, that your wonderful description of what happens after we do the thing called die filled an entire book, so it can't possibly be all repeated here. So I'm thinking of placing an addendum in this present text and listing all the books that have comprised our dialogue series with a description of the topics covered in every one of them.
That's a very good idea. I wonder where it came from.
I'm getting it. I'm seeing how this whole dialogue is happening here. So please give us a summary now, would you, of how our experience of being home again with you fits into the new revelations you've offered us here. You've said here that human beings, too, like highly evolved beings from another dimension, shift from physical to metaphysical manifestations at will, only that we call this shifting birth and death. Yet we think of each of these transitions as what we label a lifetime. And we don't experience that we leave our physical form at will. We experience that it happens against our will.
I know. That's why this was a focal point of the conversation that you transcribed in Home with God. To repeat what was said there, and in this very conversation earlier, no one dies at a time or in a way that is not of their choosing. Again, I know this is not an easy concept to embrace, but dying at a time or in a way that is not of your choosing would be impossible given who and what you are.
All of the revelations in the body of work that I have called Conversations with God rest on the single premise that we are, all of us, individuations of divinity. In other words, God manifest as humans.
And not only as humans, as you now know, all sentient beings in the cosmos are manifestations of the only thing there is.
In other words, God.
In other words, me. Yes.
And yet, some of these beings, according to you, are nevertheless violent.
Yes, because all sentient beings are given free will, and not all use it in a way that is peaceful. On the other hand, not all sentient beings on other planets in the realm of the physical are violent. There are civilizations that are not. If your own greatest proclivity is to find and create peace, gentleness, and love in your life, and to place it in the lives of those around you, these other sentient beings resonate with you from afar.
They can feel my energy from that distance?
Absolutely. The energy that emanates from the core of your being reaches deep into the cosmos, extending to infinity. Your own scientists are now developing instruments that can receive interstellar signals from deep space. Members of advanced civilizations in the physical dimension have become such receiving stations themselves. And when they identify a particular source of that energy, which you call peace, it resonates with how they experience themselves. These civilizations then will reflect that back to you, magnified, to signal to you that you are not alone and are being supported in your experience.
You know, some people I'm very close to feel very certain that such civilizations exist, and they call them star family.
That is an apt description. And members of this family are very happy to know that highly evolved beings from another dimension are also offering you assistance, often in a more direct way that eliminates the gap between your planet and others in the physical realm, given that Hebs have overcome the artificial limitations of time and space. Now, to get back to the subject at hand, when those of you in the realm of the physical disembody, you simply re-identify. I have said to you before that death is merely
a process of re-identification.
In other words, during our life on Earth, we've actually been living a case of mistaken identity.
Exactly. And after what you call death, you come alive to who you really are. And you do return to what you've called home, rejoining first with all of your loved ones, then reuniting with the all. And I mean that you literally reunite. You meld into me and you have the experience, not just the knowledge or the awareness, but the experience of our singleness and onlyness. I did describe exactly how this happens in the dialogue that we had, which you turned into the book, Home with God.
Yes, and this reminder is very helpful here.
Good. You will remember then that it is after the moment of mergence with me, after the full experience of our oneness, that you unmerge with me, or emerge, if you please. You are then, in a very real sense, born again as your individual soul.
Why would I leave you? Why would I separate from this perfect union with God? If this is what I've been longing for all this time, please explain this to me again.
What your soul longs for is the expression of your divinity. Once you know it fully again, once you have remembered, that is, experienced yourself once again as a member of the body of God, you will be overcome by a natural yearning to express that. This is God's fundamental desire, to evince myself, to not merely be aware of myself, but to express myself. I do this by individuating myself, so that I may evince and express every single part of me. The part of me that you are will then be given the choice to either return to the physical life you've just left, you would be described as having had a near-death experience, or move on to the realm of the spiritual, then to return to the realm of the physical in another moment. All of this happens in the blink of an eye, of course, if you're observing it within the illusion of sequentiality. In ultimate reality, it is all happening simultaneously.
And those other life forms we've been discussing choose to go to that other dimension?
Yes, this is the third realm in the kingdom of heaven, the realm of pure being, as you have conceptualized it.
Do we humans not have the option to exist in the realm of pure being when we emerge from oneness with you?
Yes, you do. You can go on experiencing your eternal life in the realm of the spiritual, in the realm of the physical, or in the realm of pure being.
Then why wouldn't I choose to exist in that other dimension? Why wouldn't I choose the realm of pure being? After all the wonderful ways you've described it, why in the world would I choose to come back here?
Because you desire to experience completion of that portion of the journey of your soul, which can only be undertaken in your dimension, the realm of the physical. For this reason, you will consider it a blessing to be here, right where you are now. And of course, it is a blessing, and it becomes even more of a blessing when you choose to bless others by your being here. It is during this next period on Earth that some of you will self-select to do exactly that, intentionally. This is all part of the awakening of the species. This is all part of the third invitation.
Chapter 33.
Your quick summary here of your very detailed previous conversation with me about the afterlife experience makes it more and more apparent to me that a key element, a vitally important element of the process of awakening, is understanding that life has no end. Ever, ever, ever. Because when we understand this and live it, everything changes. The Complete Home with God transcript is a remarkable text that could alter one's whole understanding of life, and that could bring wonderful comfort to any person or family member of a person facing end-of-life circumstances. So I hope that everyone will find it and read it. And while this statement about life never ending has now been made over and over again, I'm not sure that the real importance of it has been emphasized. This is more than a random and interesting metaphysical fact. This is a critical, foundational understanding.
Yes. All that you see around you is nothing more than energy, expressing in different ways. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It always was, is now, and always will be. What you call life and death is the essential essence manifesting as you, simply changing form. Now, the movement of life, what you call its activity and progress, is simply a process of energy exchange. The difference between the dimension in which you live, which is the physical realm, and the other dimension is that in your dimension, the exchange of energy is sometimes a violent process, whereas in the other dimension, it never is. Never.
And that brings up again what you've referred to here over and over again as another dimension, and the highly evolved beings who are supposedly helping us right now.
Not supposedly, actually.
Okay, actually. So how is that happening, assuming that such beings actually exist?
This is not an assumption, this is a fact.
Given that such Hebs exist, where are they from? What is this other dimension you keep talking about?
There is an entirely different community of beings living in an entirely different way in which you would consider an entirely different universe.
Let me get clear here. Are you talking about an alternate reality? Or what's been called a parallel universe?
Some in your world have used those words to describe it, yes.
Is this parallel universe a mirror image of our own, simply reversed?
No. Parallel does not mean identical. It means alongside of. What you are now terming here a parallel universe exists side by side with the universe with which you are familiar, but it is in no way identical or even nearly the same. That is why it has been referred to here as another dimension.
A metaphysical dimension.
A dimension in which, as we explored earlier, entities express themselves as metaphysical or physical depending on...
I know what serves their purpose, which you told us earlier is to assist all sentient beings in the realm of the physical in the understanding, expressing, and full experiencing of themselves as who they really are. But tell me this, why would highly evolved beings choose to come to Earth, where the species is so young and apparently so unable to learn or unwilling to embrace, even after millennia, the simple basic formula we've been offered here for producing a wonderful life? Why not go somewhere else to help a species to awaken? Why not go to a planet where the entities are far more advanced, at least, and may be just a few steps away from embracing the understandings that it takes to fully awaken?
Some do. Your planet is not the only place that highly evolved beings from another dimension have visited.
Well, good. At least then they don't have to confront failure after failure for millennia after millennia among one of the youngest species in the cosmos.
There is no such thing as failure in the experience of highly evolved beings. The simple commitment to undertake anything and the actions and activities involved in doing so provide all the sense of achievement or accomplishment that a Heb desires. It is the best and highest expression of self for which a being of this level of consciousness yearns. It is not necessary for the outcome of that expression to take a particular form, for that experience of the expression to be validated, justified, or celebrated.
What a point of view. What a healthy point of view.
Have you never done anything for the sheer enjoyment of it? Does a specific result have to emerge from everything you undertake in order for it to have been fun for you?
No, of course not. But something as important as helping to awaken an entire species would probably not fall into my category of a simple but pleasurable passing of the time. I mean, I would probably attach some significance to the outcome, if you don't mind. And by the way, this is not an idle consideration for me over here. You've extended to us here a third invitation, and I'm embracing and accepting it with no small sense that I would like to at least be minimally successful.
If you're going to make it an outcome-oriented undertaking, you're going to make it very tough on yourself before you start. You'll be watching your own every move, weighing your own every word, worrying about how in the world you can achieve what you hope to experience within yourself, nervously preparing your plan B if your initial approach does not produce the outcome you desired, and then plunging ahead with the project to transform yourself, completely oblivious of the metaphysical impact of all these less than joyful energies you've projected into space.
Heavens, I never thought of things that way.
I know. That's the point. It's being brought up here to help you change your way of thinking. I'm going to invite you to redefine what you call success in your full awakening.
I'm listening.
Success in fully awakening is knowing that you are already awake and simply don't know it or haven't accepted it.
And so we have come full circle from what you said at the beginning of this conversation.
We have, because it is one of the most important messages with which I could both begin and end all meaningful interaction with you. Awakening is not about changing yourself. It is about changing your thinking about yourself. It is about knowing that you are, as I said to you here earlier, whole, complete, and perfect, exactly as you are right now. Your personal transformation is about adding to what you are now, not about subtracting from what you are now. Success in any area of your life is not found in producing what you think you must produce on your journey. It is found in the love, the joy, the happiness, and the sense of true self that you experience and that others experience in their life because of you along the way. That alone can produce the rest of what you think you are supposed to produce.
You're saying it's the journey, not the destination. That's an old saw. There's nothing new there.
This whole discourse is nothing but a reminder. One big reminder. Everything here you've heard before, known before, even experienced before. The purpose of all of our conversations is and always has been the same.
To transform you into a person who knows that you already know and simply haven't accepted it. That's why everything you've heard from me, everything you've read in any of the transcripts of any of our conversations has so often felt to you as something you have already known. This includes the information here about highly evolved beings from another place. You've known and understood that such beings are around since you were a child. None of this is new to you.
You're right. I'm totally comfortable with this. And I know they're not here to harm us. If they wanted to harm us, they could have done so in 1,000 ways over 1,000 years.
That's correct.
So you're telling me that they are not goal-oriented. Success for them is not about producing a particular outcome.
It is not. Not in the sense that you mean. Highly evolved beings are expression-oriented. They seek only to express and experience who they really are. And one way they do this is by offering and providing love and guidance, help and companionship to all sentient beings as those beings move through their own evolutionary process. You are doing the same thing on Earth.
We are?
Think about it. All you're doing on Earth is helping each other as a means of expressing and experiencing who you are. You are helping each other solve a problem, helping each other create a better life, helping each other get well, helping each other feel better, helping each other know more, helping each other experience joy, laughter, and a good time, helping each other with something. You call your earthly activities jobs or occupations, but all you are doing is helping each other. The result in both cases, the activity of Hebs and the activity of humans, is the same: energy exchange. One form of energy changes into another.
It's about how this occurs that we want to wake up our species to if we want the species to enhance its quality of life.
Exactly. And why it occurs. When you understand why energy exchange occurs, you will understand how to cause it to occur without ever needing to use violence. You will then become a transformed society and begin to create a heavenly world.
Well, why does it occur? What causes energy exchange to occur?
Love. The building up of energy to the point where the feeling that you define in your language as love magnetizes energy particles to energy particles, producing a commingling and an exchange.
I said earlier that humanity was one decision away from making the human venture become one of the most successful and joyous expressions of life in the cosmos. I said that we must decide to open-mindedly, genuinely, and unrestrictedly explore, and then open-heartedly, joyously, and unreservedly accept the reality of who we really are. I see now that we can take the first steps toward fully implementing that decision with a simple formula: eliminate violence and remember to love.
Yes. And the key to this formula, the fastest and most powerful way to make it work, is to release yourself at last from the imprisonment of your thoughts about separation. You are not separate from anything, not from each other, not from any form of life, and not from God. So it comes down to this: eliminate violence and remember to love by releasing all thoughts of separation.
That's really what it's all about, isn't it?
That's really what it's about.
Chapter 34.
We're coming to the end of our time together here, and I can feel this conversation reaching a conclusion. But speaking about love, Earlier in this conversation, you said that love is who we are, who I am, and that it is who we all are, every human being. Now you're saying that what we have to do is remember to love. Yet if all human beings are already love, then what is there to remember?
How to love. You are invited to remember how to love by remembering that love is your true identity.
But I don't understand how, if love is who we are, it's possible for some human beings to act in ways that are very unloving. We touched on this when I described earlier how unloving I am so often, not to mention people who do really horrible things to each other, things I couldn't or wouldn't dream of doing in my worst moments.
No one does anything that they consider to be unloving. Everything they do because they are loving.
What?
Remember this always. Every act is an act of love. This is true for everyone, without exception.
The killer? The rapist? The thief? The religious fanatic? The racial bigot? The political tyrant? You mean even the financial swindler? The emotional charlatan?
Look deeply now. Awakening means looking deeply. It is the love of something that is behind every decision and action of every sentient being. All you have to do to understand why some person or group has done something is to ask, what do you love so much that you felt you had to do this? The problem is not that people don't love. The problem is that people don't know how to love. This does not in any way justify their actions, but it does explain them. As a species matures, it remembers how to express love purely.
What does purely mean?
Purely means with nothing intended or needed as a return for the self. Pure love is an act of selflessness, foundationed in the self's awareness that it needs, requires, must demand nothing to be perfectly happy. This is the natural state of godliness, which incidentally is why God requires, demands, and commands nothing at all of anyone. Least of all abject subjugation or degrading, debasing, demeaning, groveling, and fearful worship.
So you know you've loved purely when there's nothing in it for you, or when it's not only not to your benefit, but actually non-beneficial to you.
Such a thing would be impossible. Every pure expression of love brings benefit to the lover, and that it brings all those who purely love the highest and fullest experience of who they really are that is possible for life to provide. The ultimate purpose of life itself is the ultimate experience of divinity itself through the ultimate expression of love itself, which is the ultimate definition of God itself.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. It is really beautifully put. But is it possible for a human being to express and experience this? I guess we're swinging back into my question about integration. Is it possible for me to ever really feel this kind of love?
Not only is it possible, every human being has done so. There is not a human being on the planet who has not felt it already. Perhaps they felt it when holding a baby in their arms. Perhaps they felt this kind of love for a place or for some physical object, even something as seemingly insignificant as a favorite pillow or a stuffed animal. Perhaps they have felt this kind of love for a plant or a tree or a sunrise or the night sky. Have you not ever felt love for the night sky?
No, I would call that awe and appreciation.
Which is the highest form of love, because it wants and needs, gets and demands nothing in return. Everyone has felt this kind of love. This is the love I have for you, for every single one of you. When you love something for the sheer beauty of it, for the sheer wonder of it, for the sheer joy of it, for the happiness it brings you to feel that energy glowing inside of you and sent out from you, you are loving purely. If you are looking to get something back as your reward for sending it out, then you are not loving something or someone else. You are loving yourself and simply using something or someone else as a means of doing so.
Ouch. Ouch. What's wrong with loving yourself? Doesn't all love begin with self-love?
Yes, but self-love is not love that is received from anything outside of self. Self-love is of the self, by the self, for the sheer beauty, the sheer wonder, the sheer joy of the self being who and what it truly is. This is how God loves God's self. This is how I love me. And this is how I invite you to love you.
I wish I could do that. I really do. I mean wholly. I mean completely. I mean all the time. But it's hard for me to do that with all my faults, all my foibles, all my failings.
Here we go again. I am telling you now, once more, as I have told you many times before, you are perfect. Just as you are perfect. Even as you see nothing but beauty and perfection in a 1-day-old newborn and a 1-week-old infant and a 1-month-old baby and a 1-year-old child, so do I see nothing but perfection in you. And I would see this, by the way, if you were 100 years old, nay, 1,000, for that would still be less than a single heartbeat in the life of the universe. You are growing and expanding and enlarging and completing your experience of your true self through your expression in the realm of the physical here on this magnificent planet you have called Earth. We will meet in perfect union again when you return home, and as I have promised you through all your lifetimes, you will never, no, not for a moment, be without me while you are away. I love you now as I have loved you always, with a purity that asks, needs, and demands nothing in return. For you and I are eternally one, and the experience of this is all that our self desires.
I'm so deeply touched by that. I'm touched and renewed. Now all I want to do is apply all of this in my life.
Chapter 35.
I want to make this real. I want to make this true for me in my experience. This dialogue has included some wonderful insights, brought me some perfectly timed reminders, and given me some potentially powerful tools. And the 16 items on that list of differences between highly evolved beings from another dimension and humans, that'll stand as guideposts for me on my journey forever, I'm clear. But what I need now is to know and to feel that this idea of our awakening and our advancement as a species isn't all just a pipe dream, something sounding very nice but virtually unachievable by the average person. I don't want to go back to business as usual when this dialogue ends. Look, I have only my own experience to go on, so I tend to get a little discouraged at times like this. I get inspired by the possibilities and discouraged at the probabilities. Can you hear that?
Of course I can. Yet if you have only your experience to go on, you should be completely encouraged, not discouraged.
I don't understand. I'm just a simple human being here, not a Buddha, not a Christ, not a Lao Tzu or a Mother Mary, a Confucius or a Catherine of Genoa, not, to place it more contemporarily, a Paramahansa Yogananda or a Mother Mira. I know that at our basis, at our foundation, we are all the same, that I'm cut out of the same cloth as all of those wonderful others, but I'm not demonstrating qualities in my life that evidence this.
Actually, you are. But we'll get to that in a minute. Right now, it is perfect that you are not experiencing yourself as doing that. Do you see this? You do see this, don't you?
I sometimes have a hard time with even that nice and apparently spiritually accurate idea. I sometimes think that telling myself that it's perfect, that my progress is so slow in acting like I'm awakened to the fact that I am awake, is just giving myself a pass. It's a way of excusing my past and forgiving my present moment failures.
First of all, there is nothing to forgive, any more than you forgive a 10-year-old for not getting her multiplication tables right, or a 4-year-old for knocking over the milk at his birthday party. You don't need to forgive because you understand perfectly how such a thing could happen. Understanding replaces forgiveness in the mind of the master.
I know. You've made this point with me repeatedly, and I really see and appreciate the pure and wonderfully generous logic of it. But for me, this perfection idea still sometimes feels like a fabulous escape hatch. Somehow the idea that it's all good makes me not feel I need to work to make myself any better.
Well, of course, you don't need to. Need has nothing to do with it. No one is keeping score here. No one is judging or punishing. So it's not about need. It's about desire.
Well, I can honestly say that I do have desire. I really, truly wish to do as you consistently invite all of us to do: announce and declare, express and fulfill, become and experience the next grandest version of the greatest vision ever we held about who we are. I guess I'm just not able to see the perfection in taking over 70 years to even understand why I'm here, much less step into the living of it.
Try thinking of your process in this way. If you had reached years before now the level of demonstration of, let us say, Lao Tzu, do you think you would have found yourself in the position of asking the questions that filled 3,000 pages of 9 books?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Definitely not.
And so you may be among the most prolific questioners of your generation. And do you believe that the questions you have asked and the answers you have received have brought you benefit?
Yes, definitely.
And have they brought benefit to others?
Perhaps there are those who say these questions and answers have, so I guess if I'm to believe them, the answer is yes. I don't want to boast about this, however. I feel humbled by it, not boastful, and I want to always feel that way.
You will feel about everything exactly the way you choose to feel, based on your decision about who you are, why you are here, and how you wish to demonstrate that. Can you choose to feel, then, that you are not feeling you are at the level of demonstration of Mother Mary or Lao Tzu, or of others who have been considered masters, has been perfect?
Okay, but now I want more. I guess you could call this an increase in my desire. I want to know what it would be like for me and other members of our species to be aware of when we have awakened, and how we would behave if we began acting like it.
I have actually answered this question for you before in previous dialogues.
Would you answer it again for us here, just to save us from having to look it up?
Yes. If you choose to act as someone who is aware that she or he is awake, there are several things you would do.
You mean in addition to taking the steps invited in the list of 16 items that make us different from Hebs?
Yes, in addition to those steps. First, you would not entertain negative thoughts in your mind.
If a negative thought did happen to slip in, you would get it out of your mind immediately. You would think of something else deliberately. You would simply change your mind about that. You would also love yourself fully, just as you are. And you would love everyone else fully, just as they are. Then you would love life fully, just as it is, needing nothing to change and seeing everything as simply something you are moving through so that you can know about it and create a contextual field providing you with an opportunity to demonstrate who you are. You would forgive no one and nothing ever again out of knowing that forgiveness is neither necessary nor natural for humans who are aware that they are awake. You would clearly see that holding an idea that there is a need for forgiveness means holding an idea that an injury has occurred. And as a human who is awake, you would be aware that injury is not possible in the experience of divinity, which is who you are. You would therefore replace forgiveness with understanding in your interactions with others, which would naturally lead to compassion for others as you experience a full realization of the pain, anger, or sadness they must have felt at such a high level as to cause them to abandon their true nature and behave as they did. Also, as a person who is awake, you would not mourn the death of another, not even for a moment. You might mourn your loss, but not their death. But in fact, celebrate both the moments of love and joy that they shared with others and the fact that they continue their life in free and wondrous expression of their evolutionary process. You would likewise neither fear nor mourn your own death for precisely the same reason. Finally, you would be aware that everything is energy in vibration. Everything. And so you would pay much more attention to the vibration of everything that you eat, of everything that you wear, of everything that you watch, read, or listen to, and most important, of everything that you think, say, and do. And you would immediately adjust the vibration of your own energy and the life energy that you are creating around you if you find that it is not in resonance with the highest knowing you have of who you are, and the experience of this that you choose to demonstrate.
That all sounds like a big order, you know. You see, this is the moment where I get discouraged. My experience has been that these goals are very hard to reach, that these are the behaviors of masters who are very hard to emulate.
Actually, your experience has been exactly the opposite.
I don't know what you're saying here.
All of these things you have already experienced. You have already had moments in which you've moved away from a negative thought and simply changed your mind about something. You have already had moments in which you loved yourself and others and life itself fully and needed nothing to change, even when not everything was to your liking. You have already had moments in which you experienced that you didn't really need to forgive someone for something they did. realizing, without agreeing with or condoning what they did, why and how they could have done it. You have already had moments in which you moved from mourning to celebrating after the death of another, and you likewise have had moments in which you truly did not fear your own death. And finally, there have been many times when you have felt the vibration of the moment, of something you were projecting, of something you were being invited to eat or to wear or to do, and responded to that vibration by shifting the frequency of your own energy and making a new decision about whatever you were being invited to encounter or experience. You have all done all of this. None of this is outside of your capabilities. Not a single aspect of this is beyond your ken. Nothing described here exceeds your level of mastery as a sentient being. You merely have to decide to be this way more often.
Oh my goodness, I never imagined it could be that simple.
It can be that simple.
Do you think I can do it? Do you think any of us can do it? I know I'm begging the question here.
Of course you can. It is as simple as looking at a behavior that does not serve you and replacing it with a response to the invitations of life that you now choose. Have you never changed what you have called a bad habit?
Yes, I have. Most of us can claim some success in that.
There you are. And what made you change that habit?
Well, I wanted to. I just decided I wanted to.
And what made you decide that?
Looking back, I guess it was just plain desire. I no longer desired to exhibit or experience the behavior. In my case, the biggest habit I ever broke was smoking. I smoked for over 20 years, and I'd gotten up to a pack and a half a day. Then one day I just decided to stop. I just stopped cold. I think cold turkey is the phrase that's used. One day I smoked, and the next day I didn't. That was over 30 years ago. And that's not the only habit that I felt was disserving me that I've broken.
So you have proven your ability to abruptly change a decades-long behavior.
Yes.
Then your movement from a person who is awake and does not know it or act like it to a person who is aware that you are awake and chooses to act like it is one step, one decision away, just as you yourself said here early in this conversation. And you can easily take that step. You can easily make that movement because unlike breaking a bad habit, this is not even about adopting a brand new behavior. It is simply about doing what you have already done in your life, and now doing it more often.
You know, I never thought about it that way. I never thought about the fact that every one of these behaviors are things I've already done. I've thought of them as things I have to achieve, not things I'm being invited to repeat. I thought of them as skills I had to acquire, not behaviors I'm invited to replicate. I now see something I never saw before. I see that I can get where I want to go more easily than I ever thought, because I've already been there. I know the way there. Wow, that's exciting to me. This has uplifted me, encouraged me. I don't have to reinvent myself. I only have to reinstate myself, restore myself, reinstall myself in the moments of my life as I have been before.
That is a grand awakening. Now you are awake to the fact that you are already awake.
There's not much more to be said here, is there?
No, there is not.
This is it, then?
This is it.
This is it.
Thank you, God. Thank you, my dear, dear friend. I will always remember this experience and be grateful for it until the end of my days.
Which will never come.
Which will never come. Amen and amen.
Amen, my friend. Amen.
Epilogue.
My dear, dear companions on this journey. This is not easy, is it? I mean this journey through life. For most of us, this is not easy. It involves sadness and tragedy in way too many moments. Happiness, too, yes, and moments of great joy, for sure. But the heaviness of the heart and the ache of its breaking over and over again can take its toll. That's undeniable. Even the optimist feels it some mornings upon arising, and some evenings when the weight of events and memories of events is carried to bed. For 50 years I've kept telling myself, there's got to be a reason, there's got to be a purpose. This has all got to be part of a larger process in which we're all engaged here. Life must be more than a series of random events to which we're all subjected, with the final bell ringing at a time or in a way that we least expect. The conversations with God that I've had since I've slipped past my 49th birthday, now 24 years ago, have convinced me this is true. And this latest dialogue, totally unexpected and packed with surprises, has confirmed everything for me. But please, listen to me as I wave goodbye. I could be wrong about all of this, and I want you to be clear. I want you to understand that I know that. So let me repeat it. I said, I could be wrong about all of this. Don't imagine for a second that I don't think about that. I think about it all the time. Several interviewers have asked me basically the same question. Do I have any doubts about the experience I've had or the information I've received? I've given them all the same answer. The day I stop doubting is the day I become dangerous, and I have no intention of becoming dangerous. So I want to tell you to doubt as well. I'm sure I don't have to encourage this. I want you to be clear that one of the most important messages of conversations with God is not to believe them. Indeed, in the very first book of the 9 texts, we hear this in the voice of God. Believe nothing I say, God says there. Simply live it, experience it. Then live whatever other paradigm you want to construct. Afterward, look to your experience to find your truth. We do well to remain our own authority in all matters regarding the self and the soul. No one can tell us what is true for us, and no one should try. That said, I became very clear on what is true for me when I read the recommendations and the suggestions on how I might live my own life found in the CWG dialogue. And I couldn't help but think, I wish someone had told me these things 50 years ago. I can't imagine a better way to live. Yet I'm very much aware that not everyone will agree. Not everyone will resonate with what's been said here. Some may consider it bizarre and outlandish. Others will say it's far worse than that, labeling it blasphemous and heretical. I want you to know that I sincerely respect and honor their point of view, and all points of view sincerely arrived at, honestly held, and expressed without violence. This is a powerful subject we're talking about here, and it's good to proceed with care. All of it is wrapped up in our relationship with the divine, indeed, in the question of whether there even is a God, and that is not a small matter. Our understanding of all of this is significant because most human beings need and seek and, sooner or later, deeply yearn to find some kind of meaning in life. Without that meaning, without some purpose for it all, many of us soon find ourselves simply trudging along with that heaviness of heart I spoke of earlier. We'll move through life trying to make the best of something we haven't even begun to understand, pushing through our days and nights engaged in increasingly aimless, valueless, senseless activities that clarify nothing, that produce little, and that generate not much more than more things to do, while on our way to where, we don't know, but an eventual end that we call death, the anticipation of which offers naught but a heightened sense of what feels like the almost bitterly laughable fruitlessness of it all. And so we yearn, and we search. Giving all of this deeper thought, I arrived at a place of knowing that if we hold the notion that there's some sort of higher power in existence, our reaching clarity may very well be guaranteed. Seek, and ye shall find, God has said to all of us. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. We may very well remember, through our own communication with the divine, that there is something greater going on here. Information may come our way that will make the largeness of all that is and all that occurs suddenly apparent. Indeed, the book you're listening to right now could be part of that very process, playing out right now. I don't believe that your interaction with the divine was ever intended to be a one-way encounter. I believe it was intended to provide you with comfort, to provide you with a goal worthy of your dedication, of your commitment, of your time, and of your effort. And so, I encourage you to engage in your own conversation with God every day, in whatever way feels natural and good to you, based on your tradition or your innermost feeling. Call it prayer, call it meditation, call it inspiration, call it whatever you wish. And if my exchange with God here leads you to your own, my publishing it will have succeeded in its goal. If you're in harmony with the Conversations with God material, you'll find in this present text all that you need in order to move the CWG messages more fully into your life. Simply embrace and apply the 16 items describing the differences between humans and highly evolved beings. Use regularly the 7 tools explored in the portion of this dialogue dealing with integration. And repeat the everyday behaviors that you have already shown yourself to be perfectly capable of demonstrating. Then, Don't be surprised if your life changes right before your eyes. Let me share with you some final thoughts, written and added to this book several weeks after the writing of the main text was complete. On November 1st, 2016, I underwent surprise open-heart surgery, a quintuple bypass. I didn't know I needed it until an angiogram a few days earlier confirmed my suspicion that something was going on with my old ticker. I just wasn't feeling right, and I thought I'd better get myself checked out. That decision saved my life. It turned out that 5 arteries to my heart were blocked, one of them 98%. I'm sharing this very personal information with you for a reason, not to get your sympathy, but to get your attention. This life we are living, this life through which you and I are walking hand in hand, will not go on forever, not in its present form. Our existence is eternal, but our lives in any particular form are not. That was brought home to me in a powerful, powerful way. There's nothing like getting your chest sawed open, heart stopped, body put on a machine to do its blood circulating and breathing for 3 hours, and then chest wired shut and zipped up again, to make this message clear to you. You are not your body. Your body is something you have, not something you are. Who you are is eternal. What you have is not. The American poet M. Clare, who I am joyously happy to say happens to be my beloved wife, captured this reality perfectly, I thought, in her poem, Precious Occurrence. I am a precious occurrence, and I don't have long. We are a precious occurrence, and as long as we think we have, we don't have long. Too much time is being spent running from face to face, asking, "What is my name?" If you don't yet know it, or if you've forgotten, then become still, go within, and answer it. You are a precious occurrence. Tell us your name. The experience of my open-heart surgery made me think long and hard, and not for a moment or two, but from the day after the operation to this very moment. What do I want to do with whatever time my present body has left? For that matter, what do we all want to do? That is, why did we come here? What, at the end of our current physicalization, will really matter? Have we come here to get the guy, get the girl, get the car, get the job, get the spouse, get the kids, get the house, get the better job, get the better car, get the better house, get the grandkids, get the name on the business or on the office door, get the retirement watch, get the cruise tickets, get the illness, and get the hell out? Is this really our life's formula? Is there nothing more to be done? Was there ever anything more to be done? Then I pondered this business of awakening. Is there actually any such thing? Are we making the whole thing up just to give us something to do other than the mundane, other than simply surviving? Then I said to myself, wait a minute. You were just given a book by God. What is its most important message? Maybe you might pay attention to that. So I reread this book from first page to last, and I decided that this was its single most important message. You are already awake. You simply don't know it. I see this as my opportunity now. My moment not to be awakened, but to commit to behaving in a way that reflects that I already am, with every thought, with every word, with every gesture, action, choice, or decision from this moment forward. I have self-selected, and I find myself wishing to invite you to do the same. Now is the perfect time for our advancement, as individuals and as a species. And this doesn't have to be a drudgery or a burden. It can be a joy. Expressing the highest and grandest part of us every day will feel wonderful. All we have to do is get our fear and negativity out of the way. Let's try it, just for a week. No, just for a day. Let's watch what we think, watch what we say. Count the times that our thought and our words about anything are negative. Count the times that they add positive energy and good vibes to the moment, or deplete the moment of these. Then let's accept the invitation of divinity and say this to ourselves in front of every encounter, every interaction, every anticipated experience with another. I have come that you may have life, and that you may have it more abundantly. Let's allow this to form the context of all of our intellectual, emotional, and physical expressions from morning till night. If you'd like to join me on this next and maybe most important and exciting leg of our evolutionary journey, you'll find resources to assist you at www.ihaveselfselected.com. Again, www.ihaveselfselected.com. I created these to help myself, comprised in the main of gathered messages and material from the Conversations with God dialogues, which have changed my life and which promise more and the biggest changes yet to come. Do you think we can make these changes? Do you think the world we touch would be better for it if we did? But here's the real question. Why bother? This is not easy work. Setting aside centuries, no millennia, of human proclivities, penchants, predilections, and propensities is not something one does overnight. It requires thinking in a new way, understanding life in a new way, speaking to others in a new way, showing up in the world in a new way. Why go to all the trouble? Why not just get the guy, get the girl, get the car, get the job, get the spouse, get the house, get the kids, etc., 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 and get on with life that has no larger purpose beyond that? Why not? I'll tell you why not. Because we've come here to do more than this. We did not come here to play the one with the most toys wins. We did not come here to squeak by, slinking from birth to death, hoping for not much more than to sustain the least amount of damage and create the highest level of whatever we define as success or happiness. Do you really think this was meant to be the sum total of the earthly experience? Let me ask that question again. I said, do we really think this was meant to be the sum total of the earthly experience? There's another reason to bother as well. Because our world, the one you wish to leave your children and your grandchildren, cannot continue to exist as it has, will simply not be sustainable if get the guy, get the girl, get the car, get the job is all that human beings continue to do. It's time for our species to awaken, to advance, to become more aware of who we are and why we are here and the purpose of all life. Is the purpose of existence to just exist? Surely not. Surely there must be more than this. And there is. The books in the Conversations with God series make this very clear. That's why I use them as a resource every day of my life. I hope you will do so as well. Read them, all of them. Not because I think you'll find the answer to life's biggest mystery there, but because I believe you can find the way to your own answer there. You will either agree or disagree with what is offered in these texts, but either way, you will have moved closer to your own innermost truth. Then you can more fully live it. And then you will awaken the species. For the one who lives the highest and grandest innermost truth about oneself and the purpose of life cannot help but touch the others in ways that give them back to themselves, arousing them from their slumber of forgetfulness by mirroring for them their own highest hopes and grandest thoughts. This is our invitation. This is our opportunity. This is the next step in our own evolution. And taking this next step is the purpose of all of life. For the soul expresses through advancement, 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 expansion, 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 becoming, 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 eternally and everlastingly, and even forevermore. This is the delight of God, embodied in every living thing. I invite you to let this be your delight as well. With my love, Neale Donald Walsch, Ashland, Oregon, November 22nd, 2016. Oh, I'm sorry, and this postscript. P.S. If you find yourself energized by the third invitation as brought to us in this dialogue, I encourage you to notice that there are many organizations and movements around the world inviting your support in helping to awaken our species. One such organization has arisen directly out of the messages of Conversations with God. It is Humanity's Team, www.humanitiesteam.org. And its purpose is to send the message of oneness around the world, bringing an end to separation at last. Another is the Conversations with God Foundation, cwg.org, which works to send the messages of the CWG dialogues into the world. And if you wish to review and study further the contents of those 9 dialogues, and perhaps even participate in an advanced integration program of exploration and application of its messages, You may do so at www.cwgconnect.com. Again, www.cwgconnect.com, which I trust will continue to be a resource long after I have celebrated my own continuation day. Finally, I cannot end this closing note without sharing my deepest gratitude for my wife, M., who has been my strength in times of doubt, my clarity in times of confusion, and my soul's "I understand you completely and love you without condition" companion, whenever she saw in me even the slightest trace of a momentary temptation to imagine that I was all alone on this journey. I have finally felt othered in this life. I knew it was possible, I just knew it, but yes, I experience it as being extremely rare. My happiness is that I can now tell you with absolute assurance that God's way of loving is expressible by human beings here on earth. My dearest M is walking evidence of that. M's poetic expressions have inspired me over and over again, and so I wish to close with one more of them here, that you too may be uplifted. As I move back into the contemplation of the God of my understanding to which this new dialogue invites me, I find myself wanting to pose before the world the intriguing and spiritually important inquiry that M's poem from her published work Home Remembers Me places before us here. I can think of no better way to conclude this latest conversation with God. Here is M's poem. I don't know if my God is the same as your God. Is it made of love? Does it want for you what you want for you? Does it come to you with arms opened, asking nothing but ready for anything? Does it whisper to you of light and of stillness, and point you toward any of the paths that will take you there? Does it remind you of your seeing? Does it remind you of your knowing? Does it remind you of the gentlest lover ever you've dreamed, soothing you all the way down the length of your body, caressing a weariness from your heart? Is it ever late? Is it ever gone? Is it made of love?
Addendum.
About the Conversations with God series of books. There are 9 books in the Conversations with God dialogue series, each one moving the exposition forward to increasing levels of complexity and enlarging areas of exploration. As well, a number of supplementary volumes have been produced that offer expanded articulations of the spiritual and practical applications in daily life of the remarkable thought constructions emerging from the original dialogue. The supplementary texts extend the original messages into vast areas of human activity, including the specific interests of younger people found in Conversations with God for Teens, the essence of what it looks like and feels like to bring God into one's life, found in the book The Holy Experience, the common encounter with unexpected and unwanted change, in the book When Everything Changes, Change Everything, the ways now open to humanity to manage its seismic political, economic, and social upheaval, found in the book The Storm Before the Calm, and the one thing in all of this that has true significance in our lives, based on the single desire of the human soul, found in the book titled The Only Thing That Matters. The powerful treatise on how to fully and powerfully utilize the metaphysics of the universe fills the pages of Happier Than God. CWG's formula for creating right livelihood is the topic of Bringers of the Light, and a pinpoint summary of the core concepts in the original 3,000 pages of dialogue can be found in What God Said, in which those concepts are reduced to 1,000 words, with chapters following that explain each concept in detail. A concise statement serving anyone who may be wondering what all of the CWG books are about, but may not have found time to delve into this whole body of work, is contained in the small volume, What God Wants. And then a highly focused exploration of the most damaging misunderstandings of deity that billions of humans have held for thousands of years is offered in God's Message to the World, You've Got Me All Wrong. Concluding the list of supplementary texts, wonderfully useful strategies for bringing the major messages of CWG to humanity's offspring, from post-toddler to pre-adolescent years, is presented in Conversations with God for Parents, Sharing the Messages with Children, co-authored with Lori Farley and Emily Fillmore. A look at the intersection of CWG and traditional healing professions is found in Where God and Medicine Meet, co-authored with Britt Cooper, M.D., and finally, a teacher's guide for persons wishing to offer classes in this material has been published under the title The Conversations with God Companion. Here, then, is the complete list of titles for all CWG books. Dialogue books. Conversations with God, Book 1. Conversations with God, Book 2. Conversations with God, Book 3. Friendship with God. Communion with God. The New Revelations. Tomorrow's God. Home with God. And Conversations with God, Book 4, Awaken the Species, which is the book you're listening to right now. Supplementary titles in this series include What God Wants, Bringers of the Light, Recreating Yourself, Questions and Answers on Conversations with God, Conversations with God for Teens, Moments of Grace, Neale Donald Walsch on Relationships, Neale Donald Walsch on Holistic Living, Neale Donald Walsch on Abundance and Right Livelihood, Happier Than God, The Holy Experience, The Conversations with God Companion, When Everything Changes, Change Everything, When Everything Changes, Change Everything Workbook and Study Guide, The Storm Before the Calm, The Only Thing That Matters, What God Said, God's Message to the World, You've Got Me All Wrong, Conversations with God for Parents, Sharing the Message with Children, with Lori Farley and Emily Fillmore, Where God and Medicine Meet, with Dr. Britt Cooper, M.D., the children's book, The Little Soul in the Sun, the children's book, The Little Soul in the Earth, and the children's book, Santa's God. Additional titles in this entire CWG cosmology include Guidebook to Conversations with God, Meditations from Conversations with God, The Wedding Vows from Conversations with God, The Little Book of Life, and Conversations with God in a Nutshell. Now that might seem like a long list of titles, but I only put it in the addendum here so that in case you want to read more on this topic, you can go back and listen to some of these titles and perhaps order them from your favorite book source. A look at the material in this book series. Now here is something interesting. I'm going to give you a 50-question test, an exploration of the major points placed before humanity in the Conversations with God texts. This may be used as a test with answer key for CWG teachers and students. It may also be beneficial to simply review the questions and answers that I'm going to give you here to get a beginning sense of the breadth and scope of the topics covered by this body of work and perhaps inspire you. So here are 50 questions about Conversations with God that I hope will give you an idea of what you'll find in all those titles that I gave you earlier. Are you ready? Question number 1. What are the 3 statements of ultimate truth from Book 1 of Conversations with God? Answer: 1, we are all one. 2, there's enough. 3, there's nothing you have to do. Question number 2. Please explain the be-do-have paradigm. Answer: most people believe that if I do this, then I'll have that, and then I'll be happy. CWG tells us that most people have the flow of life backward. The dialogue invites us to come from a state of beingness first. Then what we do and have will spring from that place, thus more joyfully creating our experience. Question number 3. What are the 5 attitudes of godliness? Answer: God is always joyful, loving, accepting, blessing, and grateful. Question number 4. Please state the law of opposites and how it works. Answer: in the absence of that which you are not, that which you are is not. In the realm of the physical, also known as the realm of the relative, nothing exists without its opposite. The moment you declare yourself to be anything, everything unlike it will come into your experience. This allows you to know yourself as what you've declared yourself to be. You cannot know hot unless you experience cold. You cannot know fast unless you experience slow. You cannot know yourself as tall if there is no one and nothing short to compare yourself to. Question number 5. What is a divine dichotomy? Answer: it's when 2 apparently contradictory truths coexist simultaneously in the same space. Instead of such a circumstance presenting a choice of either this or that, it offers the possibility of both, this and that. Either or is replaced by both and. Question number 6. What are the 10 commitments? Answer number 6. God has given us a commitment to provide us with sure and certain signs that we are on the path to our experience of God. There are certain things that you shall do spontaneously and automatically. This is how you will know you are on the path. Specifically, God said, you will know you are on the path to God because I will give you these signs. When you are on the path to God, you shall love God with all your heart, all your mind, and all your soul. You shall not use God's name in vain, nor call upon God for frivolous things. You shall keep a day for God to reconnect with your divine self so you don't stay too long in your illusion. You shall honor your mother and your father, as well as your mother, father, God. Thus you shall honor everyone. You shall not willfully kill without cause. This includes all life forms, not just humans. You shall not defile the purity of love with dishonesty or deceit, as this would be adulterous. You shall not steal or cheat or connive to harm another. You shall not lie. You shall not covet your neighbor's spouse, because you will know that all others are your spouse. You shall not covet your neighbor's goods, because you shall know that all goods can be yours, and that all of your goods belong to the world. These are the 10 commitments, 10 signs that will allow you to know that you are on the path to God. Question number 7. What are the triune truths? Answer. The triune truth is that all of life is a trinity or triune reality. That is, there is a 3-in-1 quality to every aspect of life. In some religions, this 3-in-1 characteristic is referred to as Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Other places where we find this 3-in-1 aspect demonstrating itself, well, we say that a thing is physical, non-physical, or metaphysical. We talk of knowing, experiencing, and being. We speak of the superconscious, conscious, and subconscious. We use the phrase body, mind, and spirit. We describe our universe as made up of energy, matter, or antimatter. We describe human activities as being expressed in thought, word, and deed. We refer to the times of our life as past, present, and future. As well, we speak of before, now, and after. When considering the elements of space and place, we talk in terms of here, there, or between. Question number 8. Name the 3 laws of reality. Answer. 1. Thought is creative, and collective thought creates collectively. 2. Fear attracts like energy. What you fear, you attract. 3. Love is all there is. Question number 9. Name the 3 functions of life. The function of the soul is to indicate its desires, not impose them. The function of the mind is to choose from its alternatives. The function of the body is to act out that choice. Number 10. CWG gives us 6 signs of a decision to live consciously. What are they? 1. Not long ago, all you wanted to do was to stay here in the realm of the physical. Now all you want to do is to leave, to get back to the realm of the spiritual. We thought our basic instinct was survival. Now we know that our basic instinct is the expression of divinity. 2. Not long ago we killed things. Now we can't kill anything without knowing exactly what we're doing and why. 3. Not long ago we lived life as though it had no purpose. Now we know it has no purpose save the one we give it. 4. Not long ago we begged God to bring us truth. Now we tell God our truth. 5. Not long ago we sought to be rich and famous. Now we seek simply to be our wonderful selves. Number 6. Not long ago we feared God. Now we love God enough to call it our equal. Question number 11. Please explain what you resist persists. Answer. When you resist something, you give it energy, which continues to create it in your reality. If something is not to your liking, instead of resisting, look right at it until it ceases to have its illusory form. That is, look at it until you see right through the illusion to ultimate reality. Question number 12. What is the purpose of the soul? Answer. To turn its grandest concept of itself into its greatest experience. Question number 13. Name the 2 sponsoring thoughts upon which all other thoughts are based. Answer. Love and fear. Question number 14. Explain the differences between pain and suffering. Answer. Pain is a physical or mental feeling caused by a stimulus of some kind. Suffering is your decision about it. Suffering arises out of a decision that something that is happening is not supposed to be happening or should not be occurring. Suffering ends when the person makes a conscious decision to hold a specific pain in a new way. In the case of either physical or emotional pain, one may reduce or disappear suffering by deciding to love what is happening, knowing that it will ultimately prove to be for the highest good. We thus remove the woe is me aspect, as in a woman giving birth, or a person having a tooth extracted. Question number 15. Complete the following sentence. Relationships work best when you... Answer. Do what's best for you. Question number 16. Complete the following sentence. Life proceeds out of... Answer number 16. Your intentions for it. Question number 17. Complete the following sentence. All true benefits are... Answer number 17. Mutual. Yes, all true benefits are mutual. Question number 18. Complete the following sentence. Every act is an act of... Answer number 18. Self-definition. Question number 19. God says that you may not have anything you want. Why is this so? Answer number 19, because the mere act of wanting something tells the universe that you don't have it, and the universe has no choice but to reflect that back in your reality. You end up getting more wanting what you want, because God always says yes to your sponsoring thought. Question number 20. What are the 5 levels of truth-telling? Answer number 20. Tell the truth to yourself about yourself. Tell the truth to yourself about another. Tell the truth to another about yourself. Tell the truth to another about that other. And tell the truth to everyone about everything. Question number 21. What are the 3 core concepts of holistic living? Answer: awareness, honesty, and responsibility. Question number 22. Name the 3 tools of creation. Answer: thought, word, and deed. Question number 23. List the 7 steps to friendship with God. Answer: 1. Know God. 2. Trust God. 3. Love God. 4. Embrace God. 5. Use God. 6. Help God. And 7. Thank God. Question number 24. CWG says there are 3 basic life principles. The first is functionality. Name the others. Answer: adaptability and sustainability. Question number 25. What is the 15-word new gospel? Answer number 25. We are all one. Ours is not a better way. Ours is merely another way. Question number 26. The 2 magic questions are, is this who I am? And, answer number 26, what would love do now? Question number 27. Name the 4 levels of consciousness. Answer number 27, subconscious, conscious, superconscious, and supraconscious. Question number 28. There are 6 levels of knowing. Name at least 3. Answer: there are those who do not know and don't know that they don't know. They are children. Nurture them. There are those who do not know and know that they don't know. They are willing. Teach them. There are those who do not know but think that they know. They are dangerous. Avoid them. Then there are those who know but don't know that they know. They are asleep. Wake them. Then there are those who know but pretend that they don't know. They are actors. Enjoy them, but don't get caught up in their dramas. And finally, there are those who know and who know that they know. Do not follow them, because if they know that they know, they would not have you follow them. Yet listen very carefully to what they have to say, for they may remind you of what you already know. This may be the very reason you've called them to you. Question number 29. What are the 3 levels of awareness? Answer number 29, hope, faith, and knowing. Hope is the first level of awareness. It's far better than the feeling of no hope, but it is an elementary level of awareness because it suggests that a positive outcome in any given situation is a possibility but not a guarantee. So one is said to have hope. Faith is the second level of awareness. It is greater in energy than hope because it suggests that while negative outcomes are possible, a positive outcome is assured in this particular case, so one is said to have faith. Knowing is the highest level of awareness. It is greater than either hope or faith, because it declares that no negative outcome is possible under any circumstance, but that all outcomes are positive and therefore welcome and not resisted, since all move us forward on our evolutionary path and lead us back home. We are thus said to be in a place of knowing that nothing bad can happen to us ever. This is true, of course, given who and what we are. Question number 30. List the 10 illusions of humans. Answer: 1. Need exists. 2. Failure exists. 3. Disunity exists. 4. Insufficiency exists. 5. Requirement exists. 6. Judgment exists. 7. Condemnation exists. 8. Conditionality exists. 9. Superiority exists. And 10. Ignorance exists. These are the 10 illusions of humans. Question number 31. What is the cultural story that humanity has created from these illusions? Answer number 31. Because of the 10 illusions, we have come to falsely believe that God has an agenda, the outcome of life is in doubt, we are separate from God, there is not enough, there is something we have to do, if we don't do it, we'll be punished. That punishment is everlasting damnation. Love is therefore conditional. Knowing and meeting the conditions makes us superior, and we do not know that these are illusions. In other words, ignorance exists. Question number 32. What is the triad process? Answer: the triad process is a way to use the illusions to experience ourselves totally differently in any given situation when we are confronted with an illusion in life. The process is: 1. See the illusion for what it is. 2. Decide what it means. 3. Recreate ourselves anew. Question number 33. Complete the following sentence. In the absence of that which you are not. Answer: that which you are is not. Question number 34. Name the 5 fallacies about God and the 5 fallacies about life. Answer number 34. The 5 fallacies about God are: people believe that God needs something. People believe it's possible for God not to get what he needs. People believe God has separated himself from them because they have failed to give him what he needs. People believe that God needs something so much he requires them to give it to him from their separated position. And finally, people believe that God will destroy them if they don't give him what he needs. The 5 fallacies about life are these. People are separate from each other. There is not enough of what people need to be happy. People think they must compete for what they think there is not enough of. Some people are better than other people. And finally, it's okay for people to kill one another to resolve the differences created by all of the other fallacies. Question number 35. Name at least 5 of the 9 revelations from the book The New Revelations. Answer: here are the 9 revelations. 1. God has always communicated with human beings and still does so today. 2. Every human being is as special as every other who has ever lived, lives now, or ever will live. We are all messengers about life to life in every moment. 3. No path to God is better than any other path. There is no one true religion, and no group of people who are the chosen ones. 4. God needs nothing and has no requirements of anyone. God is pure joy in and of itself. 5. God is not a singular super being outside of us and has none of the emotional needs of humans. God cannot be hurt or damaged in any way, and therefore has no need to punish humans. 6. There is only one thing, and all things are part of the one thing there is. 7. There is no such thing as right and wrong. There is only what works and what does not work, given what it is you are seeking to be, do, or have. 8. You are not your body. Your body is something you have, not something you are. Like God, you are without limits and without end. And 9. You cannot die, and you will never be condemned to eternal damnation. Question number 36. What are the 5 steps to peace? Answer. The 5 steps to peace are: 1. Acknowledge that some of our old beliefs about God and life are no longer working. 2. Acknowledge that there may be something we don't fully understand about God and life, the understanding of which would change everything. 3. Be willing for a new understanding about God and life to come forth, and allow this understanding to produce a new way of life on earth. 4. Be courageous enough to explore and examine this new understanding, and if it aligns with our own inner knowing, enlarge our belief system to include it. 5. Live our lives as demonstrations of our highest beliefs rather than denials of them. Question number 37. Name at least 5 of the 9 characteristics of tomorrow's God. Answer number 37. Tomorrow's God doesn't require anyone to believe in God. Tomorrow's God has no gender, size, shape, color, or any characteristic of an individual living being. Tomorrow's God talks with everyone all the time. Tomorrow's God is separate from nothing and is everything everywhere. Tomorrow's God is not a singular superbeing, but rather the extraordinary process of life itself. Tomorrow's God is always changing. Tomorrow's God has no needs. Tomorrow's God does not ask to be served, but rather it is the servant of all of life. And finally, tomorrow's God is unconditionally loving. These are the 9 characteristics of tomorrow's God. Question number 38. Name at least 10 of the 18 remembrances. Well, here are the 18 remembrances. This is from the book, Home with God. Dying is something you do for you. You are always the cause of your own death, no matter where or how you die. You cannot die against your will. No path back home is better than any other path. Death is never a tragedy. Rather, it is always a gift. You and God are one, and there is no separation between you. Death does not exist. You can't change ultimate reality, but you can change your experience of it. The reason for all of life is the desire of God to know itself in its own experience. Life is eternal. The timing and circumstances of death are always perfect. The death of every person always serves the agenda of every other person who is aware of it. Indeed, that is why that person is aware of it. Therefore, no life or death is ever in vain. Birth and death are the same thing. You are constantly creating both in life and in death. Evolution never ends. Death is reversible. When you die, you will be greeted by all of your loved ones, those who have passed before you and those who will pass after you. And finally, the 18th remembrance. Free choice is the act of pure creation, God's signature, and your gift, glory, and power always. Question number 39. Happier Than God tells us that life expresses itself in essentially 5 ways. What are they? Answer number 39. The 5 ways in which life expresses itself are the energy of attraction, which gives us power, the law of opposites, which gives us opportunity, the gift of wisdom, which gives us discernment, the joy of wonder, which gives us imagination, and the presence of cycles, which gives us eternity. Question number 40. What are the 4 fundamental questions in life? Answer. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I where I am? What am I doing here? Question number 41. Name at least 10 of the 17 steps to being happier than God. Answer number 41. Here are the 17 steps. 1. Bring an end to separation theology. 2. Stay in touch with who I am. 3. Give others every experience I seek. 4. Be clear that nothing I see is real. 5. Decide that I am not my story. 6. Have only preferences. 7. See the perfection in everything. 8. Skip the drama. 9. Understand sadness. 10. Stop arguing with life. 11. Drop all expectations. 12. Have compassion for myself. 13. Speak my truth as soon as I know it. 14. Watch the energies, catch the vibe. 15. Smile. 16. Sing. And 17. Know what to do when things are really bad. Question number 42. List the 9 changes that can change everything. All right, here they are. Here's the answer. Answer number 42. Change my decision to go it alone. Change my choice of emotions. Change my choice of thoughts. Change my choice of truths. Change my idea about change itself. Change my idea about why change occurs. Change my idea about future change. Change my idea about life. And finally, change my identity. Question number 43. Throughout life, we experience reality in one of 3 ways. Name the 3 realities. Answer number 43. The distorted reality, the observed reality, and the ultimate reality. Question number 44. What are the 3 kinds of truth that the mind produces? Answer number 44. The imagined truth, the apparent truth, and the actual truth. Question number 45. In the mechanics of the mind, what is the line of causality? Answer number 45. Event plus data plus truth plus thought plus emotion equals experience, which produces your reality. Question number 46. What 4 additional elements are added to the line of causality under the system of the soul? Answer. Perspective plus perception plus belief plus behavior equals experience. Question number 47. Why does change occur in your life? Answer number 47. All change occurs because we want it to, in order to produce personal growth and evolution of the soul. Life is a process, and that process is called change. Change is an announcement of life's intention to go on. Change is the fundamental impulse of life itself. Question number 48. Complete the following sentence. All change is... Answer number 48. For the better. There is no such thing as change for the worse. Question number 49. What are the 3 realms in the kingdom of God? Answer number 49. The realm of the spiritual, also called the realm of the absolute and the realm of knowing. 2, the realm of the physical, also called the realm of the relative and the realm of experience. And 3, the realm of the spiritual. That's a combination of the realm of the spiritual and the physical, also called the realm of pure being. And finally, question number 50. What is the most important single message of Conversations with God? Answer number 50. We are all one. Also, often asked in the same way, what is God's message to the world? The answer to that is in 5 words. God's message to the world? You've got me all wrong. And those 50 questions comprise the 50-question test that allows you to teach or find out how much you know about the Conversations with God material. It also gives you an idea of the kind of material, the breadth, the scope, and the depth of material in the many books of the Conversations with God cosmology. Not just the dialogue books, but the other books as well, the secondary and tertiary books that explain and expand upon the messages in those earlier dialogue books. There are 33 books in the Conversations with God series in all. I hope you have a chance to read as many of them as you possibly can, that you enjoy them and receive benefit from them. And thank you very much for listening to this program. I'm Neale Donald Walsch. Blessed be.